Yes.
You swear affirm testimony gives the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Let's see. Let's take a straight first.
First name Michael, Michael. Last name Sprinkle, Sprinkel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sprinkle. How are you?
I'm doing very well. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Mr. Sprinkle, would you please tell the jury where it is that you work?
I am a deputy district attorney at the office of the Fulton County District Attorney here in Atlanta, Georgia.
And what are your responsibilities as a deputy district attorney here in the Fulton County DA's office?
I am over the unindicted homicide unit. And what this means is that I receive case files from the various police agencies here in Atlanta, and I review these case files, and I prepare the cases for indictment, which basically means I prepare the charging instrument, that being the indictment. And I also make recommendations as to other investigative steps that we might take prior to presenting the case to the grand jury.
All right. Now, when you said all of the investigative agencies here in Atlanta, is that all of Fulton County that you look at cases for?
Yes, more broadly, Fulton County.
Good morning. Salute to everybody in here. Tap the like button. We in here. Yeah. Come on, run it up real quick. We here. I'm in here.
Not just Atlanta.
All right. Now, prior to working, first of all, how long have you worked as a deputy district attorney over the unindicted homicide unit?
Specifically as a deputy, I was promoted to deputy in late 2021. I've worked in essentially the same capacity since October of 2013, meaning that since I've been in the role wherein I receive case files from the various police agencies in Fulton County and then review them.
Do you know how many of those case files approximately that you have received since you've been in that role as a unindicted homicide unit and writer? Do you know how many case files you've reviewed?
Tap the like button for me, y'all. Salute to everybody in here. I appreciate you being here. I don't know what YouTube doing. They got some weird stuff going on, but let's ride. Hey.
Well, over 10 years. I've been doing this over 100. It's going to be over 1,000 case files.
Oh, well, all of those homicide case files?
Well, no, they're not all homicide case files.
Now, what other kind of case files then would you have been reviewing?
In my current role?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, every now and then I'll be placed, I'll be assigned some sort of special case.
Right. So Sprinkle popping back up today, right? Now, if you know what's going on, I believe Sprinkle is going to come up here and not necessarily give exactly what the state wants, because he doesn't believe that the police do the best job all the time. So he actually comes behind the police and kind of, you could say he exposes things that they overlook, right? Well, in the Donovan Thomas case, he definitely came through and did that, right? So I think the fact that he here is actually going to be interesting, right? For real. Straight up. Like, he considered to be, is he a, no, he not considered to be a gang expert. Don't quote me on that, right? But he took over the Donovan Thomas situation, investigation in 2016. Thorpe turned into, basically a helper for him. But they still couldn't press the trial. Think about that. They still couldn't take the Donovan Thomas thing to trial. So even though he came in, he still couldn't save the day on the Donovan Thomas. So what are you going to do in this trial? You appear to be doing a great job. I really like listening to you. Just stop talking about jail. I don't think you did no time. Okay. All right.
Investigation. Off the top of my head, do you want me to get into specifics?
No, I just want you to tell the jury generally what other types.
I think at one point in the past, I was especially assigned to a case involving the illegal dumping of tires in abandoned lots across Fulton County. There was a terroristic threats case that I dealt with at one point, just cases like that.
All right. Now, when you get a file from a law enforcement agency in Fulton County, is the file always complete to the point that you're satisfied with presenting it to a grand jury?
No, not always. Oftentimes, maybe not more often than not.
Good morning. Mwah. That's to everybody. Yeah. It's all love. We love you. Yeah. Good morning. Be blessed. Get the eggs cooked how you like them. Whether you like the yolk running or not. You feel me? Sunny side up. However you like it. Scrambled. Cheese, no cheese. However you like it. Yeah. What you want? Grits on the side? Yeah. It's however you like it. Apple or orange? Yeah. Apple or orange. Mm-hmm. We got grape. Prune? You need prune? Say less. Look right. You getting it how you want it in here. Straight up. Straight up. I love you all. Tap the like button. I appreciate it. Help me get to 100 likes before 20 minutes, y'all. Come on, let's rock.
But so maybe sometimes is a better word. On reviewing the case files, I find that there are deficiencies in the investigation.
All right. So before we go on to those, any deficiencies or anything like that you might find, would you tell the jury, you started out saying that you have been a deputy DA since late 21 and you've been reviewing homicides since 2013. How long have you been at the district attorney's office total?
Since June of 2011.
And what roles have you held there since that time?
So my first role.
He was there since June 2011, but he didn't get on the Donovan Thomas situation until 16. Interesting.
My first day at the DA's office was June 21st, 2011. And within 2 days of that, I was placed in what was called at the time the complaint room. Mm-hmm. And I worked an overnight shift. Oh, no.
Overnight shift at the DA's office? What?
It was like a late afternoon shift. It was like 3 p.m. to 11 p.m., I believe were my hours. And I would essentially just sit there and wait for cases to come in from the various police departments in Atlanta, any kind of felony case at all. They would fax us the police reports, et cetera, and I would read over them. I would draft a summary of the case that would be notarized somehow right there in the complaint room, and this would be provided to a judge at first appearance. And essentially what I did is I would in real time receive the case files, the incident reports essentially from the police officers as they were making the cases. Okay. And then I would prepare some preliminary documents to be for first appearance in the morning and then indictment thereafter. I did that for about 3 months, I believe.
Where did you work after that?
2 months, actually. I then was sent to the non-complex trial division.
What does that mean?
Non-complex at that time, and it may be this way at this time too, I don't know, but at that time it was a division within the Fulton County Superior Court that handled or concerned certain felony offenses that were considered lower level in severity than others, such as simple possession of coke.
Your Honor, his background is what I'm establishing, and I'm asking him to just give a brief summary.
All right, well, it's not particularly brief in the summary, so let's get a little bit more brief.
Let's go a little bit more brief. What did you do as a attorney in the non-complex trial division?
I basically just handled the prosecution of lesser felonies like possession of drug and minor theft.
After how long did you stay in the non-complex trial division?
I believe 6 months.
Okay.
Robert.
Where did you go after that?
The trial division.
And what did you do briefly in the trial division?
I handled cases, the prosecution of cases such as aggravated assaults, armed robberies.
Hey, yo. Salute to Ricky Williams. Ricky Williams sent me a picture of what he said was Treve watching the YouTube video that I made of her. It wasn't a video, it was a picture of somebody watching the video, and it said it was her. Shannon Alexander. The complaint room was located in a building across from Magic City. Then it relocated inside the Supreme Court building. Shannon, you been in the complaint room? Salute to everybody in here. Good morning. Tap the like button for me. Help me get to 100 likes before we get to 20 minutes, y'all. That's the little thing I'll be doing. Appreciate you if you already chipped in. Straight up, it's Friday. You feel me? Yeah, you can throw a penny in and make a wish when you tap the like button. It's the same thing like that little pool that used to be in the mall. Or them little things you put the penny in and it spin around and you just watch it go down the drain. It's like one of them. Make a wish, man. Straight up. Tap the like button and make a wish. You heard it here first. Straight up. I'm the only one giving out wishes with the like button, man. For real, man. Let's get back to it, though. Yeah, it's different.
Drug trafficking, that sort of thing.
Okay. And how long did you stay in the trial division?
A little less than 2 years.
After that, is that when you were sort of went into a different role?
Yes, that was in October of 2013 when I was assigned to the major case division in the unindicted homicide role, which is essentially the role that I'm in right now.
Okay. Did you supervise people in October 2013?
No, not at that time.
Did you have any other persons working with you, like investigators?
I did. I had an investigator.
Yes, sir. I used to work in the DA's office from 97 to 15. God. In Atlanta. Can I get an interview with you? Please. You just made a wish and tapped the like. I appreciate you doing that. Straight up. Seriously. That's nice, ain't it? Make a wish and tap the like. That's for real. Yo. No, come here. Hey, Shannon. Yeah, I really do want to talk to you. Whenever you available, we can link up. Hey, this what you do. Send me a text message or something. 443-430-1764. Yeah, that's 443-430-1764. And you hit me anytime you want, baby. Yeah.
Named David White.
All right. When you received the case, you were talking earlier, and actually, let me just back up quickly. Your educational background, just
Well, I
majored in.
I major in public policy at the Georgia Institute of Technology, and I got my law degree from Georgia State University.
Now, have you always only worked as a prosecutor, as a lawyer? Briefly telling the jury whether or not you have.
Your Honor, I'm actually going to object to that as irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
Overruled.
Adams is going to cross-examine Sprinkle.
Since I've been a licensed attorney, no.
Amy Lou says, Miss Love acts like it's her job to waste time. Amy Lou, it is. No, for real. Amy Lou, it is. All right, let me explain. In anything with time and you got opposition, controlling the clock is a thing. Yeah, anything you got to op. For real. Time management. Who got the ball? Possession. For real. Shit, hella important. Hella important. So I've been peeped she was doing that. Real rap. I told y'all, because look, I was watching a TV show where they actually spoke on it. They spoke on the trial length in the TV show. I forget which way they said, but, the people, I remember it being opposing ideas with, if the trial takes long, who wins? Some people say the state win if it take long. Some people say the defense win. So I don't know, but controlling the time, definitely a thing. I don't care where you at. You talking to a goddamn car salesman? He controlling that clock. Bet that. You natural. You regular. You ain't worrying about the time. You just playing how you play, right? Holmes controlling the clock. You get it?
I worked for King & Spalding briefly as a document review attorney.
Have you ever worked for an attorney that did criminal defense work?
I did, Alan Begner.
How long did you do that?
2007 to 2010, I believe.
Defense lawyer first.
Now, coming back to what you currently do, when you say that you receive cases from law enforcement agencies and you review them for
808 salute
at times, please explain to the jury what it is that you mean when you say deficiencies.
Well, I looked through the case file and I just looking at it not just from a legal perspective, but a common sense perspective. In my judgment, I believe that perhaps there can be more to prove a case at a forthcoming trial, or there should be things that we should do and investigative tasks that we should take before we present the case to a grand jury and then proceed to trial.
Does every homicide case that you receive, every unindicted homicide case that you receive, include a suspect that has already been identified or warrants have already been taken out for a suspect? Oh.
Rephrase.
With every homicide case that you receive, have warrants already been taken out for a suspect?
Not every case, usually.
What subjects or suspects been identified in every homicide case that you receive?
Tap the like button. Salute for the 100 likes already. I appreciate it. We hit the 100 likes before 16 minutes. I appreciate that straight up. Good morning to y'all. So we going back over Sprinkle. We really didn't miss nothing with Holmes. Yesterday, they got busted. So Sprinkle popped up. Miss Love went through. Tell us about yourself. Like we was on some type of not speed dating, but actually slow dating. Yeah. pace dating. You feel me? She told yo to just tell start off with telling us not a little bit about yourself, but more than average about yourself. Yeah.
Yes, I would say generally there's at the very least a person of interest.
Okay. Under what circumstances do you receive case files where warrants haven't been taken out?
Well, that could be an instance in which the police feel that they, like I said, have at the very least a person of interest in mind, but they would prefer the DA's office to review the case file prior to them. Generally the procedure is the police go to a magistrate and they swear, they provide some testimony to a judge. And then the judge, on hearing that testimony, decides whether a warrant should issue or not. If a warrant issues, then the person that the officer seeks to charge with the crime is presumably arrested on that warrant thereafter. But sometimes the police may feel it necessary to consult with me prior to doing that. So they'll send me the case file and I'll review it and I'll consult with the police as to what perhaps they or we can do to improve the case and find more evidence prior to their seeking of an arrest warrant or are presenting the case to a grand jury.
Are you a certified law enforcement officer?
I am not a law enforcement officer.
So what types of things, if you would tell the jury, is it that you are able to do that law enforcement isn't able to do when you get these cases that you feel should have more done?
That calls for speculation.
Tap the like.
Why don't you rephrase?
Okay. Would you tell the jury some of the steps that you take to obtain more evidence in the cases you receive when you believe that more evidence could be obtained?
Well, I draft search warrants, which law enforcement officers that work for the DA's office review with me. I already mentioned investigator David White, but there have been others that I've worked with because the DA's office investigators are certified, post-certified law enforcement officers.
Okay.
And they work with me on the cases. And after I review the case file and discuss the case with them, I'll draft the search warrants and I'll go over it with the law enforcement officer, with the DA's office, and then they'll present it to a superior court judge. And so these search warrants can be for things like cell phone records, social media accounts, etc. I can subpoena things on behalf of the grand jury. Certain records for what.
Yo, watch how he's sitting though, bro. What would you call that? What would you call that, y'all? It's his. All right, look, it's a couple things about Holmes. Is this, what does he got? Arrogance? What is this? Is that arrogance? Comfortable and open? He got like a nerdish cockiness about himself. I'm not mad at it. It's not like an obnoxious version. He's just not lacking in confidence or something, bro. Like Holmes is strong about, you feel me? Like, look, the way he's sitting, his tone, when she asks a question, he proud. Is this proud? Is this proud, y'all? Tap the like button. He's an actual expert. Okay, Amy Lou, I'm gonna let you get that one. He's actually an expert. He actually, is you saying he actually know what he doing? Okay, he a happy guy. I'm gonna try. All right, I'm gonna try rock like that.
Finding a probable cause is not a condition precedent to.
Oh, he got rank. He in a spot where he want to be. He feel comfortable. Okay, he probably make a decent amount of bread. He probably feel important in cases. In his situation in the DA's office, he's probably someone you could rely on.
Receiving the records, like basic cell phone subscriber and incoming, outgoing call data can be obtained with a subpoena. I can do that. Also, I can also subpoena witnesses to the grand jury, which is something the police can't do.
Do you collaborate with law enforcement officers in further investigating cases, in any of the homicide cases that you receive?
Yes.
Do you discuss with them steps that they might take to strengthen or to better investigate their cases?
All the time, yes.
I want to know what he do in his free time. What kind of beer he drink. Tap the like button. Good morning. Yeah, I want to know what type of beer he drink, bro. I want to know more about the fella. Tell us more, Sprinkle.
So,
what's your favorite team? Stella?
are
Okay.
they also capable of drafting these search warrants
He
for
drank
cell phone
Yangling.
records,
That boy drank Yanglings.
social media, and all of the things you just testified about to the jury?
Yes, they are.
So why is it that you then would need to be doing these things with files that you receive from a law
Scott.
enforcement agency?
Well, sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes after the police make an arrest, they
All right,
feel like their
ho.
work is done, essentially. For
Ho, bro, ho. What kind of car he drive, bro? That's the one. What kind of car he got, y'all? That's the one. What kind of car he got, y'all? I ain't gonna lie, I can't call it. Oh, Tesla, Taurus, Volvo. Oh, we got 2 Volvos. Oh, F-150. Oh, a Fusion. Porsche Boxer. BMW, Subaru. How y'all do 2 Subarus back to back? God's crazy. God's holla. Fiat. I'm rocking with Toyota, y'all. I'm going with Camry or Corolla. Home safe with it. He ain't into flashiness. I'm going with Toyota, y'all. Prius, yo might even be in a Prius, bruh. I'm going with Toyota, y'all.
I mean, I really don't know how to articulate that any better than I just did.
I'm going Toyota.
And as a result of that, that is we being myself and the people with
I'm
whom I
going
work at the
Toyota.
DA's office have to take over the investigation and obtain some of these search warrants ourselves.
Yo got Camry.
When you say social media, cell phone records, and all of the other items that you obtain search warrants for, how do you make a determination if the law enforcement agency hasn't already
Forerunner,
gotten them,
man.
where to look and what to get?
Well, there's a lot that I can glean from just reviewing what it is that law enforcement did find. Let's say,
Yo, I seen a Toyota minivan the other day that cost $60,000. It made me double look. A kid stinger. See, I didn't even know them things was slick.
This is not specific to this case at all. This is just a hypothetical. But let's say I obtain a file from law enforcement, and they did obtain some cell phone records. Okay, what I'll do is I'll just load the records into
Small
a spreadsheet,
tablet.
and I'll go through the calls line by line, and I'll see a
they not
specific
slick,
call at a
Blair?
certain time, and I'll think based on some of the information that's contained within the record surrounding that call, or regarding that call, rather, that being the date, time of the call, the tower that was utilized by the handset that was placing the call, and the person that was right.
I like that.
I'll
Tell
be
you right.
curious, let's say, regarding the other person that was a party to that call. And I'll think, you know what, this call was placed by this person like 1 minute after the homicide. I don't know who this person is. I need to find out who that person
Yo,
is.
speaking of cars, y'all. All right, look, I ain't gonna go no further. Yo, I'm gonna just say this: that new Volkswagen van, that's that. That's that. I would just leave it there. That's that. They caught me off guard with that.
That would be something that I would follow up on. Maybe send a subpoena, or depending on some other things that I may have seen in the records, may even rise to the level of probable cause. So I draft a search warrant to get the tower logs related to that other number, something like that.
Would you tell the jury?
Oh, the 60,000 to the Toyota van. I don't know which one it was. It wasn't no big van. We talking a real soccer mom van. It definitely looked like it had everything in it though. Yeah, definitely looked like it had everything. Mm-hmm. Looked like it even had like a little kid on it, like slightly. It definitely wasn't, a throwaway. But yeah, 60. Yeah.
Whether or not you have any experience.
Nah, I ain't been car shopping. Nah, armed. No, I don't even like looking at the brand new cars. I'm gonna keep it real. No, I have not. No, I have not. No, sir. Tap the like button. Salute. Salute to everybody. Yeah.
Collecting and listening.
The Genesis, I did see that.
Yes, vast
I
experience.
like it.
Yes, sir. Pull that microphone down closer to
I
you.
think he's talking about me.
Oh, you're talking about, okay, Miss Love. Okay.
Would you tell the jury, just for Mr. Harden, would you tell the jury what experience you have with jail recordings?
Jail recordings
Yeah, tell us.
are recordings of phone calls placed by inmates at the Fulton County Jail. All calls except for calls made from like contraband cell phones or any other non-regulated phone in the Fulton County Jail are that are placed by inmates or placed.
Yo, he talking like he ain't never like he ain't testified before, y'all. Tap the like button for me. Salute to everybody. Yeah, hey, good morning. He talking like he fresh on testifying, to be honest, y'all. And I really don't think he is at all. Real rap, because you would think he would know how to summarize this a little bit better, to be honest. He talking vaguely like he had the Thanksgiving dinner and his family members asking what he do for work. You feel me? And they don't get it.
From phones that essentially automatically record the phone calls, and the recordings are automatically stored on a server somewhere. Up until very recently, like May of 2024 to be exact, these phones that were in the Fulton County Jail that the inmates would utilize to make these calls were owned and maintained by a company called Securus, Securus. It's now a new company, the name of which I can't recall. But I have access to these jail calls.
Rich, scratch why they switch service providers. See if you can invest in a new one. How about that? Where the stocks at, cuz? You think them phone lines gonna go down? Hey, Rich, let's get like your name, cuz. You heard me. We ain't even gotta go against this system. Remember, I be telling y'all, listen, bro, listen, to the people who hip and you hear the stuff I be saying, don't get mad. Get rich. Seriously. It's not that many of y'all people that could really see the plays. And if you ain't already working with somewhere that's scripting the plays, get your money. You can live plentiful inside of this system. To be honest, that's the whole trick. Get yours, be quiet. Don't expose what's going on to the 85ers. They regular. Let them be regular. Get your money though. I don't like it. I like the regular people because I be out there with them, right? But technically, you ain't saving them, cuz. Straight up. I'm glass half full with it. I ain't even talking that on the dark side right now. But bro, yeah. You get it?
When it was on Securus, when they're the company that maintained the recordings and the infrastructure that allowed for the recordings, it was there was a website that I log into. commandcenter.securustech.net was
loyalty they supposed to though. Everybody doing what they supposed to be doing, bro, or the system wouldn't be running like it's running. Yeah, even when it's wrong, it's right. It's a long story, bro. I promise. It's a system. It's a watch. Swiss parts inside, you feel me? Seriously, the mechanisms is crazy. The precision is like out of this world. You know what I mean? You getting into nanoscopic movements, man.
the Uniform Resource Locator, or URL. I had a login and password, and on logging in, I would be able to search for the jail calls using various search terms, using the search form that was provided to me, and then I could listen to any call that was placed by an inmate from a phone mounted to the wall or through a tablet.
Hey, Rich, do this, Rich. Pick a small group of people to be able to give you information to. Don't try to pick no big group. So as you moving forward and you like, yo, you learning stuff, don't try to transfer it and make everybody around you get hip. Once somebody show you that they ain't trying to, they like bucking on you, what you saying to them, keep it moving. You understand? Or you could go to a business move where you only communicate with people that can help you towards your plan. Straight like that. No nothings for nobody else. Straight like that. Yeah. You get it? Tunnel vision. Ain't no rap for nobody else. Like if you ain't included, and when I'm doing, no oblate. No, I don't even talk to you. Scratch giving you info or busting ideas with you. What? Why?
And they were all voice over IP calls that were placed.
How would you decide out of all of the calls that existed at the Fulton County Jail or from
Man, my grandchildren would have been shocked.
In any particular case, where to start looking for calls of interest?
Well, that is...
Hey, yo, my grandchildren have been bullied in the Monjon. What? Sharks. Sharks. No, they ain't folding. What? What you think I'm going to tell them go beat? No. Go get that. Gonna run it up inside the system. What is you doing?
There's a lot that goes into that. Okay. So on a typical murder case, I would start with every inmate. Let me back up a little bit. Every inmate is assigned an account number that they have to enter before they place a call from the Fulton County Jail phone. They then have to follow that account number with a PIN. So they type in their.
Yo, speaking of this jail call thing, what we all learned this morning was we all should buy stocks in goddamn jail phone call companies. They ain't going nowhere. Yeah. I mean, if some of y'all want to invest, Y'all might as well just pull up on a local bails bombing. Yeah, just bust in there. Hey, yo, y'all need some investments around here? Straight up. You get it? Don't sit back here like, see, I could tell you, I could provoke you into being upset about these systems that we in, right? Yeah, that's one way to look at it. You don't get nothing from that though, but anger. And to be honest, anger can change stuff, but you gotta turn it into some type of physical action, and you're gonna have to make some trades once you get to applying pressure like that. So that they already prepared for that type of play. So you might as well relax. You feel me? I think you want to come about it a different way.
Account number, they type in their PIN, and then they place a call from the Fulton County Jail, and it debits money from an account that's been set up so they can place calls, because every call costs money. All right. So what I would do is I would first run a list of all numbers, all phone numbers that the inmate called.
I'm going to object based on relevance, based on bolstering. That'll be my objection.
Your Honor, one, this witness will be talking about certain steps that he took to further the particular investigation of the case that we're here on, and how he did it and the extent to which he...
All right, let's talk about how the state is really using up all of their good witnesses, y'all. Yesterday, they used 2 witnesses we've been waiting for a minute for, Antrevia and Sprinkle. Now, Sprinkle got to come back, but what this means is they knocking down important characters, y'all. And we pretty much went through the indictment and specified anybody that was kind of important. If they bring anybody important that's really like got some, substantial testimony coming, I'll be surprised. But for the most part, we pretty much know all of them, and we just waiting for the ones that we expecting, right? That's important though, because I'm telling you, they are looking bad. Yo, they thinning. They thin, bro. Like, it's getting bad. It's getting bad, bro. And Trevia rolled out of there and she was up there like 15 minutes. Nobody want to open no door. I'm going to keep it real. I don't know why the state or the defense ain't really open no doors with Shorty. The state left doors closed so the defense couldn't open them, I believe. But, bro, that was one of the fishiest testimonies ever out of the whole trial. I'm going to keep it real. The way they let Shorty bop up out of there like that, man, if you know who Shorty is, that was crazy. Yo, they ain't even ask her about Woody. They ain't ask her about no smoke with Woody. Why was you and Woody? Why Woody was mad? None of that shit. Because, possibly because it's hearsay, but still, you can find a creative way to answer it. You feel me? You can form it in a way that's like, But they left all those doors open, which are partially why some of this beef was going on. Y'all remember? I was like, yo, I ain't gonna lie. This might have all been going on because of them. Now, I was reaching a little bit, and it's probably not true on the strength of that's why they didn't pry into more information about it, but it still was more that. All right. Somebody said in the chat, yo, why they not talking about Moontunk getting hit coming out Shorty house in 2019? Don't quote me on the year. Y'all seen that? Who's seen that? Oh, she got to come back. That would go against a narrative? Well, see, the weird part about it is Detective Dennis mistakenly alluded to the beef was about her in his investigation because he was being greedy. So check this out. When you look at his presentation, that PDF that he built, he start off early with alluding to Cows and Moontunk was going back and forth about Shorty, and Kenneth Copeland didn't like it. So he was paying attention to it, and he put it on the timeline early, and he alluded to some of the drive-bys was about that. So how can you include the drive-bys about domestic with drive-bys about back and forth? Why aren't you acknowledging the level of beef between these two guys about the girl? You acknowledging that they both are part of separate gangs that's having another beef about something totally different, though. That's more ghostly, though. Y'all do know the other motives are lighter. Yeah, it's harder for you to say why Thug would want to hit Nut versus Shell Kells beefing with Moon Tunk about the girl. We all know if we share and tell, that's up. If we really feel it, like if we ain't no players about it, you know dudes ain't having that. Yeah. So like, but we want to just finagle when it comes to the Nut and Thug back and forth. Look, the state refuses to acknowledge that Nut might have been a casualty of a mistake. They won't even acknowledge that, even though Woody told him in the interrogation room that Shell Kells was running around doing so much willy-nilly that technically the get back could have been coming from different ways. And that boy wasn't lying. Was he? Was he? Was Woody lying about Shell Kells getting busy? Robbing. Wiping stuff down out there. Everybody come around and say, man, that boy was bullying everybody, even his own team. For real. People that came in the chat and said, nah, Holmes really was running around crazy. Yo, you're like, nah, yo, crazy. When street people say you crazy, bro, that means you doing stuff that's wild. Like, they basically acknowledging, yo, somebody gonna knock his top off. That boy he out of his mind. Thinking he that tough. And they really disregard it. They really ain't get into it. Like, they ain't get into, we already checked into that, and nah, all that's not true. So what you get when you get a homicide and you don't investigate all the roots? You got an octopus of a homicide, and you only use one of the motherfucking tentacles. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, like how you gonna be a spider and you got one leg? Like what? They bluffing, bro. And I pointed this out multiple times. Listen, bro, on the Donovan Thomas joint, which they want us to believe, without Donovan Thomas, ain't no Rico. Just to let you know. Yeah, ain't no furtherance. Yeah. Out the window. Trash. Yes, sir. No motive. Gone. Yup. Shamel Drinks is just a body without nut. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You ain't know that? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you can't get one without the other. Yeah. This a buy. It's a buy one, get one free. It's a BOGO. They need them both, bro. They can't get one without the other, y'all. It ain't no Rico. I'm telling y'all, this was making the case light, y'all. It's multiple elements. It ain't just that they not that bad at presenting their case. They don't have what they need to beat the opposition. Yeah, they can't beat this level of lawyers with this evidence. They not that bad. Regular guys without this team, man, they'd have got them. They'd have got them, y'all. They'd have got them. Yes, sir. They'd have got them. Yes, sir. You strip. You take homie with the pony out the room. Stealing Adams. They might have been able to pull this off, y'all. Weinstein, Silver Fox, and Sharp by themselves, they strong. I think the state might have been able to pull it off, bro. Real rap. It's the them boys is legally sound on that other side. The girls, see, on the strength of they not leading. All right, Rod attorney don't have to speak that much because Rod's involvement. Oh, good luck. The court started. Good luck, baby. I was rocking and rolling loose off the top of the head.
Hang on. Can y'all all
Good
hear
luck,
him?
baby.
That if his attorney who is representing him is okay with.
Here we go, y'all.
What do we know about witnesses for today?
So, Judge, we have Mr. Sprinkle. We will be presenting order or a motion for an order, a proposed order for the court to hear from the staff at Grady about Mr. Zachary. We don't know how the court will handle that, but we'll move.
Okay.
Because we don't yet have his stat. We have word from the sheriff's office about his status. But the captain was speaking to a charge nurse, and looking at what was available, it was not evident to the person I was speaking with what was keeping him. So I will be attempting to have his treating physician, perhaps, if we can get that done, address the matter and whether or not he's able to safely either come testify or be released. The reason I say that is that when he first was taken into custody, he was taken down to Grady and released. And when he was set, it was in 2 days' time, and then he was set to come here, obviously, but then he was taken back right before, and they kept him because of that. So given the set of circumstances that we have, we'll be asking the court to seek from Grady itself, if they will apprise the court, his status and his availability, his tentative release date. And I won't.
Bro, she's saying a million words.
Speak more on it. I'll just present a motion to the court regarding that, and the court can decide what the court wants to do.
All right.
Oh, the stenographer on Slime Team, y'all. Yeah, the new stenographer, she in pocket already. She establishing what team she on. Yeah, she seen what was going on. Now she had to establish, you know what? Let me go ahead and draw the line in the sand. Y'all see it? Yup. You see what it is? She ain't even got, you feel me? I ain't even got to say much. I'm going to just let them see what time it is. You heard?
I'm not quite following why we need a court order for that if his attorney who is representing him is okay with the doctor in the hospital providing information, which so far they have been.
True. And so it would be a matter of, I guess, a Zoom call or something, but I want the treating physician, to directly relate to the court what his current status is,
bro,
in terms of releasability and ability and an impact on coming to testify.
All right. Good morning, Mr.
Yo, so last night I was reading case law, right? And inside of the case law, they went to go interview a witness. He was on prescription drugs. They couldn't interview him while he was on prescription drugs because he was medicated. They had to wait till he was off. Yup. Fulton County. Yeah. Game over. Yup. See, people don't even be talking about these things. I found case law in Zachary's favor, y'all. I swear. It wasn't about that, but that was in the case law. You understand? Yes, sir.
Shai, do you have anything to add to this?
I spoke to him twice yesterday. Last time was 5:15 yesterday. He told me he's got two medical scenarios. One, he's got real low blood pressure.
Hang on. Can y'all all hear him?
Thug doing?
Come on up to the mic if you don't.
Hold on. What is Thug doing? All this goddamn work I've been doing up here to say this boy, bro. I'd have asked for it. Yana, can I have a moment with my client in the back real quick? I don't want none of this to be seen on camera, bro. What is you doing, boy?
Mind. And when you're saying you spoke with him, do you mean Mr. Zachary or Mr. Zachary's
the like button.
doctor?
I spoke to Mr. Zachary about 5:15.
Okay.
And he says They had planned on releasing him, but he said they checked his blood pressure and it's low. They have to get it up. The second thing is he has a problem with a certain blood count. I don't even know what that is. I mean, and he started explaining it, but as a layman, I wouldn't know. But he said those are the two things that are holding him right now. And then once he's released, but I don't know when that's going to be.
So because I'll just stand on what I just said. And before I do anything with his doctor, like if the doctor comes to or is able to reach out to us, I'll have Mr. Shive notified and brought in and deal with that then.
The doctor's not going to speak to you without his permission and me being there. But from what I gather, talking to the other doctor initially, his situation is tenuous. It goes back and forth. His stress level, and I've done a bunch of research on it, and it's his situation. Like he's had 3 blood transfusions in the last month and a half, complete blood transfusions. So
right, because sickle cell anemia is a blood disease. So.
It's messed up. He's in the family's. He's been in intensive care. So, and it was indicated by the DA. They put him in jail. He had a crisis. They took him to Grady. It stabilized. They took him back to jail. He had another crisis. They took him back to Grady, and that's where he's been. So, and then
That's not funny, bro. Yo gave the camera a middle finger. Yo, this is not funny. Why they doing this? They throwing the trial. I've been working hard for these guys. These dudes is getting reckless.
If he comes here, what I would like is us, and it's within your discretion, and indicated by the DA. They put him in jail. He had a crisis. They took him to Grady. It stabilized. They took him back to jail.
Girl, you know it's true.
Another crisis.
Yo, going rogue.
Back to Grady, and that's where he's been. So, and then if he comes here, what I would like is us, and it's within your discretion. And
Damn, he trolling. He acting like Milli Vanilli after they got busted for not being able to sing. He acting radical now.
to have a hearing and let him testify, let the DA ask him questions.
That shit ain't
about what
funny.
he knows and see how he stands up under that. And
We're not going to do that. I mean, we're just going to have him testify. We're in the middle of the trial, so there's no point in doing a pre-hearing about that.
to see if it survives or he has another crisis. But if that,
Regardless, we'll do that in the trial itself.
Yo,
There's
that
no
you
point
going to
doing it
jail for
twice.
that.
well, just to see how, okay, and see what his testimony would be, because he's indicated,
That's not how trials
because
work.
he's real sick. And if
Yo, what if Miss Love used that in her closing argument? Look at how they act, showing all of these different elements and clips from the trial. For when it's time to give you your, when it's time for you to go get your time.
we have a problem here, I don't think you'd want to have it from the jury. But, I'll put it on the record, and whatever you decide to do, obviously we'll go along with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just keep me, I have 2 cases upstairs. I plan on being here for a while.
Okay.
Rod is off some drugs. Look at him. Golly, man. Golly, man. Somebody give his ass some tea or some coffee or something, baby. Look at him. He about to go to jail. About being high in the court. Look at him, bro. I don't know man.
And Your Honor, I know
Yes.
that Mr. Shive's concern stated to the court has been his client going back to the jail, and I know that
Yo.
that has been a concern that Mr. Shive has expressed to the hospital personnel. But as I stated before, if he is to come here following the hospital, there's no need to go back to the jail.
All right. And I thought y'all were going to work something. Well, I mean, let's imagine a scenario where he gets released from the hospital at 4:30 or 5. Then what happens?
Miss Love is drinking a slime shake.
So I thought the two of you were going to work out some kind of other arrangement where he is kept in custody, considering the issues about whether he's going to appear voluntarily or not, but not in the jail.
That has been dealt with, and that has been.
That's what we want. So he can go back to his house. You
He
want
would
to put a
not-
GPS monitor.
He would not be at his house. He would be. We would still have to keep him in custody somewhere outside of a jail. I suppose we could work on that.
Whoa.
Talk about that later.
Because I don't know about working on it and talking about it later. Because
What?
It sounds like
In custody outside of a jail. Where? Where?
whatever, this is a fluid situation, and
You cannot put that boy in no halfway house, none of that, bro. So where is she talking about? They got a spot for dudes. Where this at? Seriously, bro. Where is she talking about, bro? I ain't even gonna lie, bro. You can't put him in no transitional spot, bro. No. That's worse than jail. Like them people was in and out the streets. You feel me? Like you can't put him in nothing that's less than a jail. You feel me? Like where you ready to take him at? You got what you got.
The kind of release, nobody seems to know when that's going to occur. And if it occurs at a time when he can't be brought immediately over to testify, then there need to be other arrangements in place. And you say we've worked that out, but then it doesn't sound like y'all have worked that out.
Actually, it has not been Mr. Scheib and me. It has been the DA's office and the jail in terms of who or how they would, how we would handle his custody. And if he's released back to the jail,
That seems like the kind of thing that, I don't know, a judge's signature needs to be upon.
We have not yet.
Okay, so you just said you worked it out.
I'm saying that there have been discussions.
Mm-hmm.
I will leave it at that, and I will present to the court whatever the result of those, I believe the conclusion of those discussions are before he is released from the hospital.
It's real simple for me. I would like him released and go back home and be with his family so they can take care of it.
I know what you want. And based on the information that was in the affidavit in support of the material witness warrant, if he goes back to his family has no intention of, at least based on what's in the affidavit, of having him come testify.
Oh, that ain't, bro. Whoa. Yo, they about to get sued. Yeah, they about to get sued.
And put a GPS monitor.
Okay. I told y'all to work that out like 2 days ago.
We've been talking, and as I have said to Mr. Scheib, we have his continued position is only about him being released and not testifying.
All right, if you can't work it out, then just present something else to the court, other arrangements, because I don't think that it would be appropriate considering the health situation.
Hey, bro, they lucky that ain't my son, bro. Next time they came to the house, I'd have been like, who? They'd have been like, Quindarius here? Who's Quindarius? Nah, we don't know where home's at. They'd have never seen yo. Real rap, bro. This family crazy. You don't want him to testify. Why is he available? Like, I'm telling y'all, bro, you'd have never seen Cuz again. Yeah, Cuz. Yeah, we get him. Yeah, man, come on, man. Come on, man.
Him to go back to the jail either. But there's something between the two, between total release and he's in the wind because his family wants him far away from here and in the jail. There's something in between those two.
Okay. Okay. I have 2 court cases upstairs. I'll be back.
All right.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I'd like to put something on the record. Is this an appropriate time?
Sure.
Okay. I fully understand that we are not a party. When I say we, I'm talking myself and my client, to anything going on with Mr. Zachary and the DA's office. However, it is my job to ensure a fair trial for my client. I am putting everyone on notice now. Your Honor, I don't, and I'm not casting aspersions. I don't know how much, if at all, judges know the discovery and the backstory of everything.
I don't.
Okay. All right. Well, this is what
That's between y'all until it gets presented in the trial.
No,
So bring an issue to me.
Well, that's why I'm bringing this issue. Okay. Mr. Zachary, in statements in 2015, says a bunch of nasty lies about Mr. Stillwell. He blames Mr. Stillwell for everything except the JFK assassination. And my concern is
oh. Oh. Oh, this better than I thought. Hold on, y'all. Hold. Let me get right, y'all. He caught me off guard with that one. He caught me off guard, y'all.
Party. When I say we, I'm talking myself and my client, to anything going on with Mr. Zachary and the DA's office. However, it is my job to ensure a fair trial for my client. I am putting everyone on notice now. Your Honor, I don't, and I'm not casting aspersions. I don't know how much, if at all, judges know the discovery and the backstory of everything.
I don't.
Okay. All right. Well, this is what
That's between y'all until it gets presented in the trial.
Okay,
or
so-
unless you bring an issue to me.
Well, that's why I'm bringing this issue. Okay. Mr. Zachary, in statements in 2015, says a bunch of nasty lies about Mr. Stillwell. He blames Mr. Stillwell for everything except the JFK assassination. And my concern is, and I'm going to deal with that on cross-examination.
Facts.
That's not going to be a problem. However, if those lies,
Remember I told y'all. Short feels comfortable about getting Stillwell off of everything. He be dragging when it come to that. I ain't tripping about that. That ain't the first time I done heard Joe say that. He brought something up. Yeah, my client has been accused of this. I do not feel like I have a problem proving that he's innocent.
come out and I am not able to cross-examine Mr. Zachary due to him being unavailable, due to medical situation, due to anything like that. And I don't know about his medical, I'm just hearing about it just like you. But if that happens, there's going to be no one ringing that bell. There's going to be no limiting instruction that's going to protect his due process rights, his rights to confront his accusers, his cross-examination rights. And it's going to lead to me asking for a mistrial again. And the state is on notice at this point that by calling Mr. Zachary in this state, and I don't know what his state is, but they seem to know, they are on notice that something could happen. And I'm not the one calling him to the stand, but if his direct testimony comes in or his prior statements come in and I don't have a chance to confront him about those lies, we are not going to have a fair trial. And I'm just putting it on the record now so everyone knows what my stance on that is.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. You know, and again, I don't know what exactly his situation is. I've been told sort of varying things. There is, and I guess the most appropriate thing might be to just hear from the doctor, but if he is in a condition where testifying at this trial is risky and he may make it through half the testimony and not all of it or something like that, I mean, there is the possibility of taking his deposition to preserve his testimony, which then all of the attorneys would be present for, and you can do a video deposition. And then if for whatever reason he gets through part of it and not all of it, then it doesn't get used. I mean, that's a possibility.
Your Honor, there are just a couple of things that, and the court is correct, and that is those are things that we have, tossed around.
Yeah.
But the state's bigger concern is that given the commentary made by Mr. Zachary's father when we were trying to reach him, that he was going to reach out to Mr. Shart and Mr. Steele. I don't know why, but that's what he said. And he insisted that we could not force Mr. Zachary to come and testify. And given that there seems to be pretty open communication between Mr. Scheib and counsel for the defendants, they probably have an even better grasp on what's going on with him than even we do. But what we do know is that there are people down there who are monitoring him. And the person with whom I spoke yesterday said that person is not a doctor, but that his vitals on the chart looked normal. Okay. And that there had been the representation by Mr. Scheib that if he goes down to the jail, he's going to die. And there are 28, all of these things. And so it perhaps makes certain people protective of keeping him there and not realizing the reality of this circumstance, that it appears that whenever it comes close to the time that he has. So,
yeah, I realize that this
but
could just as easily be a convenient excuse. I mean, but I don't know what the real situation is.
And we have been, we have been talking about all of that. But what I do know is that Mr. Scheib has told me flat out, my client will not testify. And he's given me the reason that he believes. And like I said, I'll just leave it at that. And it's not the reason that he just represented.
Okay. Well, I have also not been presented with any sort of an immunity order. And that was something.
We have that.
Okay.
And it's the same, it's just a standard motion under the statute and a proposed order and an agreement for Mr. Scheib and his client to sign. So, and again,
Okay, so have the terms been worked out between of the order? Whatever the conditions and things like that. Did you and Mr. Scheib work that out?
No, Judge. What we did was track the language of the statute. There wasn't. It literally says that he cannot be nothing that he the stuff to which he is.
All right, so you have not talked to Mr. Scheib, and Mr. Scheib has not talked to you since yesterday afternoon when y'all said you were going to.
We've communicated
about terms.
We have been drafting it. We have not talked.
Okay. So how about talk to him when he gets back? Because he had a couple of other courtrooms to go handle matters in and he was coming back after that. And talk to him before you present anything to me.
Oh, okay. But Your Honor, I would also say that and I will do as the court has instructed, period. That's a full stop. The statute.
I love when attorneys say, I'll follow your orders, as if you have a choice. I mean, I guess you have a choice. I can hold you in contempt. But okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Have happened, and I don't mean to be or sound contemptuous.
Spicy.
What I'm saying, Your Honor, is I don't want the rest of what I'm saying to be interpreted as if I'm going to do something else than what the court has instructed. All that I was saying was that the 245507 has specific language, and it instructs that the court knows that statute. So we are going to follow that statute, and we will talk to Mr. Scheib about what that means. And I don't know if there's something else that he intends to or wants, but whatever that is, we will discuss it with him. But the statute itself is pretty clear, and so we will do as I said, as the court instructs.
Okay. All right, there's a new motion in limine number 60 that I am just opening the email for. Is that something that we need to deal with this morning, or is that just something for our next non-jury day?
No, but I wanted to inform this honorable court that you motivated the people at our office.
Okay, great.
Thank you. They said they are inspired by your words, and they are ready to go. So thank you. Good
deal. Okay, well, we'll take that up whenever we have our next non-jury day, if it's just about upcoming evidence, but not immediately upcoming. All right. Are there any other, we told the jury 9, so we've got a few minutes before it reaches 9 o'clock. Any other matters we need to discuss?
Your Honor, we came in early specifically to discuss the objection that was raised by counsels for the defendants. And what I believe was happening, if I can summarize it clearly and accurately, yesterday evening, we had Deputy DA Mike Sprinkle on the stand, who was asked a question regarding how it is that he conducts further independent investigations into the unindicted homicide cases that he receives in order to make those decisions that he makes. There was the objection, specifically when I asked Deputy DA Sprinkle how it is that he decides, with the thousands of jail calls, for instance, that he has access to, which ones are pertinent to look at. And so there was this objection that we were bolstering, that it was irrelevant, and that we should not be allowed to do that. We should only be allowed to ask DDA Sprinkle what he did in this case. To that, Your Honor, to the extent that the defense has made relevant by in front of the jury, raising their defense of essentially selective prosecution and malicious prosecution by the state, it has not only made this particular testimony as to how DDA Sprinkle conducts his efforts to determine the proper charging decisions to make, not only relevant, but highly probative, and thus not a waste of time or confusion. For the defense to take the position that they are able to show that or say that the state has essentially chosen to just go after their client because they wanted to get the big fish, and then to object when we try to show the repetitive nature and the consistent method by which DDA Sprinkle conducts his procedures. It is an effort to create a distraction on their part regarding selective prosecution or malicious prosecution, and then to have that argument unanswered on the part of the state. And it goes against 24-1-1, which obviously says that the whole purpose of this process is to determine the truth. And so when the jury is trying to make a determination about what was done in this case, and essentially DDA Sprinkle has taken investigative steps, and he is showing his normal, consistent investigative steps. And for the defense to try and limit that showing to the jury, it's an effort to hide very relevant facts from the jury. When the defense is allowed to argue with respect to our officers, to ask on cross-examination, how many reports have you done? Is this what you do in every report? And to essentially question the way that the officers normally conduct their procedures in order to make the jury believe that something untoward has happened, the state is certainly should not be constrained from showing the standard nature and the reliability of the procedures that DDA Sprinkle used in determining how he ultimately makes decisions. So how the phone calls are obtained is just one thing that makes it credible. It shows that it is a part of his routine policies and procedures, and it is not distracting. It is in fact clarifying. And again, under 24-1-1, the state is or should be entitled to present its evidence that what the defense has now put before the jury by way of argument and cross-examination is very relevant. Their entire position is antagonistic to 24-1-1. And even if someone feels they've got a constitutional right to confuse, that's not what our rules of evidence require. And we would ask that the court allow us to continue the line of questioning that we have begun. We have said that we would make it targeted. We are not attempting to get information that is not pertinent in this case before the jury. And we are attempting to give the jury all of the information that they need in order to make proper decisions based on whole truths in this case. Thank you for allowing me to say that.
All right, thank you. Do you have any case law you wanted the court to consider?
Well, as to bolstering, Your Honor, that is what the defense has argued is happening. That has been the basis for their objection. And the first case that I have for the court, it plainly says that bolstering is when one witness testifies or comments on the credibility of another, or when one witness attempts to, after the credibility of something has been attacked, but another witness, before it's time to do so, attempts to bolster the credibility of that other thing that has been attacked. So in this case, this is simply the state showing DDA Sprinkle's policies, his practice, how standard his policies or procedures are in investigating and in making decisions in the cases that he gets, and his experience and the number of times that he has done it and how he has done it and why he does what he does is very relevant for the jury to decide how to assess the testimony that he gives in terms of what he did. So it's in no way bolstering. And I believe that the case, bless you, my computer shut down on me, and I'm getting the case that I had for the court.
What? Salute to everybody in here. Tap the like button. I appreciate you being here. You're the greatest. I appreciate you being here.
Okay, Brown versus State plainly says, when a witness's statement does not directly address the credibility of another witness, there is no improper bolstering. When the Supreme Court evaluates whether testimony constitutes improper bolstering, the Supreme Court considers the disputed testimony in context. That's Brown versus State, 302 Georgia, 454, and specifically,
come on, baby girl.
it references 24-6-620 and points out that it says the credibility of the witness shall be a matter to be determined by the trier of fact. And under that statute, a witness can never bolster the credibility of another witness as to whether the witness is telling the truth. Credibility of the witness is within the province of the jury. And when the witness's statement does not directly address the credibility of another witness, there's no improper bolstering. So in our case, there is no such thing being done. In fact, the opposite is being done when with the lead detective and with in the Donovan Thomas murder and with the lead detective in every other case that we have presented to the jury, the defense has constantly and consistently attempted to show to the jury that either there is a malicious or selective or somehow improper or irregular effort to target their clients, to show the absence of those very things with a witness is nothing but to have the witness show, how he is qualified to make the determinations or to do what he did, even when he is a lay witness.
All right. Any argument from defense counsel?
Good morning again, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Everyone. Your Honor, prosecutor just stated that there was an objection when Mr. Sprinkle was going through jail calls in which are pertinent, and I believe that we can just get there. OCGA 24-1-1 talks about the mission of a case, and here the mission of a criminal case is whether the state of Georgia proves to the jury beyond a reasonable doubt the guilt of one or more of these accused. That's it. It's not about Mr. Sprinkle's work. And he can say, I have found this jail call, and if the court admits it, they can play it. But him going through, this is what I do, and I have grand jury power, and I don't always follow the police, and I don't indict other people in other cases at times that the police think should be indicted, is really no play here to that mission. The prosecution's attack or statement or justification maybe would be the right word, that I'll just say me, but have raised the defense that the police targeted Mr. Williams. I stand by that. It came out in evidence. Just for instance, when this honorable court was here, it came out in other factions of the case before this honorable court graced the bench in this case. But Mr. Copeland's statement, which was admitted over objection on June 10, 2015, he's with prosecutors, not prosecutors, police officers. And they specifically say, we don't want Shannon. He's a little fish. We want a big fish. And it comes out, I want Thug. I want to know where his money's from. This was embedded in the case by the prosecution. And Mr. Copeland testified, I knew who they wanted. And he said, whether it's believed or not is up to, obviously, the trier of fact. But Mr. Copeland said, I knew that I can get out of that interrogation room by finessing against Mr. Williams. And I lied. That's, short. That's a fair amount. But I was going through this last night and this morning, Your Honor. And if the district attorney's who's testifying, and he's an honorable man, if he's allowed to say what his conduct was, why he did this, why he didn't do certain things, they asked yesterday, or the court may have said, yeah, but you attacked why some people were indicted and some people weren't indicted. I believe that came from the honorable court. Then I would like to have, I believe that's a waiver of work product. I mean, we're getting very close to strategy, and they're revealing, they being the DA's office through this witness, may be revealing to an adversary which waives attorney work product what they did and why they did it. And if that's true, I just know myself, and I won't follow the law. I'm going to serve a subpoena. It'll be met with a quash, I'm sure. And you're going to have to go through all of the in-camera inspection of all emails, text messages, memos from meetings. I'm going to put Paul Howard on my witness list because this case has been languishing before indictment for approximately 7 years. And I don't see why we're doing that, because it could extend the trial, which is fine. But it really is going to be met by a blizzard of people reading all, if you allow it, of the state's inner workings. So then we can confront Mr. Sprinkle. Well, you made this decision. I want to understand why you did this decision. Because this memo says this. For instance, there's no wiretap on Mr. Williams' telephone. There's a wiretap order that was given to us, a proposed order, in discovery. It was never given, that I could tell, to a court. Well, I find that interesting, but it's not in evidence. I wasn't going to ask about it. But if his strategies are coming in, he will be asked. Now, I'm confident, knowing the Honorable District Attorney elected Willis, she has control of this case. I just know that.
I talked about the wiretaps and why they only had 2. If this was a real gang, they would have been able to get wiretaps on everybody. They only got 2.
From dealings with her and in the past and on this case. So she will be added to the witness list, because it's really not Mike Sprinkle's call who to indict. That's from my experience. I'm not saying it came out in evidence. The Honorable Court knows a lot more about the inner workings potentially than I do, but we're going down such a wrong road, and the case law supports what the defense is saying. That's why we don't get into the investigation and the conduct of the investigation, but we get into the relevant information given out, unless, and it says in the rare case, R-A-R-E, rare case, that the conduct of the investigator becomes relevant. And that's all I'm trying to say. And as far as jury instructions, I believe this Honorable Court will be asked whether you give it or not. It's up to the court. But there'll be an instruction. The fact that it's a party to a crime. and we have a conspiracy. So I believe it's coming. The fact that others have not been charged, are given immunity, are beyond prosecution, were prosecuted, or been acquitted is irrelevant. In the indictment itself, it states that the grand jury does hereby charge and accuse the following 28 people. And it says, and there are others known and unknown who are co-conspirators. So there's no issue on who did you charge. Those are specific strategic decisions made by the Honorable Fani Willis et al., her office. So I am going to object to DA Sprinkle. I do believe that the state of Georgia was attempting to, probably did, say what a great job they do by reviewing all these cases and not letting an indictment go out, which may be true. That's how it should be. That's what we demand of our prosecutors. But it doesn't really come into this case. So I stand on our objections for the cases I gave last night.
Okay. Yes.
Still just got up and did the Macarena, didn't he? That boy, leave a comment. What you think? That boy just got up and did the Macarena.
Your Honor, I was just going to point out again that the way that
Don't get quiet now.
the questions have been tailored have been in order for the jury to be allowed to see what experience Mr. Sprinkle has, what his standard operating procedure is, and to show the method and procedure by which he
You got the little mic. Get the big mic.
obtained the information that he will present to the jury.
All right. Well, I gave instructions yesterday, and those instructions still apply. So, are we ready? I know the jury's ready.
Oh, man. You'll bust her down.
You can go ahead and get Mr. Sprinkle back on the stand.
You'll wipe her down, cuz. Yo, shout out to my man Quay looking like a stockbroker over there. Straight up, cuz. I see you. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Hold your chin up, cuz. I see you. Yeah.
I mean, if not, then we'll just send another one to everybody.
Is there a time that we can
Lunch?
give to him? And that would be, well,
I mean, you know, I don't know. Maybe we need to do it at that person's convenience. Okay.
thank you.
Sprinkle me. E40. You know how he giving it up. You know how he giving it up.
Good morning, DA Sprinkle.
Good morning.
Yeah, what's up, player? What's up,
When
player?
we broke on yesterday, I believe that the last question that I asked you was how it was that you went about targeting what phone numbers, for instance, to listen to when you are investigating or conducting an independent investigation of unindicted cases that you receive from law enforcement. Would you explain to the jury how you go about doing that?
Well,
I think he already answered that question yesterday.
I think that there was the objective at the end of the day. So I think that was, he had not completed his response.
Tad the leg. Good morning.
My understanding is that he did, and so I'm going to object on asked and answered.
Sustained.
Mr. Sprinkle, where is it that you get the information from regarding what numbers to look for in Securus as you began to look into how
Get on
to
your
make
mic.
decisions in investigating independently cases that you receive?
Well, there's a few areas. The first is looking at the numbers that the inmate called and running each number individually to see which numbers the inmate actually called versus which numbers another inmate called using that inmate's pen. That's the primary way.
If you slow down just a little bit.
All right.
Go ahead.
But the other way is I would, if I had, for example, from intelligence that's gathered during the investigation, for example, if cell phone records were obtained by the investigator or by me, however they were obtained, I'll go through, for one of the parties involved in the case, I'll go through them and I'll generate a list of phone numbers from those phone records. And what I'm trying to do there is run every phone number that occurs in a party of interest phone records through the jail call system. Because I'm not oftentimes just looking.
No, I had it on fast speed, y'all. Cuz was rolling, though. I ain't gonna lie, he was rolling.
For phone calls from people that have been actually charged with the
Holmes definitely had Starbucks, though. Tall cup with that extra blast in it.
crime. I'm also looking for phone calls from people that may know something about the crime and that those phone calls are placed to those people in close temporal proximity to the homicide or event that I'm interested in.
And how, when you speak about the fact that there are some calls that are made off pin and some calls that are not, how do you determine when a call is made by a person that you are actually seeking to gain information from?
There's a number of factors that go into that. One of the most basic and easiest to explain would be I just recognize the voice. If we're talking about the inmate, like if I want to verify that it is in fact an inmate that I'm interested in that's placing the call, then I just develop a familiarity with their voice through various means. Wherever I can find a known exemplar of their voice, then I listen to that and I learn their accent. And
Cap, you is not trained in that. That's Cap.
the tone and tenor of their voice. Most basic and easiest to explain would be
When a call is made by a person that you are actually seeking to gain information from.
there's a number of factors that go into that. One of the most basic and easiest to explain would be I just recognize the voice. If we're talking about the inmate, like if I want to verify that it is in fact an inmate that I'm interested in that's placing the call, then I just develop a familiarity with their voice through various means. Wherever I can find a known exemplar of their voice, then I listen to that and I learn their accent.
A known exemplar? What?
And the tone and tenor of their voice. And that based on a few other things, like, for example, how often the inmate customarily calls this number. If I know that that number belongs to somebody that's a close family member or friend of the inmate, then that's
He literally the AI. He does voice recognition, Layla.
another thing that is kind of an indicia of reliability that is, in fact, the inmate that's calling that number. But I think the primary thing is just knowing their voice.
Is it a common practice to, once you have done these things that you've described for the jury, for you to then talk to people that have not been identified?
I couldn't hear what you said because y'all were both saying something at the same time. Objection, what?
Bleeding, Your Honor.
Is it a common practice for you, once you have done all these things that you have described for the jury, for you to talk to people or endeavor to talk to people that have not previously been a part of the case file?
Yes.
Now, when you do that, is that something you do alone, or do you do it with the lead detective or your investigator, or a combination?
A combination.
Okay. How often is it that you have actually found people that you had not previously identified as a part of the case file, that were people you sought to obtain information from to further investigate a case?
I'm going to object as to relevance, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay. When you actually do locate a person and go and talk to them, do you put that in some kind of memorandum or recording that you preserve to provide to the defense?
Generally, if not invariably and always, I at the very least record the interview unless it was it occurred in such a circumstance where that was not possible, such as at random and it was unplanned. But if it's an interview where that I'm actually planning, then I would audio record the interview, unless I don't believe I've ever actually had an occasion where the audio recorder failed. So I wouldn't even say barring the unforeseen, like the audio recorder failing. So yes, I would always record it.
And do you also provide supplements to the case file that you receive from the police?
Yeah, not in every case, but particularly if it was a case in which I did a lot of extra investigation, then I would write a supplement usually.
When do you do what you just described or called extra investigation? In what circumstances would you do what you call extra investigation?
Well, if it was
And you can explain to me.
in my estimation, if the case needed more investigation, if it needed extra investigation, if after reviewing the case file, I found that the evidence was lacking and that it wouldn't be appropriate to present the case to a grand jury, let alone take it to trial, then I will conduct a quote unquote extra investigation, as I called it, hoping to find more evidence to make the case better or otherwise dispose of the case appropriately.
Now, let me ask you this. What about people that have already been interviewed by law enforcement? Do you ever go out and interview those persons after receiving a case file?
Your Honor, I'm going to object again as to relevance.
Let's go ahead and move on to more targeted questions, please.
When you receive a statement of a purported witness in a case, do you take the statement given to you in the case file as all that witness has to say, or do you ever endeavor to go speak with them yourself?
Sustained.
Adam's applying pressure. That I'm assuming that means they must be real. They must feel that Sprinkle's testimony is important. I'm expecting a strong cross exam because he's not playing with Miss Love right now.
Do you do anything with the witness statements that you receive in your unindicted cases that you get from law enforcement?
Objection, relevance.
Ooh.
Your Honor, that goes directly to his practice, his way of conducting investigations into the cases that he then makes other decisions for. And it goes to how it allows the jury to gauge his practice, his...
Counsel approach, please.
Pressure. Pressure. Yeah. He putting that pressure on. I don't see, she shouldn't have gave him a break. She should have allowed that. They putting full court pressure on her, y'all, as soon as she's starting with him. So she going to get frustrated. They knocking her off her game. I'm assuming they going to do this the whole ride with Holmes. It seemed like they saved this. She was using it a lot with them. So now they going to do it back to her. But they used it on this witness because he works with them. And he basically, I believe he was working in the DA's office, for a long time. So I see why they would be, interested in trying to throw them two off, just as well as they ain't want them to talk overnight. Remember yesterday, they ain't want them to talk overnight. That was homie with the pony, remember? Yeah. And this witness, she trying to establish things that's irrelevant. I see what's going on, so they on her heels about it. She trying to make some type of use Sprinkle to make up, to make it like he official, right? But in reality, she don't want to expose the fact that, they be doing phony work. Zilla salute.
DDA Sprinkle. Did you work with Detective Thorpe on the case involving the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr.?
I did.
And in working with Detective Thorpe, do you recall when it was that you received the police file from the Atlanta Police Department?
It would have been late 2015 or in early 2016.
Did you document when you received the case file from Detective Thorpe in a memorandum or report that you provided as part of the case file?
Yeah, it'd probably be this report.
Don't hold it up. Don't hold it up.
Well, anyway, this report right here that I brought to the stand, the 140-page one.
140 pages?
Yeah, I believe that's how many pages it is.
Okay.
Yep, 140 pages.
And did you, would you look at that if you need to refresh your memory about when it was that you received the case file from the Atlanta Police Department?
Yeah, right here, in fact, January 2016. It's the first 4 words of the report.
All right. Once you received the case file from Detective Thorpe, without going into what was said by this person, did you notice a witness or identify a witness that you wanted to speak with further?
I did.
Who was that person?
Spencer Wright, a.k.a. Nicholas Robinson.
All right. Now, Spencer Wright or Nicholas Robinson, first of all, why are you saying a.k.a. Nicholas Robinson?
Because well, that was a name he provided contemporaneously with an October or a September 2015 arrest, I believe.
Of himself or someone else?
Of himself.
All right. And is that person a person who had a statement already inside the case file you received from the Atlanta Police Department?
He did.
All right. So if there was a statement by that person already inside the case file, why did you want to speak with that person? Or did you want to speak with that person again?
I follow-up questions.
Say that again?
I had more questions, follow-up questions, other questions that after reviewing the case file that I had that hadn't been previously asked by the Atlanta Police Department.
And is it common when you have questions that haven't been answered in your regular course of reviewing cases to locate those persons, to ask them more questions?
Yes.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
How did you locate Spencer Robinson, aka Nicholas Wright?
Spencer Wright was
Spencer Wright, aka Nicholas Wright.
Spencer Wright was an inmate at the Atlanta City Jail, located next door to the public safety headquarters at 226 Peachtree Street, which is like 2 blocks away.
How did you find out that that's where he was?
Well, I don't recall exactly. I knew that that's where they housed him after he was arrested in October of 2015. Somebody told me, I'm sure, that that's where he was, or my investigator found that's where he was. At any rate, that's where he was when I wanted to interview him.
Now, at the time that you received the case file from Detective Thorpe, had there been arrest warrants taken out for individuals?
Yes.
Who were the arrest warrants taken out for at the time that you received the case file?
Kenneth Copeland, Antonio Sledge, Demiki and Garlington, and Shannon Jackson.
Shannon Jackson, does he have any other name?
Shannon Stillwell.
And when you received the case file, did the case file have in it more than a written report? In other words, did it consist of audio interviews, surveillance, anything like that?
It did have surveillance video, had a written report drafted by the lead detective, among other things. But the key things were the written report drafted by Detective Jim Thorpe Jr. of the Atlanta Police Department, the surveillance video that depicted the incident, another surveillance video from a gas station. I believe I had that in the initial case file as well. crime scene photos, I believe, may have been in there. Although I do recall obtaining more some point later. But and audio from interviews, some cell phone records. I don't recall every single thing that I had. I didn't obtain the entire case file immediately because I recall throughout the course of my work on this case, consulting with other investigators with APD and obtaining little pieces of the case file as I went along. But
Hold up, stop.
yeah.
All right. So, would you back up, and I'll use one of my colleagues' words, and unpack what you just said a little bit for the jury?
Regarding the murder of Donovan Thomas, I had audio interviews from some of the people that, if not all of them, that Detective Thorpe interviewed as part of his investigation and his report and surveillance video.
All right. And so slowing down a little bit, you said you did not have all of the case file, that you got other information from other investigators?
Well, I guess that's how you define case file. I had what Detective Thorpe provided me, but there were other investigators at APD that had been working on this matter. And so
And were those other investigators, the information you sought to get from them, were they not in or part of the file Detective Thorpe gave to you?
right, I remember in particular, there was a lot of cell phone records that I obtained from another investigator that I did not obtain from Detective Thorpe. And that if specifically when I say another investigator, I'm talking about Tyrone Dennis.
Okay. Now, if you would, slow it down a little bit more. If you would, please tell the jury how you determined that Detective Dennis had information of interest to you in this case.
Well, I met with Detective Dennis sometime in, I believe it would have been January 2016, sometime in early 2016.
Did you meet with him with Detective Thorpe?
No, I believe it was Detective Dennis and Lakia Gaither, and I met them at the Atlantic Police Department's public safety headquarters in a large conference room.
Okay. Okay. Pause. So, when you first got this particular case with the individuals listed that you just named, for whom warrants had been taken out, did you follow the same procedure that you described yesterday for the jury to gain additional information
Yes.
in order to assess the case?
Yes.
Was there anything that you knew personally about any of the people who were, for whom warrants had been taken, that made you decide to go out and seek additional information in this case?
Are you asking me, did I personally know the defendants, the people that the police charged?
Yes.
No, I did not know them.
Tap the like button. Good morning.
Did you have, did you know when you got the case file when it was that Detective Thorpe had talked to Spencer Wright?
It would have been in October of 2015 on the night of his arrest.
And did you have, as part of your case file, information that immediately after talking to Spencer Wright or Nicholas Robinson, that Detective Thorpe took out the warrants for the persons you just named?
So Spencer Wright was arrested on October 19th, 2015, the same being the night that Detective Thorpe, among others, interviewed him. And the warrants, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I am, were taken out October 20th, 2015. For the four defendants that I referenced earlier for the murder charges.
Where did you have surveillance video from in the file that Detective Thorpe gave you?
So there was from what I recall, 2 surveillance cameras mounted on the barbershop located at 330 McDaniel Street. And then you went about maybe 100, maybe not even 100 yards away. There was a gravel lot and then a street. There's a Texaco station, McDaniel and Northside Drive. And I had surveillance images from that station.
Were you personally familiar with that location? Have you gone out and personally seen it?
Yes, I've been to that location before, yes.
After you got Detective Thorpe's file, did you find yourself out there again, or did you go use what you had to make any kind of determinations?
Yeah, I drove by there a couple of times, a few times, as I looked over the case just to get the lay of the land, because you can only see so much from Google Earth.
All right, so backing up, when you say you drove by there a couple of times, did you just like drive down the street, or did you stop? What did you do?
I drove down the street. I would stop and I would just take a look at the lot just to get a kind of, rather than the 2D perspective that you would get on, like I said, Google Earth. I wanted to just kind of see where all the buildings were situated and that kind of thing. I mean, I didn't get out and like linger around, get out of my car and like linger around or anything like that. I didn't really see any reason to do that. But yeah, I did like survey the crime scene.
Nah.
Why did you go out there if you already had the surveillance footage?
Nah.
Again, just to, because it's one thing to look at a scene on a screen where you can get some three-dimensional perspective from the images. It's quite another to actually be at the scene. And
Nah, but you looking from your car window is the same thing as looking on Google Maps. On real rap. Let's keep it 55th. Let's keep it all the way 55th. You was a little bit scared because somebody got wiped down right there. So when you pulled up, you like, what am I doing? I ain't even got the strap on me. I'm going to just stay in the car.
not be staring at it in 2 dimensions from a computer screen. You get to see, where somebody's view would be obstructed depending on where they were standing and that kind of thing.
Is that the only thing that you get of value by going out to a scene after you get a police file? Where somebody's view would be obstructed. You're allowed to tell the jury what value you gain from going out to the scene.
Well, I mean, it's just important to see where the crime actually occurred. Sometimes, particularly if it's like in an apartment complex, going out to the scene, you can do a witness canvas, start knocking on doors.
Did you do that? Have you done that?
I have. I didn't do it in this case because this occurred on a...
And I'm not really good at it because when I knock at the door and they see me, it just doesn't go well. It's just for some reason.
On a public thoroughfare.
Okay.
But anywhere where there's a homicide, where there's a lot of people, like pretty much an apartment complex or a neighborhood, I found that can be beneficial.
All right. Did
you had a strap?
Also mention Google Earth earlier?
I did.
Why did you mention Google Earth?
Well, Google Earth, in this specific case, I went to Google Earth because I did eventually end up interviewing Spencer Wright myself.
Mm-hmm.
And I was scared to pull up right there because somebody had got wiped down. So you know how this go, lady. It just ain't the best thing for me to do. So I pulled up Google Earth, right?
Without talking about what he said.
Right. And right. Well, I'm not even going to get into what he said. I just went to Google Earth to take still shots of images that were photographed by those Google Earth vehicles, I guess, just so I could show them to him and say, okay, well, where were you at this time when you said you saw this, et cetera.
And had he said those things previously in his interview with Detective Thorpe? Had he given the information of where you were at this particular time? Without saying where he was, had he given that?
He offered a verbal description of where he was.
Did you capture whatever it was that he said verbally in the Google Earth?
Side note, we'd be in trouble if that Google Earth car came through every day. Leave a comment about that. That's crazy. Yeah. Trouble.
Photos that you then chose to show to him?
Objection, Your Honor.
Objection, what?
You're saying, Your Honor.
And I ain't never seen the Google Earth drone. That's crazy. They sure got the roof view. And I ain't never seen that drone, but that's a whole nother story.
Overruled.
After listening to Detective Thorpe's interview with Spencer Wright, did you attempt to find on Google Earth where it was that he was located?
I did.
Were were you able to locate an area that coincided with or matched the area he described being in?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to any reference to statements made by this witness who's not testifying as hearsay.
Your Honor, this witness is not going to tell the jury. First of all, we're not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted. We're offering it to allow the jury to see what Mr. Sprinkle did in context. He located a certain area.
Let's not say what he did. We need to hear that from the witness.
Okay, so it's
Overruled.
Thank you. So, were you able to see that area described by Mr. Wright on Google Maps?
Yeah, I found
Coincided.
I found an area that I believed he described. Yes.
Why were you looking for the area where Mr. Wright described?
Well, specifically, because the area that I believed he described was also captured by the surveillance camera that captured the incident.
Okay.
So if Mr. Wright was where I believed he was based on what he said, then it would be in the surveillance footage. I would see him, or a human-like figure. Given the clarity of the surveillance footage, it wouldn't have been sufficient to actually make out his face, but I would have at least expected to see that.
Did you see Mr. Wright or a human-like figure in that area you were looking at on the surveillance footage?
I did not.
Did you fully capture that area on the still shots that you took down to show to Mr. Wright?
I did.
When did you meet with Mr. Wright?
This would have been January 12th of 2016.
Where did you meet with Mr. Wright?
The Atlanta City Jail.
Now, was Mr. Wright being held on felony or misdemeanor charges?
It's a probation violation on a felony case.
Now, did you offer anything to Mr. Wright in exchange for him speaking with you?
I didn't.
Had, to your knowledge, anything been offered to Mr. Wright by your office in exchange for him speaking with you?
Not to my knowledge.
The mere fact of him speaking to him is the idea that they will help him out. Come on, Miss Love. Don't act like we naive.
Was there any insinuation that you would lower his charges or drop his probation warrants?
Not by me.
Okay. Was there any made by anyone associated with you that you have any knowledge of?
No, not to my knowledge. I have absolutely no information to indicate that that ever happened.
Okay.
Mr. Sprinkle, do you talk to everyone has charges in the jail? Or just people who could potentially help you out on other cases? Which in turn normally turns into Attorney Shart's argument, Fulton County Blue, where they just tell you anything, which is what happened in this case, right? He told you something that you wanted to hear so you could possibly free him. It didn't work. True or false?
Who went with you when you talked to Mr. Wright?
The aforementioned, the investigator I mentioned yesterday, David White.
Do you remember how long you met with Mr. Wright?
Probably maybe like an hour. I audio recorded it, so however long the audio recording is how long I met with him. In relevant part. And I audio recorded the entire thing. It would probably 45 minutes to an hour and a half, I would expect, somewhere in there.
Did you video record it as well?
I did not. In fact, I brought a voice recorder I just brought a pocket voice recorder.
Now, why weren't you in an interview room video recording you all's interaction?
It was actually in a pod, like an inmate dorm at the Atlanta City Jail, where Investigator White and I interviewed him. And there's like a little, like a break-off room.
Bro, I don't know what kind of dorm that was, but I know one thing. That don't look good for you. You see how everybody else ain't even want to talk to the law in the jail. So what kind of dorm was Holmes in? I ain't never heard of that. Yeah, bro, my lawyer, my people, the police came and seen me at the dorm. Bro, that's crazy.
To the side of the pod, and we just met him in there. There was a table and chairs in there, and we just talked to him.
And were any other inmates around while you talked to him? Present?
Well, they weren't in the room with us. I don't recall if they were out and about in the dorm. But yeah, there were other inmates. I don't recall that any of them were within earshot of us, though.
Not within earshot. Is that what you said?
I don't know. Certainly nothing happened during the interview that alerted me that somebody was listening in. I'll leave it at that. And I don't recall having a feeling at the time that, because I believe I would have. That would have left an impression on me if I thought that others were eavesdropping. And I didn't have any feelings of that sort while I was doing the interview.
Now, how many images did you show to Mr. Wright?
I don't know exactly how many. Let's see. Probably like 15 to 20.
Were all 15 to 20 images that you showed to Mr. Wright?
Probably more like 10 to 15, actually. It was somewhere around there. It was less than 25.
Were all of the images that you showed to Mr. Wright images captured from the barbershop footage in front of which the murder occurred?
Yes, it was Google Earth still shots that just depicted the scene. Okay. And still shots from the barbershop surveillance footage.
Starting with the Google Earth still shots that depicted the scene, what did you do with those still shots?
I printed them out prior to going into the interview.
And when you showed them to Spencer Wright, given that they weren't from the actual night of the murder, what were you doing with them?
Well, given that the scene had remained, from the time the murder happened to the time that the Google Earth vehicle photographed the scene had remained unchanged. In other words, the lay of the land was essentially the same. Mm-hmm. My objective was for Mr. Wright to identify where both he was and other parties were at various times during when he witnessed the incident, according to him.
Okay. So was Mr. Wright, without saying where or what he said, but was he able to point out an area that he was claiming to have been at?
Yes, he did.
And was that area also captured in the surveillance footage from the barbershop?
It was.
Now, was the lighting the same on the Google Maps images that you showed him as it was on the night of the murder that was captured on surveillance? No,
because the Google Map images were captured during daylight hours, whereas the homicide occurred during just after nightfall or during twilight hours.
Were there any identifiable landmarks in the area that you were interested in regarding Mr. Wright that were clearly depicted on the Google Earth printouts?
What?
Stationary objects.
Well, there was a bench, yes. Okay. Mm-hmm.
And where was that bench located?
It was located at a bus stop.
Where?
Where's the bus stop?
Yes.
It's across the street from 330 McDaniel Street.
Okay. About how far from 330 McDaniel Street?
However wide the street is, I don't know, 30 yards, 40 yards.
Okay.
Because it wasn't like directly across the street. I mean, it was sufficient that it was captured within the surveillance footage, but it was kind of I guess it depends on how you define across. It was definitely across the street, but if we're going through the front door of the barbershop, it wasn't directly across
He glitching.
the street from the front door. It's kind of like diagonal. Yeah.
Diagonal?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Is that bench
This the cleanup crew, and they fumbling, y'all. Pay attention.
visible on the surveillance footage?
It is.
Were you interested in looking at a particular time on the surveillance footage after listening to Mr. Wright's interview and speaking with him yourself?
I was.
And what particular time were you interested in looking at?
Well, time is in a constant here because there's the time that I believe the incident happened, and then there's the
Yo, about to go into the explanation of the linear pattern of time.
timestamp on the video, which differed.
Okay. And so let's start with the time that the incident happened. If it's different than the time on the video, how do you go about finding what time to look at?
Well, I'm watching the video. If you, in this case, you have a surveillance video, and the incident of which we're speaking is prominently featured when you watch that video. So I could just watch the video and wait for that incident to occur, and that's when I knew that the portion of the video that I was viewing was relevant insofar as it depicted the incident, regardless of the timestamp emblazoned thereon.
He can't help it.
And during that time that you're looking at the video, are you able to discern where that bench at the bus stop is in relation to where the shooting occurred?
Like it was about, like I said, across the street, not directly across the street, but probably across the street and maybe 20 to 30 yards to the right if you're facing across the street from the barbershop.
What?
Did Mr. Wright recognize the bench in the surveillance footage, or were you able to show him the bench in the surveillance footage?
He was lying. What are we doing? Tap the like button. Salute to everybody that's here. Yo, this dude, Mr. Spencer, was lying. What is she doing?
Your Honor, calls for hearsay and also confrontation clause.
Sustained.
I would withdraw that. Did you ever see Mr. Wright in any part of the surveillance footage of the murder, or someone fitting his description anywhere near that bench? And by anywhere near, I mean sitting on or within 1 foot of the bench during the time of the murder?
No, there were no human-like figures around the bench. I saw a cat at one point.
You saw what?
It looked to be a cat.
A cat. You could see a cat on the surveillance.
Lady, stop acting brand new. You done been heard about this cat. Everybody done talked about the cat. We talking, you know about the cat. Stop acting brand new.
Video?
Yeah, that's what struck me. It wasn't real high fidelity, but it was, the light was bright enough and the fidelity was sufficient to see a feline moseying around the bench, but there was unambiguously, there were no people around the bench.
Boy just said feline and moseying in the same sentence.
Did you check the surveillance maybe like a few minutes or minutes after and minutes before the murder, just to see if perhaps there was a human at that bench?
Oh yeah, I'm sure I did. I watched that footage many, many times. Of course, the most relevant period to me was the time when the incident actually occurred. But no, I didn't see a human at that bench.
And how many times did you watch that video?
I didn't keep count, but it would have been many, 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 many times. So at least 150 to, I don't know. It was many times.
Why did you watch the video so many times?
Better question. What did the cat do when the shots went off?
To see every time I watched, I was hoping to see something maybe I hadn't noticed before, the way the light bounces off one of the vehicles, because that was a big part for me. I wanted to figure out what sort of vehicles we were dealing with here. I actually had the video enhanced at one point because, like I said, the video wasn't very high quality. So yeah, I had to kind of try to fill in the blanks myself. That's why I viewed it so many times. And also just I always would hope a lot of times.
How you got to fill in blanks and it was already a year-long investigation?
It would probably just be in futility, but I would always hope to see something I hadn't seen before.
Now, when you said you had the video enhanced, would you tell the jury what you mean? I mean, when you say enhanced, what did you do?
I sent it off to private corporate companies or individual. There were two. It was Target, like the retail store. They have a division within their company that deals with surveillance footage. And
What?
they at the time, maybe they still do, but they at the time, they would digitally enhance surveillance videos. And there was another gentleman named Walter Pineda who offered the same services. He was an individual.
Where this footage?
Why did you send it out to two different places?
Just, I guess the more the better.
Can we see the receipts? And can we get the details of what process they use to to tidy up this footage?
Either of those places able to allow you to see anything more clearly in the video?
A little bit. Yeah, it helped a little bit. Yeah, it's digital. And I'm buying, so there's
Meaning bad pixels and digital footage can't come back. Yeah. All right. The amount of data that's taken in the original video file won't allow for you to clean it up but so much if it's already not good quality. So it doesn't have the pixels to bring it back. You can't bring back clarity that's not there.
really only so much they can do to clean it up. It's just ones and zeros. But they are programs that can, I guess, kind of filter out some of the noise from the picture and that kind of thing. And that's what they did. So it helped a little bit.
Now, is it unusual for you to take surveillance footage in unindicted cases you receive from law enforcement officers and send it off to other agencies to have it, to see if you could have it enhanced at all?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overruled.
It is actually, I think this is the only case I've ever actually done that on.
And why then did you choose to do it on this case?
Because the video was so important and I really needed to identify as much as I could in that video.
And this was the only time you ever done this, and it actually did nothing to help. Okay, thank you.
Now, was this, when you say the video was so important, was this particular homicide case for you any more important than the others or any others that you worked on, the case itself?
No, it wasn't any more important. Any case, it got more attention because for my purposes, it was essentially unsolved right when I got it. And so that elevates the priority of any homicide case. I wouldn't say priority isn't the right word. It really isn't. It's just the amount of time that I'm going to spend on it certainly goes way up.
Okay. And when you said it got more attention because it was unsolved, how often did you?
That's cap. They got unsolved cases from the 60s. That's cap. So why did y'all put so much effort into Donovan Thomas? Y'all got unsolved cases from the same year. Tariq Rivers, nobody don't know about.
You get unsolved cases in your capacity as an unindicted homicide.
Objection, relevance.
Damn.
Overruled.
Not very often, thankfully. The police don't normally make charges on
Relevance and non-responsive.
Sustained.
Okay. So,
Sustained.
all right, when you say not often, can you tell the jury approximately how many unsolved homicide cases you've worked with during your time? And it doesn't have to be an exact number, just approximately. Because my follow-up question is going to rely on.
maybe 20 to 30. truly unsolved cases.
She don't got no mojo. You right,
In
Ed.
those other 20 to 30 cases, did you perform acts or investigations in the same manner that you performed your investigation or further investigation of this particular case?
I did.
And did that include seeking out witnesses that had not previously been identified?
That is correct.
Did that also include finding jail calls
It
that
did.
had not been identified?
It did.
Did it include going out to scenes?
It did.
Did it include interviewing people who had already been interviewed?
It did.
And do you, with those other cases, did you include as part of the case file recordings that you conducted, recordings of persons that you conducted interviews with?
Yes.
And did you include any cell phone data, jail calls, social media, things?
Yo, the problem with it is the state not allowed to come at the end of their investigation and say, whoever did it, it was a clean one. It was clean. Yeah, they did it clean. See, if they was allowed to say something like that, then you feel me? Because in certain circumstances, you could see, oh, nah, I mean, technically, we keep coming to dead ends. So essentially, whoever did this, technically,
That nature that you found during your independent investigation of the case?
I did.
And after you got the video enhanced of the barbershop, did you review any other, or I should say, did you review any other video besides the barbershop video?
I did. There was that video from the Texaco station. I reviewed that.
The video from the Texaco station, were you familiar with how to work that system when you first got it?
Well, I didn't, when you say system, I didn't receive the original recording apparatus.
Okay.
But the software, yes. I mean, I figured it out and was able to view the video.
When you first got that video, was the timestamp on that video the same? In other words, was the time on that video the same or different than the time on the barbershop video?
From what I recall, the barbershop surveillance video is considerably more accurate than the video the Texaco station video is considerably more accurate than the barbershop video, if not entirely accurate.
Okay. So if it was different, how were you able to look at the Texaco video and determine anything as it relates to what was happening in the barbershop?
So the frames there are certain parts of the frames that overlapped. So in other words, so you had a camera at the barbershop that was capturing the street, and then you had a camera mounted over at the Texaco that was also capturing that same street, and the two cameras were capturing part of the same part of the street. So if I saw something happening in one frame, I could just marry it up to from the image caught by the other camera. And if I had, for example, and that's how I would be able to tell. So in other words, I wasn't using the timestamp, particularly in the barbershop, since the timestamp was wonky. But even if the timestamp looks correct, it could still be a few seconds off, you know. So I was mostly things that were constants to me were like vehicles driving by the scene or when gunshots rang out. You know, I would look for that. So so on the Texaco footage, I don't recall exactly. There was a blue car that came into the gas station. There was something that was captured on both cameras that I was able to use as a marking point to sync up the two pieces of footage.
Okay. When you were reviewing the Texaco footage, did you only look at the time frame that you thought that the murder occurred?
No, I particularly as I continued my review, I looked at probably like 30 or 40 minutes before the murder occurred. I looked at the entire piece of footage.
I would have looked at the entire week before and after. Yeah. Promise you.
We're going to come back to the Texaco footage, but I want to ask you, after looking at the Texaco footage, did you do anything to identify persons or objects that you saw in the Texaco footage?
I did.
Would you tell the jury how you went about identifying certain persons and objects? And if you need me to clarify, ask me to clarify.
Well, there was, without getting into, all right. So there was an event that occurred on the video. First thing is that I was looking for something specifically that, based on other evidence in the case, I'll just keep it broad or general here. Based on other evidence of the case, I suspected I was going to see on the video. And then as I watched the video during that time frame, I did in fact see what I thought I was going to see.
Did or did not?
I did.
Okay.
And it was a vehicle specifically. There was a certain vehicle, and when I saw it, based on other things that I had seen, and specifically I'm talking about social media records, photos, and cell phone tower data, I thought I wonder if this person is at the gas station. And when I looked at the footage, I said, oh, well, I recognize that vehicle from social media. And then as I continued to watch the footage, I recognized one of the people that was inside. It was a passenger in that vehicle, because that person walked into the store and they got close to the camera. And because they were close to an interior surveillance camera in a well-lit store, I was able to see their face. And then as other things happened around this vehicle that I recognized in the footage, complete investigative tasks to figure out who the other people were. I already knew who one of the people was, the person that was driving the vehicle, or I had a strong suspicion as to who was driving the vehicle I was looking for based on cell phone records and social media photos and videos. So I already knew right when I saw it. I had a pretty good idea. I knew for a fact who one of the person was, and the person that was driving the vehicle, I had a pretty good idea who it was.
All right. Let's
Yeah, he's spiraling.
unpack a little bit of that. Now, what vehicle were you looking for?
It was a 2002 Pontiac Bonneville,
What color?
gray.
Why were you looking for, better yet, did you have a particular reason for seeking out that vehicle?
Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
I haven't asked him what anybody said.
I don't know what the answer's going to be, but it potentially could.
Let me tighten it up then. Was there a particular person of interest to you based on what you had learned during your investigation up to that point?
Objection, called for hearsay.
True.
Sustained.
Were you looking for any particular gray Pontiac Bonneville?
There was one particular gray Pontiac Bonneville that I was interested in, yes.
All right. And who did that Pontiac Bonneville belong to?
It either belonged to or is associated with a man named Javoris Bradford.
Is there a nickname for Javaris Bradford?
Tuda, Tuda.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Now, did you attempt to locate any social media footage that related to Javaris Bradford or Tuda?
I did.
Would you please turn to the jury and tell the jury how you went about locating social media accounts associated with Javaris Bradford or Tuda?
Well, I just searched for him probably on Facebook first, because particularly back then it was easier. And I either found him or a family member on Facebook, and then browsing the family member's profile. And this may not be exactly how I did it, because I don't recall exactly how I found Mr. Bradford's Instagram page. But somehow or another because on Instagram, he went by the moniker, I'm _living_great at the time. Mm-hmm. And so basically on probably starting at Facebook, finding family members, fanning out, and then on finding him on Facebook, finding maybe where he screenshot an Instagram page and pasted it to his Facebook. That would be how I would have found his Instagram page somehow. And then, and like I said, his Instagram name was I'm_living_great.
And did he have himself depicted in that Instagram footage?
I'm going to object. That's hearsay.
Overruled.
What did he have himself depicted in that social media footage or social media information that he saw with any kind of vehicle in particular?
Yes, it was a 2002 Pontiac Bonneville.
Gray?
It was.
Okay. Did you ever discern or gain a number for THUG? Did you ever learn of a phone number for THUG?
I did, pretty early on, actually.
Where did you get the phone number from for THUG?
So I testified previously about how I...
Don't talk about your previous testimony. Have you ever testified in front of this jury?
Yes. That was something I said like earlier today.
Okay. So without referring to the fact that you previously testified, just tell the jury.
No, I'm talking about like previous testimony like a few minutes ago.
Okay, go ahead. Tell the jury.
All right. So one of the ways I find jail calls is I go through phone records that I had in the case. And in this case, I had some phone records. Right. And I don't recall whose phone records it was exactly. But I just started running numbers that appeared in the phone records, whether they be numbers that were called by the handset, the records of which I was reviewing, or numbers that called that handset. It didn't matter to me, just whatever. I was running them through the jail call database. And one of those, just because like I said, I was trying to get intel. It wasn't just, obviously on the night of the shooting, the murder, I mean, I would expect that the people that committed weren't in the Fulton County Jail, so I obviously wasn't looking for inmates to be saying that they did it. Okay. But I was trying to get for intel from people that maybe were being called from inmates. And one of those numbers was 404-957-8008. And I'm flipping through these discs to make sure, to refresh my recollection. Okay. To make sure that I'm citing that. Yes, that is right. 404-957-8008 was one of the numbers that appeared in those phone records and that I ran through the jail call database. And on doing so, I did find calls that I deemed relevant that were placed on the night of the homicide from an inmate inside the jail.
So, Madam Court Reporter, and I suspect some of the jurors have informed me that you are speaking a little too fast. Do you mind going down and saying what you just said one more time? Yes, I found a number inside within the phone call logs that were obtained by the Atlanta Police Department for one of the parties of interest, whether it be a person of interest or a witness or a defendant, whoever it may have been. And
they know that boy is Scotty too hot. He beamed up. I'm talking to spaceships on bank.
It didn't matter to me. All I wanted were numbers from the phone numbers of people that may have known something about the homicide and may have been called either on the night of the murder, the day after the murder, 2 days after the murder, whenever they were called.
You're getting really fast again with the way you're talking.
He geeked up.
So try to slow down.
All right. And one of those numbers of the many that I ran was 404-957-8008. I ran it through the jail call database, and I found that there were 2 calls I was able to retrieve anyway. I think at least 2 that were placed to that number on the night of the murder from an inmate inside the Fulton County Jail, and they were placed after the 8:00 p.m. hour. Okay. I think they're maybe between 8 and 9 p.m. that evening.
Now, why did that particular piece of information have any value to your investigation?
What piece of information exactly?
That there were 2 calls made to that number by an inmate at the jail on the night of the murder. around 8, or at the time you specified?
Well, I listened to the calls, and it sounded to me like they were talking about the homicide.
All right. So were you able to identify who it was that was inside the jail that was making the call to that number?
I did.
How did you identify who it was inside the jail making the call to 404-957-8008?
Well, I believe, would you like me to say the name?
Well, number one, I would at some point, but hold on before you do. And let me ask you this. If you need to refresh your memory with any part of your report, would you just alert?
Oh, it's the coffee and the Adeline. Golly. That boy, golly.
us that you're doing so and go ahead and read whatever you need
Okay.
to read.
Okay.
Do you need to refresh your memory at all?
No.
Okay. How did you learn the name of the person inside the jail?
It was placed from the account of the inmate.
Okay. And how were you able to determine that the persons whose name was on the account is the actual person who's making the call?
Well, I gained familiarity with his voice by listening to other phone calls that the inmate made to persons that were well known to him. And then I later confirmed it by just like listening to the call with the inmate.
Okay.
He affirmed it.
All right.
404. Page unavailable. Yeah, 404, man.
So tell the jury.
Miss Love hiding 2 turkeys in her back pockets, man. I don't know why she's stealing half turkeys.
Who it was that was inside the jail.
Martinez Arnold.
And does Martinez Arnold, to your knowledge, go by any other name?
Duke.
All right. At the time that Martinez Arnold was inside the jail, and what date was that you are talking about? January?
It was January 10th, the phone call. It was January 10th, 2015.
During that time, do you have any information about what color Mr. Martinez Arnold's hair may have been?
At the time that he placed the phone call?
No, around the time of early 2015. Do you know whether or not, if you don't, that's fine. Do you know anything about the color of his hair?
No.
All right. So once you listen
and come through in your red shoes and your blue dress.
to call, did you attempt to get
I love you with your short hair.
any more calls made from the Fulton County Jail?
I did. I downloaded a lot of jail calls on this case.
What jail calls, how did you go about deciding which jail calls in this case you were going to download?
Well, I tend to be over. I'll download because the jail calls don't reside on the server, the Securus Corporation server forever. I try to err on the side of just downloading them. So as I ran those numbers through the Fulton County Jails database, any calls that came back on the numbers from the phone, like the phone records, I just download them. But what would prompt me to pay particular attention to them is if they were placed in close temporal proximity to the homicide. Certainly a call placed like an hour or two after the homicide would be something I'd want to listen to. Also, I downloaded calls of the defendants that they placed following their arrests at the Fulton County Jail. I put those in the file as well.
Okay. And at the time that you were looking for the phone number and confirming, you picked up something in front of you. What is it that you have on this stack of items in front of you?
Those are just, I burned all of the jail calls. Not every single jail call that I download but most of, I tried to confine or memorialize as much as I could to this report that I testified about earlier today. It's 140 pages long. And as I went through the report,
The answer is non-responsive to the question.
Listen to the question and try to focus on
Damn,
questions.
they telling yo
I'm
to
also going to
focus.
check.
Yo, imagine taking 2 Addies and somebody tell you to focus.
To the relevance of the length of his report.
Sustain.
Bro,
What is it that those are in front of you?
they're just the jail calls that I testified to downloading and interviews that I conducted. I burned them to disk.
And the one that you picked up, to refresh your memory about the 404-957-8008, would you pick that up?
Okay.
yo, all the ads. Yo, all the AdSense and yo about to get impeached. Yo, crazy. Yo, tell him to chill. Yo, too focused.
Here we go.
It's the coffee on top of the ad, right? Yo went and got
I'm
some.
going to show you.
Yo got a bangtay with cream and latte and all that. He lit. Look, the cameraman on his heels. Look at him. Your face look like. Yo, cuz. Yo, he resting in his shoulders, bro. Oh, he's speedballing. Holmes off the yerks and the edge. Man, he crazy.
What I have now labeled as 500 wide. That's the
He's crazy.
Yeah, yes, this is a disc that I created yesterday.
Okay.
That's my handwriting, and in fact, I signed the disc with my signature.
Okay.
This is a disc that contains the jail calls to 404-957-8008 that I downloaded.
Now, when you said that you downloaded it yesterday, do you keep all of the jail calls that you download in a particular case somewhere where you can later copy it to a disk, or what
They're on a server. My case file, all the case files are on a server. They're all digital. They're just stored.
He loves Christina Aguilera.
On a computer.
Okay.
Christina Aguilera.
Had the name Javaris Bradford come
Whoa.
up in the case file that you received from Detective Thorpe?
No.
I wish I had this play on my phone. I wish I had this play. You wouldn't be able to tell me nothing if I had this play on my phone. Yeah, if you know, you know. Straight like that. Salute to all my major players out here. Yeah.
And do you recall approximately how long after you received the case file from Detective Thorpe that you became interested in the name Javaris?
It would have been
Whoa.
on or around
Where you
January
going?
10th, 2016, when I found the jail calls that are on States Exhibit 5004.
Shorty in the green, no.
I think that's 500Y.
Oh, 500. Excuse me. All right.
Thank you, Jeff.
Shorty right here know what time it is. You see the look she just gave him? Did y'all see that? I ain't even gonna rewind it.
I'm sorry. Terrible handwriting. What about the name Martinez Arnold? Did you know about that name? Was that name in Detective Thorpe's case file that he gave to you?
That I don't recall. I don't know that I don't recall if he was in the case file or not.
Let me ask a better question. At the time you received the case file from Detective Thorpe, was the name Martinez Arnold of any interest to you in this investigation?
I don't recall.
Did you note anywhere in your report whether or not it was?
I'm sure I referenced him in my report insofar as he was the inmate that placed the call that became of interest to me. But as far, I'll just say this: he was in jail on the night of the murder.
Okay. Before downloading those calls, did you know he was in jail on the night of the murder?
I don't know if I knew or not.
Okay.
He getting
After
antsy.
you downloaded those calls from the night of the murder, did you find any other numbers of interest to you in this investigation?
Numbers.
Phone numbers. Did you find or locate any other phone numbers or persons that were of interest to you?
Yes.
What phone numbers did you find?
Well, yeah, I get there was a number. There was a lot of. I mean, I remember doing quite a few
Fumble.
Search warrants for cell phone numbers and focusing on cell phone numbers for or records that had been obtained by the police department.
Okay. So going back to the way you described obtaining information to conduct more investigations, did you follow the practice that you ordinarily follow in terms of search warrants to get more information, to gather or follow up on?
Yo, let me know in the comments what y'all think about Thug having his mouth covered with that. I don't know what that is. I don't. That's an extended turtleneck. I don't know what he doing. Let me know what y'all think. If you was his lawyer, what you saying to him? Let me know in the comments. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Man.
Information you learned.
Yes.
All right. With respect to Spencer Wright, did you ever see any jail calls from him?
I did.
All right. Now, where did you look to find jail calls from?
For Spencer Wright?
Yes.
Well, I wasn't able to look for the jail calls myself for him. They were on a different system because he was at the Atlanta City jail. So I reached out to someone there and asked them to pull them for me.
So thank you for clarifying that. Is reaching out to someone at a different facility with access to calls you don't have access to something that you did only in this case? Or is that a practice that you follow to get information?
No, I've done that on other cases. That's not uncommon.
And if you would slow down and speak into the mic and to the jury, say that.
Yes, I've reached out to other facilities, jails and prisons, correctional facilities in the past to obtain calls, recorded calls placed by the inmates that I don't have direct access by way of a login and password at some website.
Okay. And so when you reached out to the...
Miss Love just did an Instagram post where she put one foot in front of the other and linked over. That's dirty. She cheating.
Atlanta City Jail, what information were you trying to get if you didn't know or have Spencer Wright's jail calls or phone number? What were you trying to get?
I just wanted to see what Spencer Wright, I wanted to hear, I should say, what Spencer Wright was saying to people after his arrest in October of 2015.
And did you ask for a specific time frame of calls or just all of the calls? What did you ask?
From what I recall, I asked for all the calls that had been made from his account since the beginning of his incarceration at the Atlanta City Jail. And then I believe I also had a few phone numbers that I wanted to run, that I asked them to run queries specifically in the event that he utilized another inmate's account to call that number.
So that's interesting. So when you say in the event he utilized another inmate's phone number, where did you get the phone numbers that you wanted them to run to see if he was using another inmate's phone number?
That I don't remember.
All right.
I'd be probably just phone numbers that they're probably just it may have been the same phone numbers that I ran through the Fulton County jail database. Not knowing who Mr. Wright knew or he didn't know, I'm sure I just thought, just out of curiosity, run all these numbers. Maybe I had a phone number for a family member that I found.
Did you follow the same procedure you used in all of your other unindicted homicides?
I did.
In terms of running those numbers?
I did.
All right. Did you have jail calls, since this was 2016 that you're looking for these, did you have jail calls for Spencer Wright that went back into 2015?
I believe so. Yes, I did. I did.
And did you find a phone number? And if you don't recall, let me know and I'll refer you to your report. And I can actually, so that it is preserved for the record. Just look at this. I'm going to label, Your Honor, just for the purposes of the record, 501 Yankee Romeo. And it's a report that we have previously provided to counsel for the defense. If either of them need to look at it, it's here.
Would this be a good time for our morning break?
Yes.
Okay, let's take our morning break.
Tap the like button. Y'all know what time it is. Y'all know what time it is. Tap the like button. What y'all think? Y'all think the defense gonna get up there and chop him up? Yeah, run the numbers up. Help me get to 500 likes, y'all. Come on, run the likes up. Good morning, too. I appreciate y'all being here. If you're new, subscribe to the channel. Let us know where you're from in the chat. Type something. Let us know what you think. He definitely off something, though. He definitely off something. Adam's going to do the cross exam. You know Shark going to get with him. Weinstein going to play with him a little bit. Yeah, they going to definitely step up. They might not do that much because they've been surprising me lately. I ain't going to lie. But I think they are going to have some cross for Holmes. He made a lot of it up. That's part of the job. Rolling the dice. And if the case don't get a lot of scrutiny, they get away with it. Y'all are noticing that. Y'all do know that's what's going on, right? Yeah. So basically, law and legalese in gray areas that the justice system has allows for things to happen in the courtroom, right? Now, depending on your lawyer, your financial situations, your luck of the draw, whatever you want to call it, right? All of these things depends on whether or not the scrutiny or the scope of how, the way people look at the case will allow you to actually get proper justice. You understand what I'm saying? So, like, say, for instance, you could get framed, totally lined up. Judge could see it in the paperwork. If your lawyer don't really point it out, technically you going down, cuz. Now, you could pay another lawyer on the back end to look through it and get you a new trial on the strength. You feel me? But, like, if somebody doesn't look at it with a fine-tooth comb, you easily could be sitting over the clink. Yeah. So out of everything we done seen, I want y'all to pay attention. Yeah, the scrutiny of the case. Now, you could go and look at any case that get overturned. It's a blatant, like a slap in the face that basically everyone sat in that courtroom and seen this person get lined up. And it took for somebody to come on the back end to go through the paperwork while they in jail and get it overturned. Think about that. Like, that process alone already let you know, hold on. The judge seen that there was some flim-flam going on and let it slide? Because how could another judge see the flim-flam? Some of it is obvious, y'all. I'm talking about if you go look at appeals. Yes. Yeah. Go look at the appeals and just think about it. That original judge sat there and let that go down. We talking about ineffective counsel, and the judge is a lawyer. So imagine the judge sitting there watching the dude get lined up and his lawyer ain't doing nothing. Watching the ineffective counsel and still find him guilty. Think about that. Clearly is a lawyer. Clearly know. Oh my God, this lawyer ain't gonna say nothing. He can eat this case up. He really not fighting. The judge know, y'all. Yeah, before they even leave the courtroom. And the judge let the jury go ahead and run and think whatever they think, knowing that the state done lined them up. Yeah, pay attention, y'all. Tap the like button. Salute to everybody in here. Let me stop talking like that. You know people be running off. Holla if you hear me. See, I learned some things. Yeah, the judges is lawyers. They sharks. They vets. So they sitting there watching the play. Watching the play. Got all the paperwork. Yes. That's why I've been told y'all, if I see it, they been seen it. They got more paperwork than me. They ain't got to pay for it. Come on, y'all. They know the terms. They know exactly what to look for to find it. So you know they in on it. Come on, man. I've been told y'all, man. I've been told you. I said, oh, bro. Oh, whoa. This is crazy when you really get into this. You know, if the judge got the discovery, y'all, first off, let me tell y'all something. If the judge got the discovery, all the witness paperwork, all the plea deals from previous charges, the judge know who telling, the judge know why they telling. You can see it in the paperwork, y'all. You can see guys getting patched up in the paperwork, man. Look, Holmes, they done let Holmes out on the street multiple times because he giving them information so they could book this dude. So the judge could basically tell him, yo, why y'all doing it? Nah, really keep your ass in jail and stop fishing for new people while you letting out 6 people to get 1 guy. These judges could stop this, y'all. They see what's going on. It's funny stuff going on in the system before another lawyer pointed out, y'all, where the judge could intervene and say, yo, look, bro, I've been looking through your files, bro. You dirty. Relax. Relax. You feel me? They could tell the dirty cops, look, a dirty cop come in the courtroom multiple times. All right, I done let you slide. I done seen this paperwork. I see what you doing. I ain't going to expose you in court, but I'm going to pull your dumb ass up out in the hallway. Hey, officer such and such. Yeah, you feel me? I'm going to holler at you. Straight up to let you know, cuz, what is you doing? But I'm letting y'all know they don't do this because they keeping the system rolling. Most of them was DAs and defense lawyers. They know what time it is. They seeing guys getting lined up daily, the judges. Let alone, there's other people in there. We could go around the board. Every time they keep acknowledging these people as lawyers and trained in law, which means once you got a certain level of experience, you can't be excused. You get it? Yeah. What's up? Tap the like button. Yeah. Oh, they all part of unions too, y'all. Yeah. Multiple. Yeah. Women lawyer union, black women lawyer union in general. Like, yeah. Yes, sir. Judge union, all that. And they all guapped up. Oh, and the people getting lined up is poor. Don't matter what you look like. If you poor, you fool. Straight like that. Yeah. No family, food. No family, food. You get it? I'm telling you. No education, food. Yes, sir. Why you think they ask? Sir, what grades you complete? Your family here today? No? Line up.
Attorney Hilton a moment ago.
Okay.
There's a gentleman outside. His name is Mr. Bush. It's spelled B-U-S-C-H. And he mentioned to me that he drove to your courthouse. He did not take his medication. He has a spinal issue. He's on prescription medication.
Okay.
He was subpoenaed last night by the DA's office, told to be here at 9. He came even though, the 24 hours wasn't complied with. But I
Right.
spoke with Miss Hilton, if, just as a courtesy, if he's not going to be called or used, he'd like to go home, take the medication, and sleep in bed.
Yeah, still.
So I'm waiting to see where he went so I can go speak to him around. He wasn't in the hallway a few seconds ago.
All right. So is that somebody you plan to call today?
We'll probably be able to release
Let him sleep.
So that's why I want to talk to him to see where he is and if he's in that condition
Let that boy get some sleep.
Okay.
for today.
All right. Anything else? I guess we need Miss Love back for the witness testimony.
Yes.
So do you want to, and is Mr. Sprinkle available still? Okay.
If you cold, get a coat. You can't come in court with no ski mask on the bottom of your face. We not doing that, bro. Hell is he, Hannibal Lecter? He's so dangerous. Would he be spitting or biting? We ain't doing. Come on, bro. Or your neck hurt. What is, man? Man, we not doing that, man. The man named Thug, bro. You don't put no half a pantyhose on the bottom of his face. He look like he about to go in the bank. Man, a toothache. Nah, this ain't the time to be doing that, though. I'm dead serious, bro. This ain't the time. I ain't playing. See, y'all think I'm trolling right now. I'm dead serious. If I'm his lawyer, yo, take that shit down in front of the jury. Man, I can't believe you right now. You making my job harder, cuz. What the fuck? I'd have elbowed the shit out of him. Yo, the jury here, pull that shit down. Yeah, it's been like that all day, Grace. I thought he was going to take it down when the jury came.
All right, are we ready for the jury?
I'm mad. Hey, yo, somebody send the word to the court. I said, yo, tell him
Okay.
pull it down.
Let's get Mr. Sprinkle and the jury, please.
Yeah, bro. Somebody send the word, bro, since they be listening. Nah, bro. It's unacceptable. We put in too much work out here. Send the word, bro. Nah, bro. Send the word, bro. Nah, you can't claim you cold. You a gangster. Stop saying that. That's not a good excuse. I'm telling y'all. You can't do that. Not here. It's not right. I'm keeping it real, y'all. I don't care what the case is. We not doing that. I don't care. All those things is acceptable. As you would still be outside with your ear aching and your tooth aching. So you can't complain about that. You a street. You be outside. Nah, bro. Them not valid excuses, y'all. Y'all need something better. Y'all need something better, man. Come on, give me something better, man. Come on, y'all need a better defense. Y'all light on y'all defense, man. I ain't jacking it. His lip busted. Nah, that's cool. We'll give him sympathy. He ain't gonna lose no cool points if his lip busted. We don't mind. And who he might have slipped in the shower. Pause. Slime. Nah, man, he fell off the top bunk, bro. He got the top bunk, bro, because he came in the cell with an old head. He way too tall for the top. Nah, it'd make him easy on to hop up there. The old head can't get up there.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you. Mr. Sprinkle, would you refer to page 13 of your report? And if you need to refresh your recollection, just read over it and look up when you've refreshed your memory.
Okay.
All right. So did you gather phone calls from Mr. Wright that were going back as far as 2015?
Yes.
And would you tell the jury if they went back as far as November 5th, 2015?
They did go back as far as November 5th, 2015, because I obtained a call that Mr. Wright placed on November 5th, 2015.
Now, how many calls did you obtain from Mr. Wright, if you know?
The total number of calls, I do not know. I did put them on a disc though, so the disc would obviously have all the calls that I ran, but it would be over a dozen.
Over a dozen?
It'd be, I believe, well over a dozen actually.
And if you have that disc, would you pull that out?
Sure. Let's see. Here we go, right here.
All right, and we'll label this disc 501. Yankee. Do you know how many calls you listened to of Spencer Wright?
Several.
Okay.
I'm sure of one that was of particular interest to me, though.
And was that the first call that you listened to, or did you have to listen to more than one before you got to that call?
I don't recall. I likely, unless I got real lucky, had to listen to several calls before I found that one.
Yo, she took all this time, all to get to. He was listening to a jail call, and the dude on the jail call admits to lying. This is crazy. She went this long way to get to this.
Now, tell the jury, without detailing the content of the call itself, what date the call was that you found.
November 5th, 2015.
And what number was the call made to?
404-406-7784.
And is 501 Yankee the disc that you just gave to me that you said you downloaded the calls
Yes, this
made
is
by Spencer Wright?
Yes, this is the disc that contains the calls that I requested from the Atlanta City Jail, the jail calls, the recorded calls placed from either Mr. Wright or numbers that of which I was curious.
After you listened to the call, did you say what time that call was made on November 5th, 2015?
1:28 p.m.
And was that in, when you say 128, did you list it, is it listed on the recording or the CD as 128 or in military hours 1328?
It's likely 1328
Okay.
on the actual timestamp, but probably there's a second value in there as well.
Okay. And was the call between, were you able to tell if it was Mr. Wright on the call?
I was able to tell, yes.
And was Mr. Wright speaking with a man or a woman?
He's speaking with a man.
All right. And without saying what either person said, are you able to tell the jury the subject of the call?
The subject of the call was
calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
the subject of the call was Mr. Wright talking about what he.
Well,
Wait, don't
let's.
say what he was talking about. Don't. Without saying what anyone said, let me be more specific. Was the
All right, OC.
Whoa. Brought the projector down.
Go ahead.
was the subject of the call Mr. Wright's presence on scene at Donovan Thomas's murder?
Your Honor, calls
Yes,
for hearsay
sustained.
and leading.
Yes.
Your Honor,
Yes.
so I'll ask this question, and if it's an objection, but did they talk about Donovan Nut in the call?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
All right.
Spandex.
Your Honor, given that I'm not asking him anything for which I'm offering the truth of the matter asserted, and it's a subject. I don't think that it's hearsay.
Okay, well, I appreciate that you don't think so.
Ow. Ow.
So I'm going to take that as you're not going to reconsider.
Yeah, don't be sad.
All right.
Keep it moving.
So
Don't be in your feelings.
after you listened to that call on November 5th, 2015, 1:28 p.m., between Mr. Wright and the person he called at 404-406-7784, did you endeavor to locate the person to whom Mr. Wright was speaking in that call?
Yes. Well, my first endeavor was to figure out who had that number, and then I asked David White, investigator David White, to locate him and speak to him.
All right. So back up a little bit. You said you endeavored to find out who had that number,
I did.
and was that the number ending in 7784?
That's correct.
And did you take the steps that you described for the jury earlier that you take in trying to determine what number belongs to what person?
I don't know if I went into great detail about that. I mean, there's numerous ways to figure out who a cell phone number belongs to.
Tell the jury.
I believe here, I found that somebody on Instagram posted that number in comments that were publicly visible as their number. In other words, there was an Instagram user that said, "Contact me at this number,"
Okay.
in a comment section of a post.
All right.
And then through perusing their Instagram profile, I eventually found enough biographical information. Like, today is my birthday. I don't know if that's specifically what happened here. It suffices to say that I found enough publicly available information about the person who posted that 7784 number as their own to figure out who they were.
And who did you have David White locate after you saw that Instagram information?
Are you saying the person I identified as posting that number as their own?
Yes.
The name was Jacquees. First name spelled Jocquuise. Smalls. Last name spelled Smalls.
And did you find a date of birth for Jacquees Smalls?
September 27th, 1988.
That ain't Holmes. That ain't Holmes.
Do you remember whether whether Investigator White was able to locate Mr. Smalls?
From what I remember, he spoke to him on the phone.
All right. Did you ever personally speak with him?
No, I don't think I ever did.
Did you listen to the phone call, or did you have David White record the phone call with Mr. Smalls?
Investigator White recorded it.
And did you listen to it?
I did.
All right.
Can I interrupt you just for a minute and have counsel come up to the bench? It doesn't have anything to do with what you're doing right now.
Tap the like button. Salute to everybody in here. What y'all think? We live. I appreciate y'all being here. Good morning. It's still early. What y'all think? What's going on? I know we got some major players in here. If you're new, tap the like button. Subscribe to the channel. Let us know where you from, man. It's heating up in here. She trying to get to something. What if Thug shirt's supposed to be worn like that? You don't wear it in court? Yeah, this ain't time for androgyny. And if you is going to do androgyny, I need you to do more of the finger painting, the loud, bright colored suits, walk with a switch, oil your skin better than normal. You feel me? Keep your hair real dainty. Stuff like this. Not this neck thing. Nah. It's confusing. Yeah, so give me more regular, foundational androgyny. Not, we can't get radical with it right now. Not right now.
Kind of time-sensitive matter that we need to deal with. So I'm going to excuse y'all into the jury room for what may be a few minutes. And if it ends up being an early lunch, I'll send word. but it may just be a few minutes. So I'm just
Timothy.
going to excuse y'all for now. Thank you.
Salute to Timothy, man. Straight up. All right, so they sending the jury on break. They got something to deal with real quick. Who knows what they got going on? They probably need to get Sprinkle some milk. Because they feeling like, yo, is he getting high? Is he getting higher or he coming down? They don't know which one. So they probably right. He like, yeah, I ain't gonna lie, I need a little break. They like, we gonna give him what you need. He like, hey, you got some milk? You got some milk? So Sprinkle needs some milk, man, so he can come down. They probably gonna give him a piece of pound cake. If you know. They better not give him no hot tea. He going I know that. Now,
All right. Does anybody know where where'd the state go? Can you ask anybody from the state to come back in for a second?
I know that. He better not let that boy get no tea. That boy gonna jump out
Hey,
the
just
moon.
any of you. I just so one thing we need to do is locate Mr. Scheib, and I don't know that we have his direct number, but I'm sure somebody does.
He's out in the hallway right now. That's
okay.
what we were.
I don't
Great.
think it's the sugar.
All right, so y'all need to get
Something extra
together.
in that tea, y'all.
Yes.
And it sounds like within the hour, Mr. Zachary
might be
will
the
be over
caffeine.
here. And I
Yes,
don't
and
know
we would.
if you want
Tea
to.
different.
You had mentioned earlier having a doctor talk to the court or something. I don't know if that's something you still want to do or.
No, not
Okay.
considering that he's being released. It was for the purpose of discerning.
Whether he could be.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I don't know. Can we leave to Miss Hilton or another member of your team to get all of that in place and continue with this witness right now? Or
Yes, she is doing that. And whatever the court instructs regarding that, I know you wanted to hear from Mr. Scheib. I didn't know if you wanted to hear from him before.
I don't need to hear from Mr. Scheib.
No, I mean in terms of the agreement, the immunity agreement.
Again, I don't need to hear from Mr. Scheib unless y'all can't come to an agreement as to whatever the terms are going to be.
Okay.
If you can, great, just present it and I'll sign it.
Okay.
So if Ms. Hilton's handling that, then I'm happy to just continue on with this witness with the jury.
So she is out there talking to him, Your Honor, because of course that I'll be the person examining Mr. Zachary, and I'd just like to speak with Ms. Hilton and Mr. Scheib just quickly for a second, since they're out there.
All right, if it's a second, it's one. That's fine. If it's going to be that I need to send the jury to lunch,
I don't think so. I don't
Okay.
think he'll be.
All right, take a couple of minutes and come back and report.
Recess in place.
And I know we just took a break, but if anybody needs to run to the restroom, you're welcome to right now.
Look at him. He about to go to the bathroom. Get right. Tap the like button. Salute to everybody in here. We on break, so you got some time. Help me hit the 500 likes real quick, y'all. Run me up. Come on. Salute to everybody in here. Hopefully, come on. Put ones in the chat if y'all want him to turn up. Y'all want Zachary? If you want Zachary, put ones in the chat, man. Come on, man. Y'all want some turn up. I know y'all do. I know. Y'all want some turn up. We need to heal. Y'all need to heal. Y'all been waiting for Zach. Y'all ain't even know who he was. I don't even know why y'all acting like that. Y'all ain't even know who that boy was. Y'all ain't even, look. Y'all so happy to see that boy. Y'all wanted to help him get right. Y'all felt some type of way for that boy, man. Y'all ain't even know who that boy was, man. Y'all some funny looking salamanders, man. I swear to God. I swear to God. Y'all be always trying, yeah. I see y'all. Y'all always looking for a new salamander, huh? See, the thing about the heel is the heel will play both sides. He had the top and the bottom. You heard? You heard? Straight like that. Tap likes. Help me get the fire Hunsky. He got the same immunity, which don't make sense. What he got immunity for? If he don't got no open charges. Like, if you know he did something, but you're giving him immunity from it, because allegedly everything that's in the trial, that's an overt act he was involved with, he been prosecuted for already. So what's this immunity that they giving Woody and Quindarius Zachary? Yeah. Tap the like button. Salute to everybody in here. I appreciate you being here. Good morning. If you're new, subscribe to the channel. Don't be scared. You can talk. You can pop out. Yeah. Yeah. You can pop out. And you can call up and talk. You heard? If you think you cute. Who think they cute? The good thing about it is they rolling through witnesses. That's one of the best things about this time period in the trial. They picking up the pace. We not, even though they moving slow with certain witnesses, the jig is up. You know what I mean? They can't drag no more. She trying to, but it ain't even really. So I like that part. Yeah, I'm doing super runs.
Okay, I don't know if we've got. All right, let's discontinue the bathroom break as soon as we get the next person back. So, I mean, that's fine. We're missing. One of the defendants just went to the bathroom, so you have a few more minutes. But
Yeah. He been waiting a long time to do this testimony. Straight up. Salute to the new people. If you new, type something in the chat. Let us know where you from. You know. You more than welcome. Yeah. I don't get credit for when I be being positive, but if I start dancing on somebody, they'll just flip on me, won't they? You feel me? I don't be getting no credit for the love I be giving. I be making love to the chat, man. I don't get no. So if I stop making love, then then everybody gonna try to take me to some type of psychiatrist or relationship doctor or something. And now we in here talking about why he don't even want to sleep in the same bed because I was making love to y'all and I wasn't getting no credit. Yeah, long stroke in the chat every night, doing my justice. Yeah. I have day 133 showing. What day is it? Man, I don't know what day it is. What day is the trial, man? Tell me, chat. I ain't even looked at nobody else streams. I used to keep up off of Law and Crime and them. I ain't even seen they stream. What day is it? Tap the like button, man. Let me know that you like the love. It's 134? Okay. I appreciate that, baby. Well, to be honest, I can't even change it right now. My keyboard did.
Okay. Your Honor, so Mr. Scheib, I believe, is on a Zoom call, so he's discussing what we talked about with Ms. Hilton. And I just inquired the court, since we are getting into the area that would sort of constitute where I'd need to reference the next witness's statements that he made before I ask questions about that. Would the court give us any idea of what time the court would be willing to stop for lunch?
What?
Or is it noon? Because we can keep going to whenever.
Don't worry about that.
So
Just be ready.
I would like to be able to put Mr. Zachary on the stand as soon as he gets here. And so if he's going to get here within the hour, then we could either do a really quick lunch right now and then take him, or we can do a late lunch after his testimony. But how long do you think his testimony is going to be?
His testimony is going to be
The rest of the afternoon?
okay. Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, maybe we just take a quick lunch now.
Okay. That's
And
fine.
then by the time we get back from lunch, hopefully he'll be here. Does that make sense?
It does. It does.
Okay.
I just wanted the court's direction. That's all. In terms of, because I didn't want to take Mr. Sprinkle like all the way through to the point where he's here and then we break for lunch and he's out there. And
No, I
want-
agree. I don't want him, once he's here, I'd like to go ahead and start his testimony, not say, well, it's nice that you're here, but we're breaking for lunch. So let's just break for a really early lunch right now. And you said you think he'll be here, or I don't know if you said that. The estimate from the sheriff's office is within
1 hour.
Okay. So why don't we, it's 10 after 11. Why don't we break till quarter after 12?
That's fine for me. And if he's not here by that time, I don't have a problem continuing with Mr.
All right.
Sprinkle until he gets here.
Okay. So if one of the deputies can just let the jury, since I told them it might happen anyway, let them know they're on break till 12:15. Miss Love, you can get hopefully whatever you're going to get in place with regard to an immunity order. And I guess you technically need to give me the motion too, but it's sort of been acknowledged in open court by Mr. Scheib that his client is going to plead the fifth otherwise. So I understand there's a basis for needing it.
And I'll say it if he, so, Your Honor, if he decides to, notwithstanding the immunity agreement, refuse, I'll speak about it with Mr. Scheib because
He might get taken into custody.
and not by
Hmm?
and the state should not be required to house him. He's in back to the jail.
Excuse me, would you speak in the microphone, please?
So I'll say
Get to the microphone and then speak.
it's premature, I believe, to speak on this, but I'll just say that I would ask that the court, if Mr. I don't know what Mr. Zachary is going to do when he gets here, given everything that we've heard, but so I'll just actually wait and see. But as it relates to if there is an immunity agreement in place, we are asking, and he does not testify, we would be asking that the court send him into custody and until he purges himself of contempt of court, if the court signs the order.
Normally have an immunity
It
agreement
is, but there's
works.
also the concern about keeping him at the jail, and there was that.
I don't know. Maybe there are other alternatives. I don't know.
Okay, that's it, Judge. Thank you.
Okay. All right. We're on lunch break till 12:15.
Thank you.
Salute to everybody in here. Tap the like button. All right. So, what y'all want to do? Y'all want what y'all want to do for lunch break? Who want to call in? Who want to call in? Who want to pull up? We got an hour. It's about to turn up. Yeah, I'm here. What's up? I'm here, y'all. So, what's the word, y'all? What y'all think? I'm on Clubhouse, y'all. If y'all want to pull up, what's the word, y'all? What y'all think? What's gonna happen? They gonna turn up? The link pulled, pinned at the top, y'all. I'm on Clubhouse. But yeah. Quindarius Zachary. All right, what's the word? Y'all think he gonna get up here and say something, or he ready to pull a Woody? Give me some. Come on, let's put the bets in, y'all. Come on, we've been waiting for this. Take the fifth. I mean, they claiming the rumors are they trying to give him immunity. I don't know how true that is, but that's that's out there. Tap the like button, run me up. Help me get to 500 likes, y'all. Come on. If y'all real people, tap the like button. Don't be, hit the Cash App, become a member, This independent media, y'all. We in a battle against, industry style media. If y'all ain't know that, but I don't be talking about it a lot. But come on, make sure y'all support independent media. And we got a lot going on coming up. So y'all gotta support. Or else y'all gonna be stuck watching the wall. For real. Or some of these weirdos. Yeah, tap the like button. Salute to everybody in here. I appreciate you. If you want somebody that actually interact, read the chat, actually is not against the people they putting on trial, because to be honest, a lot of these people are secretly against these bulls. If you be paying attention. Real rap. Y'all, I want y'all to pay attention to that. Yeah. And these kids could be these kids or these grown men that have been, harassed through the system, as been proven with Thorpe's testimony. You understand? What kind of spot they got for him if he ain't to jail is the main question. Tony, that was I've never heard of that. And she didn't want to speak on it further either. Come on, y'all, hit that like. I don't want to keep preaching about it. We should be able to run them up. When I do say something, I'll be laid back. I don't be complaining about it. I say it, but I be, I think he's going to get on the stand and attempt to testify. Whitaker sounds like she will let him go to another facility more conducive. Man, these district attorneys some busters. How they catch a man at the hospital and hold him in contempt over some BS he already got sentenced for? Yeah. Handcuffed to the bed at Grady. He gonna be lethargic, nauseated, and dozing off. Oh man. Does the jailhouse have convalescent homes? What? They gonna cuff him to the hospital bed? I think they going too far with the witnesses. What y'all think? We've seen like almost every example of them forcing someone to be on the stand. And I think it's really putting more people at harm's way. What y'all think about that? Like they claim they saving the community by removing a little bit of violent people, but they ruining whole families by exposing their work and how they solve the case, y'all. Look at how many people lives they willing to ruin, y'all. We talking about for one to lock up 6 people right now. Look at all these families they done attached. Put them on the big screen, y'all. Doxed them. Yes, sir. Y'all ain't peeping. What? I can do math. You throwing a lot of good people away that ain't break no law just so you could so-called lock up some people that you let go for crimes that you should have been locked up before. So what you really on? Tap the like button. Yeah. Look, it get different around here if you listen for real. Now, we could talk about the trial, but while we talking about the trial, I'm going to add some little things in there. You could say that I'm sprinkling. You dig? Salute to everybody in here, 101.9 Slime Radio. Yeah, it's posted. They ain't like me, I ain't like them. It's cool, though. I like it that way. Cool like Ranch Doritos. You heard? Uh-huh. 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 And I evolve. I ain't no phony character, y'all. Rock with me. I promise. Yeah, I just be rolling. They can't rock like this. They get in character. They gonna keep repeating the same stuff. They phony. I'm telling you. Check the scoreboard. These boys is ducks. Straight up. Standing on it. Straight up. I ain't even bragging, y'all. I'm chilling. It's for the people that know. If you found me, you found me. If you don't, you feel me? Hey, I don't know if you won or lost, but hey, we here though. You know, I know one thing. It's some real busters out here that be that be talking on the internet. I know that. And look, I'ma stand on me saying that, but I ain't even got no smoke with them. But you know what? They definitely don't want to talk about it. They can do a lot of talking, and they'll challenge other people. But for some reason, them boys stand clear out my zone. Straight up. I don't know what's going on. Real rap. Real rap. No, Ag, I'm glad you pulled up. No, I had to realize, y'all, that I'm streaming for people that resonate, that don't want the usual. Otherwise, I would have been more like the normal. I would have made it more regular. But I mean, what's the point of that? There's a whole bunch of people doing that, right? Salute to all the people that say I talk too much, but they can't hear me. They'll hear me. With Lil D, all right, the possibilities of Lil D and what he can testify. So he was young. He'd been around Rock Crew since it evolved. His brother allegedly started YSL. Don't sleep. His brother got smoked. Don't sleep. He was charged federally for being a straw purchaser for weapons. Now, he also, I believe he actually got caught with the strap that hit Lucci mother, which put him in a situation. But I don't think he got his time, if you ask me, don't amount to his charges. So he caught another charge with OG Bentley at some point. Don't quote me. Like 2017 or 18. I think it's when you see him being interviewed after the 2015. He got another interrogation where they talking to him. He caught another charge. So his jacket is kind of to where as though Holmes supposed to do some more time at some point. If you ask me, it's a lot of that going on. I could be wrong, y'all. I could be misreading. But, I mean, Georgia don't be playing. So we got evidence where they smashing guys. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We talking about, I've read so many people got life. Real rap. Yes. Armed robberies, ag assaults, multiples. Yeah, it's dudes with life about this, y'all. Just to let y'all know, while we watching all these dudes in this trial with these aggressive crimes and violence, and they back out on the street, well, just to let you know, in that same jail system, if you look at Georgia paperwork and look through them appeals and all that, man, it's dudes locked up for these very same crimes. For life. I'm not exaggerating. Yeah, I got people that be doing research, right? So they send me different cases. A lot of them be appeals or, different stuff like that. So when you read through it and you see that this person fighting a homie or ag assault, robbery, woo, and he got life, bro. Yo, just letting you know, Georgia not playing on a regular basis, bro. So how these dudes was making it out on the street, and that go for Woody, Threat, Shell Cows, Boo. I mean, y'all remember, I ain't going, y'all remember. Because as I'm going through it, I bring it up in front of y'all like, yo, look at this. It's a couple guys, bro. They jacket is like, yo. Now, this the thing. Although some of them don't got no whole body on that, yo, when you put all the other violent crimes together repetitively, that's damn near a body. Real rap. I don't know if y'all know that. Like, you put the ag assault with the multiple gun possessions, with the robbery on your jacket. Man, come through here again in that courtroom, bro. I'm telling y'all, bro. Judges is letting you marry that jail system, bro. Yeah. Yeah. Like, yeah. Till death do us part, for real, bro. They not playing about them violent crimes when you start combo packing them. You know what I mean? Especially if you do it in a short amount of time. Like this way, because it basically, this how they gonna tell you. You look at where you projected to go. So I'm supposed to let you, basically, the next step is you're gonna knock somebody top off. That's what the judge gonna say. Look at you. Look, you literally escalated as a young boy. You stealing, breaking in and stuff, all that. You literally doing the premeditated timeline of how a criminal progresses. Literally. So, like, keep that in mind. They made this RICO, bro. They wouldn't have got it if they would have gave dudes them real low 5s, 7s, and 8s they were supposed to get for, once you double back on, you come through with 2 ag assaults, 3 gun possessions. Bro, nah, you supposed to get you a nice little 7 and 8. Them little 4s and 5s, they cool. But I don't even trust them 4s and 5s in here. Them dudes doing them little quick little fad joints. That Quindarius Zachary joint and that Woody joint, was mysteriously they the ones went to the feds? Or was the feds hiding them, y'all? Now, keep in mind, everybody keeps saying that this case gonna go federal. All right. Don't sleep. The feds been here the whole time. So pay attention. We might be watching the merge of what happens when you get all the police already working together. So, like, if we work together, I'm feeding you, you feed me, and we doing what we supposed to do as a unit. So you understand, if you notice, when they mention Underwood, she a Fed. She was APD. So think about that. Just think about that. When they pulled up to Woody at the gymnasium, and they pulled up, no, not at the gymnasium, down at the stadium after the gymnasium, which people don't talk about. The feds pulled up, y'all. How they was ready to pull up on Woody, y'all. If it take them 10 minutes to go to a shooting, how they was 20 minutes ready out to meet Woody down at the stadium after he got pulled up at the gymnasium. Now, what's up? I talk different. Yeah, this what them other channels not going to talk about. They not going to put that together like that. They not going to make your mind move like that. They not going to do it. I don't know why. You ask them. They went to college. You ask them. Ask them and ask them if I'm lying. Bro, I'm using their info, bro. They told us they take 10 minutes to get to a gunshot. How they was 20 minutes out when the boy leave the gymnasium after they lined him up. The other channels ain't talking, though. They be claiming they be, oh, we got the juice from inside the court. Shut up. You can't even talk about the back research that could really get these dudes off. You talking about frivolous ideas that mean nothing to try to run some views up. Why would you distract us like that? When in reality, we could be going in the footnotes and going in the case and finding ways we could really get this thing thrown up out of here or something. They wasting time going into these frivolous, like if they lawyers, why they in the gossip? Yeah, what's up? Yo, the moral to the story is sign up for what you can handle. If you're a 4-year type of dude, you need to be doing 4-year type of crimes. I land my plane. Grace, who said you was gossiping? Nah, I don't know. If you heard something I said, Grace, I wasn't not responding to you. I ain't even see what you said. Maybe somebody else. Oh, somebody else was saying it? Nah, I don't know. Nah, I wasn't talking to you specifically, Grace. I ain't see nothing you said. He ain't gonna say nothing? Nah, he not. That's another thing. So let me go into the aspect of nobody not gonna get on this stand and turn into no turkey up here. Nobody gonna do it, bro. Yo, we ain't seen, you ain't seen, bro. Listen, bro. Listen, bro, what just happened? Y'all don't see these people, the effects of what's gonna happen on the back end. People don't want that. You got Woody running around. What's Holmes from Chicago running around light skin, look like a goddamn catfish, man. These boys running around clowns, getting duck sauced out. Nobody don't want that character. You know how bold you gotta be, bro, to accept the jacket of a rat and run and move around with it in your city. Man, people don't want that, bro. You could get away with, you did some interrogations and all that type stuff, but getting up in this joint right now and getting up here and giving the state anything from what they want. People don't even want to point at people in here. You know how crazy you look pointing and saying, yes, that's Jeffery Williams. Yes, that is, Mr. It was him right there, Mr. Jeffery Williams. Bro, nobody's doing that. 808, what's up?
Yo.
Yeah, man, what's up? If y'all down there in the goo and y'all want to come up, if y'all want to talk, pull up on Clubhouse. I'm on. One's in the chat if you can hear 808, man. I'm gonna make sure the audio right. He must be busy, though. Yeah, butter. So look, on the strength of the way people being, all right, since Woody got up there, it then got worse. Yes, sir. Y'all see how many people clipping it? I don't even be on YouTube. Don't tell me, but you see what time it is. Even the news stations is exploiting it. Yeah, nobody don't want that smoke, bro. Imagine what people, family members say. Imagine the text message some of these people getting as their name being brought up. If people was texting Moon Chunk, so we got proof that people was texting Moon Chunk early, soon as his name started being mentioned. We got proof. So imagine what they, like, come on, bro. People, family members, they intimidating them. The state doing more intimidating than YSL. the internet doing more intimidating than Thug and them. It's out their hands. They ain't got to intimidate nobody, or they would have already been stepping on people. Which might have happened, but the state ain't going to be able to prove it. Yeah, if you really look. I got some, I ain't been talking about it, but I got some ideas that it's some things that ain't been mentioned. On a Put it like this: some people that ain't available right now that just seem to be convenient. If you ask me, I'm gonna keep it real. You know, I ain't all the way biased. You feel me? I want guys to come home, but you feel me? Plead the fifth? No, he too sick to plead the fifth. They gonna lock him up. He can't. They got something over his head they won't tell us about. That's the secret. All right, if y'all want to know how the state has pressure, they have something over these people's head that are applying pressure to, and they dragging. They must ain't had nothing on Antrevia. You see what happened? Shorty got spicy, and you can't do nothing. I'm ready. What? Yeah, you subpoenaed me, and y'all saying y'all locked me up. I ain't really. All right, I'm gonna come. But what you gonna do? I ain't got it. You ain't got nothing over my head. That's what it looked like to me. So the dudes that they can put pressure in, it's like, yo, they trying not to come, but they coming. Like, all right, let's say for Rich Homie Quan, they subpoena Holmes, but he ain't come. Think about it. I got a spooky question. Would he still be alive if he did come? Damn. I don't even know how that worked. Ignore that question. Free Thug, vote Kramer. We can't even get no billboards yet. Nobody ain't run with my idea, y'all. I'm 5L. Yeah. So the order is take the stand and do not recall, but you had to stand on it. Yeah. Dudes is getting away with finessing them, y'all. And the way they doing it is because it was too much. My opinion on the way they able to finesse the state and not go to jail because of the amount of time, and they're being coached on how to speak while being on the stand. Yeah, so it's gray area. If you get to being up there, impeachment seems like it won't get you locked up because you doing it the proper way. I think if somebody get up there without a lawyer and get willy-nilly and try to be slick, yeah, they could wind up in jail. But from what it looked like because these people don't have representation, they've been coached properly. And the fact that the state don't got to open and close, a closed case. Like, it ain't really factual. Like, it's not like they got what they need to get the conviction. Or else we would have been saying, it wouldn't have made it this far. Real rap. So with all these elements, dudes is making out. That's what it looked like. Now we still, we don't know what's going to happen with Moon Tunk. I don't know yet. Maybe y'all know. Finessing in the first place did wrong. I think going in there and saying people names, period, is wrong. So I'm going to say that. I don't care what you doing. Once you start saying names, you opening doors. So I'm going to say that. You still out the window if you come back and that's your excuse. Real rap. Like, say them videos leak, right? And you on our team. And guys come like, yo, you was in there and we know you was lying though. Nah, because we was with you on some of the missions. So we know you was flim-flamming, you was doing all types of stuff. But you was saying real names though. Yeah, you was throwing them off and all that. And your whole finesse is, but it's why you in there talking though, bro. So to be honest, you still bad news. You still bad news.
Because more than likely them names was Zoop, huh?
You putting them on to what we be doing, bro. The whole thing is supposed to say no nothing about nothing. What you talking about? Seriously. Regardless if they do know. It's like, yo, still you gonna have to do your job. You can say you know what we doing all you want. I'm not never acknowledging. You gonna have to prove it. I'm never gonna confirm. Never. I don't care what you say. I don't care. Nah, we never. Nah. Yo, so it's such and such a part. Nah, I don't know what you gonna have to. Man, I don't even know y'all. So what you hear on this day? Man, never. You feel me? So it's like once you get to communicating with him, now look, I'm gonna say this about Woody. He looked to his peers, and for some reason they told him to go talk to them people. I don't know why the fuck somebody around him told him that. I don't understand. I'm still befuddled. Yes, the internet need to be talking about that. Yo, people telling him to go talk. Think about that. Who's his team? Bro, the people I grew up around with, yo, we on fire. There's no way somebody on the team gonna tell you go down there to talk to him to clear your name about this. We be already involved in too much stuff to ever go talk to them. You feel me? Dude's got violation of probation, warrants, all types of stuff. And go tell somebody go talk to the police. Is you crazy? Anything, I tell dudes the opposite. Skip town, try to get everything taken care of before you even show face to the law. Real rap. Hard to pull off, but I mean, hey, what you want to go sit down and try to take care of it from in there? No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yo, as far as the witness list, are they going by importance of witnesses or are they going by last name order?
No, they going by overt act, but they jumping around. So they got some witnesses that stretch over multiple overt acts. But what they've been trying to do is organize it mainly based on overt act. What happened was the Monkey Wrench got thrown in with Donovan Thomas because of the evidence got thrown out and the falling out of certain witnesses that they, so once they had to restructure, it's throwing things off. Now she didn't start picking up and jumping around even more. She jumped around over X multiple times in the last couple days, which was odd. I've been noted, like in the last week, she didn't confuse the hell out the jury. I'm telling y'all. The last couple days, bro, she didn't, in the last 3 days alone, bro, she didn't put work on the goddamn jury mind to keep up.
Nah, I was getting that vibe. That's why I asked.
Hold on, go in ahead. My bad. Salute to everybody in here. And who that was sent me their phone number earlier that said they used to work in the DA's office. I am trying to call you. What's up? We got some time. You available? Shannon, you still here, baby? Goon, if you want to talk, come on, bro. You got it. You must be busy.
Hey, Posey, your audio on YouTube is good on Clubhouse. In and out a little bit.
What about now?
You got to say something else.
Something else?
No, I think it's good now.
Yeah, it's probably just when I move around. Yeah, why isn't she focusing on the overt acts that are within the statute of limitations?
Oh no, it's doing it. It's like it's giving that effect like you in the.
Like I'm in what?
It's giving that effect like you in the Matrix.
Oh. Yeah, I can see that. That's this damn clubhouse. I'm about to get off anyway. Ain't no need for me to be on here enforcing it. Nobody ain't pulling up on here. Yeah, salute. If I pull back up on the joint, I probably pull up on Discord or something.
All right.
All right. Yeah, get that clubhouse out of here then. My bad, y'all. I try to rock with it real quick. But King James, salute. All right. Yeah, he did. He said that. He said it was only on Clubhouse. He said it was good on YouTube. Some people are slow to the system. Oh yeah. Nobody but me talking about Officer BB because they pulled up late to the trial, so they wasn't paying attention to those elements. Or certain people just skip over anything that's not pertinent in the trial. They got this code. Like, not, I ain't gonna say not pertinent, but like they're sticking to the surface of the trial, which means the things that go on directly in the courtroom. And I noticed that. Like they not taking it and going and getting the backstory about certain elements to fill in the blanks. They doing it intentionally. It's the way to coverage, the way to cover the main line. Real rap. Mainstream news, bro. And some of the, so-called independent content creators, they following that same line. Yeah. They jumped around on the timeline at the beginning a little bit, but for the most part, they started. But I did notice they jumped around a little bit before, but it just wasn't as bad. They kind of jumped forward and they would kind of do, a couple witnesses on an overact. But recently, they've been jumping around a lot, which I don't think the jury can keep up with. Any of the officers, yeah. See, you could be working with YSL or somebody that's cool with people involved without directly working with them. So if I got somebody that work at the sheriff's office or I got somebody that work, Brian Steele. So Brian Steele probably has a lot of rank and relationships with certain people. So on the strength of that, that's stretch over to the police. Because remember, I told y'all, he gave Quinn them the pass. Now, I understand how this work. If we playing chess, the police, judges, and the DAs, I'm going to have to be kind of cordial with them because I'm going to need them to bend at certain times. So, you feel what I'm saying? Like, these people all kind of, they got to have rapport with each other. The person, like somebody having a direct relationship with somebody in YSL, it don't have to be that. So, let's just say this. Ashley Merchant is Duke lawyer. All right. Shorty, it clearly got rank. Brian Steele clearly got rank. Homie with the pony clearly got. You feel me? So it's like they might get introduced through somebody else, or business get taken care of through somebody else. That's how it really be going down, y'all. Favor for a favor, and you don't ask how it got taken care of. You just understand the person that got friends. When they tell you they gonna make something shake, just what we gotta do. That's what we doing. It's certain phone calls, bro. That's how the call go, bro. Like it's people that make stuff happen, and you don't ask what happened. You do your part, and then when they call you and want you to use your arm, you use your arm. They not gonna ask how you done it. It's really real. Now I'm gonna tell y'all. I only know about the the entry level of this. I only know about the entry level of this, man. Man, who knows how far this go? Real rap. Now people speculate. We ain't really got time for all that. But just know this: when that paper on that line, you know what time it is. You know what time it is. You know things get extracurricular when the paper involved. You know that. So don't be naive on what can be. You feel me? Be open-minded. Now, do you want to go, do you really want to go there? According to Puffy documents, no. You don't want to go? I told y'all they ain't hiding. Remember I told y'all that? They not hiding, the door open. Is Glanville coming back to bite him? Nah. Nah, they understood what they I don't think nothing we seeing is a surprise to anybody involved, if you understand what I'm saying. So I think everybody involved kind of understands the procedures, the processes, the different events that didn't happen along the way. I think they all kind of knew it was, what was coming. I just feel like nobody's really surprised that's in the courtroom. Hence, Thug wearing a sweatshirt and something over his mouth, which is odd to me. But hey, if America don't say nothing, then I'm probably wrong, right? The best way to hide anything is in your face. Yeah. Yup. There go the green store.
Mr. Wright, did you interview?
He did.
Did he provide you with social media accounts and posts that aided you in your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Going back to Mr. Wright, did you interview him once without Senior ADA Mike Sprinkle?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you interview him again with Senior ADA Mike Sprinkle?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What about Quindarius Zachary? Did you ever conduct any interviews of Quindarius Zachary? Not getting into anything he said.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Do you know how many you conducted?
Maybe about 2 or 3.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Pay attention,
Did you
y'all.
take any steps to compare information you got in one interview with information you may have gotten in another interview?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you in any way use those comparisons to sort of either dispel information as untrue or corroborate information?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you learn from anyone in particular who may have rented the vehicle that you were looking into, the Infiniti?
Yes, ma'am.
Calls for hearsay.
Your Honor, the evidence has come in, and if we may approach so that I don't speak more improperly.
My bad, y'all. I had to go get my coffee. Salute to everybody in here. Straight up. They went on a break. Phony. My bad. Tap the like button.
Sure.
I'm here.
Before you got the name
Salute for the
Jeffery
500 likes.
Williams from Kenneth Copeland as being the person who rented an Infiniti from Hertz, did you know that Jeffery Williams had rented an Infiniti from Hertz?
No, ma'am.
Were you present when?
Yeah, we here. I'm rolling 60 today. I'm hybrid gang.
Are you aware of whether members of the district attorney's office, in conjunction with the Atlanta Police Department, went back out to Hertz in 2016?
Yes, ma'am. I'm aware.
Did you all talk to the same set of people? When you went in 2015, do you know if who you talked to was the same persons that they talked to in 2016?
I do not recall. I do not know if that was the same person.
And were
funny.
you able to get more information
don't
in
recall.
2016 once you began working with the district attorney's office?
Yes, ma'am. A lot.
Did you use that information gained from Hertz to aid in your investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes, ma'am.
Without saying what was said to you, were you able to determine during your investigation if people went outside of Atlanta after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
I do not know about that part.
Did you get any phone records during your investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes, I did.
Did Detective Gaither aid you in getting some of those phone records?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you get phone records in investigations like this, would you tell the jury how it is that these records assist you in your investigation in trying to determine who murdered somebody?
Yes. We use the cell phone records to plot their course of travel. Also see if they was in the area where the incident took place based on the cell tower. Also, we try to see based on their call logs, who did they call before, during, and after the incident.
Do you remember all of the phone records that you gained or gathered through this investigation from 2015 through 2016, either alone or with other members of the Atlanta Police Department or the DA's office?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Would you tell the jury, without getting into the details about the phone records themselves, some of the persons whose phone numbers you sought and were able to obtain?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, who are some of the people whose phone numbers you got during this investigation?
I believe it was Kenneth Copeland, Demikian Garlington. Can't recall the other person's real name. Know him as Montonk, I believe it was.
Antonio Sledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Who else? Who else's phone numbers do you recall getting throughout this investigation?
I believe that's the ones that I targeted on.
Were other numbers provided to you?
Last name Sprinkle. So they had the mics the opposite way, distorted when the trial at the beginning. This is crazy. Good afternoon, Deputy Sprinkle. Salute to everybody in here. I appreciate you being here. You're awesome.
On the office or on the city of Atlanta that caused it to be a high profile case?
Basis.
Irrelevant. What does high profile case have to do with anything?
All right.
I'll respond, Your Honor.
Why don't you explain that before I rule?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the reason that I asked about it being a high-profile case is to sort of lay the groundwork for the fact that the office did not seek to not investigate or to not make sure that we got the case right. By asking whether it was a high-profile case, it's to bring out to the court the mindset with which Deputy Sprinkle investigated the case.
Okay, I'm going to overrule your objection. Go ahead, ma'am.
I just want to
Thank you,
be
Your Honor.
clear.
I've overruled your objection.
Overruled your objection.
Murder carry with it a series of violent shootings within the city of Atlanta.
Yes, for many years following that.
Can't. Basis. Why don't you rephrase?
I can do that. Thank you, Judge.
Somebody chewing ice?
After the murder of Donovan Thomas, were there multiple shootings within the city of Atlanta within days, sometimes weeks of one another?
Objection, relevance.
I have
There's multiple
one
shootings
basis.
going on in this.
I'm going to overrule. Let her finish, okay? And then I'll okay? All right, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge. Were there multiple
He definitely off something today.
shootings within the city of Atlanta?
Yeah.
Objection on the relevance.
I was going to say the same as to leading. Why don't you ask him what happened as a result of that, if he knows, if any?
After the murder of Donovan Thomas, and let me back up, were there any gang implications to the investigation? In other words, during your investigation and during your initial review of the file, was there any indication from the information that you had within the file that the murder was gang-related?
Yes.
And what gangs were alleged to have been involved?
Englewood family, that was the gang to which Mr. Donovan Thomas was a member, a high-ranking member, and the other gang was YSL, or Young Slime Life, to which Mr. Williams was a member.
Did you
He was a member.
I'm going to object to.
He was a member. Oh, yeah? That's what your investigation told you. He was just a member. I like that.
Basis.
Answer it.
Basis.
Speculation, and after to be stricken.
I'm going to overrule the objection. What's your objection?
It's a legal conclusion. Criminal street gang is a legally defined term, has to be determined by 12 people in the city.
That may be in front of a jury, but this is the district attorney's investigation. I'm going to overrule your objection.
In Your Honor, so just so I'm clear, we are speaking just in layman's terms when we say gang at this moment, not in legal terms.
I'm still going to overrule your objection, okay? Thank you.
And during the weeks and months following Donovan Thomas's murder, did you have information that led you to believe that a series of retaliatory shootings between YSL and Englewood family took place across the city of Atlanta?
I'm going to object because it calls for hearsay.
Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, the defendant, Shannon Stillwell, has alleged an intentional delay on the part of the state. What led us to further our investigation and what information we had?
Goes to conduct?
Yes.
All right, I must overrule the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Did you have information that led you to believe that a series of retaliatory shootings between YSL and Englewood family happened after Donovan Thomas was murdered?
Yes, there were cases where the victims were identified as YSL or Englewood family, and the shooters were also identified as YSL or Englewood family, and commonly the shooters would generally be in the rival gang. I don't want to say there were no cases that involved the same members of the same gang shooting at each other, but primarily it was opposing gangs that were shooting at each other. The participants that were identified were in opposing gangs. Those two gangs specifically, yes.
And during that time, did you and the Fulton County District Attorney's Office gang unit work closely with the Atlanta Police Department in an effort to solve the murder of Donovan Thomas, as well as find out whether or not those series of shootings were related, in fact, to the murder of Donovan?
The gang unit, the office's gang unit, I believe they were in consultation with Detective Thorpe, but I don't recall speaking with Detective Thorpe prior to him obtaining warrants for the arrest of the 4 men that he originally charged.
And that is before the arrest of the persons that were originally charged. I'm speaking of during the months in the year 2015, 2016, did you obtain more information that led you to believe that the murder of Donovan Thomas was gang-related?
Right. Well, yeah, I would routinely consult with Detective Tyrone Dennis with the Atlanta Police Department. He also worked very, very closely on the murder case and, alongside Detective Jim Thorpe Jr.
And were there incidents, shooting incidents that took place, and other incidents that took place that involved members of the alleged offending gang, or YSL?
Yes, either, as I said, the victim was identified as being in one gang or the other. The shooters were identified as being in the opposite gang. There were shell casings that, when placed under microscopes and the tool mark on the back of the casing was compared to various incidents, they would find that similar guns, or the same guns, I should say, were used in these various incidents, which could possibly indicate that the same participants were involved.
And did you prepare a...
Yo, he seemed a little bit more controlled here, don't he? Straight to the point, precise, not agitated. Man, that jury and all that must be serious, knowing what time it is now. He seemed way more comfortable in this clip.
Supplemental report to the case file that you have been given by Detective Thorpe in order to outline the investigation that you conducted in this case between the time that you received it and November 13, 2018.
Yes.
I am showing to you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 1.
Tap the like button, subscribe to the channel, become a member if you're not.
Miss Love, we're going to just use the next exhibit in order. So what's that, Miss Rosenwasser?
11. Would the court like for me to then label it State's Exhibit?
State's 11, yes, ma'am. If you wouldn't mind, please.
I sure will. I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 11. SS. Would you take a look at it? In your honor, I will, at the end of this tendering of this exhibit, ask that the court allow me to tender a digital copy of this as evidence. Under seal.
A page missing from this one because my report has.
As part of continuing discovery, so to the extent, Miss Love, you have not done that, go ahead and do so, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Deputy Sprinkle, would you please clarify for the court whether or not the page you were referencing is contained within State's Exhibit 11?
It is. You just turn the page over. It turns out it was facing the wrong way. So, no, that's my full report.
Thank you. Your Honor, the state tender State's Exhibit 11, and with the court's permission, I would like to enter evidence digitally under seal.
Okay. So, Brandon?
Your Honor, I object.
And Your Honor,
Basis? Is this part of the order that I entered before?
No, it's not.
Why do you want to enter it under seal, madam?
only because it contains information, personal information about witnesses. The defense has been provided this report on August the 8th, I believe, 2022 in its entirety. I am happy to let defense counsel look at it, review it, and compare it to their copy of the discovery that has been previously served.
Okay.
My issue is not with under seal per se.
But then I'm going to seal it then, okay?
Well, no, it's not with that. My issue is admitting it. We're having a.
Well, you're okay. No, but you've made it an issue for the purposes of your speedy trial demand.
Right.
So they are introducing as part of what they, as if I understand it, given the factors, is that what they did and the reason for the delay. Is that what you're doing, Ms. Love?
Yes.
So I mean, so that's why they're introducing it for that limited purpose. So.
With all due respect, Your Honor, he can testify to what he did.
He just did, but in terms of if the case goes up on appeal, then of course the appellate court will have an opportunity to take a look at it.
For the record, I would just like to say that there's a lot more in that report than what he's testified to through live testimony. And we are objecting to conducting this hearing through proffer, which is essentially what we're doing.
Well, you got live testimony because you haven't even examined Mr. Sprinkle yet. So you certainly will be able to do that. But I'm going to admit it and seal it over your objection, States 11. Okay, and you'll be able to get with Ms. Love and her colleagues and take a look at it. The original, the discovery that you were provided back in August in relation to this particular document, and the state will need to, of course, disclose or unless you give you that particular evidence, anything discovery they haven't done so far, okay?
And we will be able to cross-examine Mr. Sprinkle on all of the contents of that document that's being admitted as evidence. Is what I want to make sure we're able to do.
If they're introducing in evidence, yeah, you get to cross them about anything you want in terms of that particular document.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Deputy Sprinkle, did your investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas cease entirely as of November 13th, 2018?
No, it didn't.
Oh, yeah.
Would you just briefly encapsulate some of the additional investigations that you participated in or conducted between 2018 and May 2021?
Okay, so in 2019, there were at least 2 gang-related murders that involved the YSL Street Gang and the Englewood Family Street Gang. One was a February 23rd, 2019 murder involving a victim named Jamari Holmes and some YSL gang members named Damone Blaylock and Rodalius Ryan. I did a lot of work on that case. But for purposes of this hearing, I did a search warrant to Instagram for, I believe it was 4 or 5 accounts belonging to YSL gang members. Now, the reason why is that search warrant was for the accounts of the people that were participants in the February 23rd, 2019 murder of Jamari Holmes, of course. But with any search warrant that I did for concerning either one of those gangs, the murder of Donovan Thomas was always really just on the front of my mind because that.
What?
Why?
It was the murder of Donovan Thomas that was essentially the primary genesis of the dispute between these 2 gangs that had claimed the lives of so many people and wounded countless others. So I always, when investigating any case.
Madam.
Your Honor, Deputy Sprinkle is talking about the investigation that he continued to conduct into the murder of Donovan Thomas and why it is that he did what he did during that investigation. If, again, the state's intent is at issue, Mr. Sprinkle's steps taken during the investigation are reflective of the state's intent.
Okay. I'll overrule your objection, sir.
May I respond to that?
What is it you want to tell me? I mean, I've overruled the objection, so what more do you want me to know?
The state just proffered evidence, and I don't think that's correct, Your Honor.
Well, then cross-examine him when you got him on cross.
I understand.
So you're a little, you know, you're a little early, okay?
Oh, so they're gonna be on his heels.
When you got him on cross, you can ask him these questions that you're not allowing them to answer right now. But it's relevant for the purposes of delay and the reason for delay. So can we move on from that? Okay.
In May of 2021, was the case involving the murder of Donovan Thomas turned over to a specific team in the district attorney's office as part of a broader investigation?
It was.
All right, and who was it turned over to?
Don Geary was the primary attorney on the case.
And is that case, or did that case form the basis for the indictment that the defendant sits on today, charged with both the murder of Donovan Thomas and the murder of Shamel Driggs?
Yes, yes, it is, because I at that point was consulting with my coworkers and recommending that we pursue an indictment on the murder case, at which point the others just determined that a team should be assembled because this case encompassed a lot more than just the murder of Donovan Thomas. So at that point, my case file was handed, but that was the first step, was my investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas. And then I wasn't working very closely with them. I would of course answer their questions, of which they had many when they had them, but I wasn't in a room working with them on a daily basis. But from what I understood and what would eventually see when the indictment came out was they were working on this vast RICO case.
And are you aware of a wiretap being used to gain information in furtherance of the investigation of this RICO case that you referenced just now?
Yeah, I drafted all the documents associated with it and performed the minimization procedures and reviewed periodically would spot review the work of the modders.
And was that in April 2022?
Oh, yeah.
I believe so. Yeah, I believe so. April 2022.
Put the
I think
RICO
towards
together.
the end of that month, yes.
And did the investigation that took place between the time that you were given the file by Detective Thorpe and the time that this case was initially presented to the grand jury form the basis for the indictment 22SC 183572?
Yes.
Thank you. Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Pay attention, y'all. He said he put the RICO together on the back end. Like when it came time to put all the paperwork together. Yeah.
Sprinkle, between November 2018 and May 2021, did you work with any other prosecutors on this case or on the investigation involving the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Well,
did you at any time work with Deputy Kara Convery?
oh, yes. Deputy Kara Convery and I spoke about this case and exchanged information on a regular basis throughout the entirety of the investigation.
And where did Deputy Kara Convery work within the district attorney's office?
She was the head of the gang unit. I don't recall which year. I know Gabe Banks was the head right when the case came in. I believe you were the head of the gang unit at some point. And then Kara Convery, probably by 2019, she was the head of the gang unit.
Was there ever a time, Deputy Sprinkle, that you delayed this case to get a tactical advantage over the defendant, Shannon Stillwell?
No, I didn't want to delay the case at all.
And was this a case of average complexity?
No, this is an extremely complex case.
Just one moment, Your Honor. That's all that I have for now.
All right, Mr. Sharp, go ahead, sir.
Has been trying to email it and print it for the last 30 minutes, and she is scrambling because she said email is not working and the printer is not working. She just sent Word.
Oh, man.
Lieutenant.
Now the printers
All right.
don't work.
I don't know why it continues to be so cold in here. I keep adjusting it and it just doesn't change. It gets colder, I think, instead of warmer.
Can she bring her computer over here? Just, yeah, bring it on a thumb drive or anything.
It hasn't moved at all.
For once, I'm not too cold. So.
Well, no, but everybody else does.
I just asked her to bring it over on a thumb drive because if we can't print, we can't email for whatever reason from her computer. Will the court look at it, and if the court can print it, or someone here can print it, then
Okay.
she can do that.
That's fine. So this is something that Mr. Scheib has seen and approved of?
It is.
Okay.
But we're sending to the process of motion.
Okay.
Judge got that Edward Scissorhands pale complexion going on, you heard? A little bit of that Beetlejuice. Which one? Beetlejuice or Edward? I'm going Edward. Yeah, I'm going Edward. Eddie Scissors. Beetlejuice. Edward. Both. She make me feel like I need to go get some sun. She looked like she could be a boss on Blade, like somebody that Blade was fighting. She'd be at the end though. Like all of the goons was out running around, but she was in it like at the parlor where they be at for real. But she in the back room. It was her. Silver bullet ass face. She definitely giving off them West Virginia vibes.
Order.
No, and I'm just.
They can't print it or email it, apparently. Do you have it electronically on?
They're bringing all three on a thumb drive. That was what we said.
Right. I just wondered if Mr. Scheib might have it on his email, on his phone, and then he could maybe try to email it to us and we could print it.
No, everything goes tomorrow.
Wow. Okay.
Ass face.
Okay. That's either very retro or very forward of you. One or the other.
I don't tweet, I don't have Facebook. Usually I have everything. I get here. paralegal to deal with me.
You've got good assistance. Okay.
I know it's very, very old.
I don't know why it's so old. Yes, I thought you said cold.
Yo,
Because it's that too.
don't pay no attention to me. I don't know where that came from, cuz I like that show.
Sure, I can look at least that.
I had a crush on that lady when I was a kid, cuz don't judge. Yeah. I think I could have booked her. It was something about her.
I mean, I assume I know pretty much the motion's going to say what y'all presented orally in court. Okay.
That stenographer got that lipstick
Us to file this into the record or?
made from straight ladybugs.
I couldn't hear what you were saying, Mike.
We were just asking it be filed under seal. That's all.
That's fine.
Do you want it filed under seal? I mean, what's the basis for filing it under seal?
Let me consult. I've actually never had one of these done.
Okay.
Your Honor, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's normally if.
Normally it occurs
doesn't
prior
matter.
to the person, basically walking into court to testify.
About to give
Your
me a
Honor,
heck
I
of
am not speaking for Ms. Love or Mr. Scheib. For myself, on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, I would like a copy of the order of granting immunity.
That's fine. And I don't, unless if somebody wants to vocalize a reason it needs to be filed under seal, I don't intend to have it filed under seal, given the, circumstances of.
I'm not asking it to be filed under seal.
Okay.
That's fine, Your Honor. And I wasn't trying to keep a copy from the defense. I'm actually bringing the electronic copy for everybody to have.
I don't have it.
And when you can, I'd like to discuss the rules. Since I'm his lawyer, am I going to be permitted to object if they badger him?
No.
Or just
No.
Is he
You're
gonna-
here so that if he wants to consult with you.
okay? And I was going to ask that
But yeah,
if he wants to
no.
consult with
I
me.
mean, you're you're not a party to the case,
Well,
so you don't.
and
get
I just wanted to make
those
sure I was
kind of
clear on that.
objections. Okay.
And then, but he can consult with me anytime if he wants to stop and talk.
Yes.
To me. Okay. And I just want to make sure he knows that.
All right.
If you want me to object, just whistle.
They just came through. So they're distinct. It just basically says the state's spoken with Mr. Scheib regarding the immunity agreement. Attached is the motion for the order and a proposed order. And it says we're asking it be filed under seal, which we've already dealt with, and I'm denying. So I will print out the motion and the proposed order. I don't know if, is that the order? I hadn't even opened that one up. Of this signed, okay. That's fine. I think we can do that from here.
Okay, hear that hum?
I do have a request of the court. Contrary to insinuations that have been made today, I have no idea what's about to happen. However, if Mr. Zachary is not going to answer any questions, which strikes me as a possibility, I think we should determine what Mr. Zachary is going to do in his condition and everything else before the jury comes out.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
His condition, his pleasure. I don't.
No, I know what you mean by his condition. What do you mean by, I think we should determine what he's going to do in his condition?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what he's going to do. But if he's going to refuse to answer questions, I don't believe that would be appropriate for that refusal to occur in front of the jury. And I don't know if he's going to do that or not. Let me be clear.
Your Honor, actually what is, and we had this happen with another witness, and what has been, I know that what is the case law is that if the state has the opportunity to sit there and ask questions while a person continues to plead the fifth, it's not a pleading of the fifth and that causes a mistrial. It's if the state is allowed to put testimony in essence in front of the jury in the form of leading questions while a person continues to plead the fifth, and the defense does not have an opportunity to properly question or elicit any answers from that person, that's when the problem arises, not when the words "I plead the fifth" come out of their mouth. So we would ask that Mr. Zachary be allowed to be brought in just like any other witness, not be pre-questioned, and that the state be allowed to begin its examination.
All right. Mr. Scheib, you've just recently talked to your client, and you have, I presume, discussed with him the immunity agreement that you all have entered into. Is that correct, generally? All right. And so in the course of that, you would have talked to him about the fact that once an immunity agreement is in place, the pleading the fifth assertion is not basically applicable anymore. And does he understand that at this point, if he says, I plead the fifth, that he may get taken to jail and held until he decides to testify? Okay. And has he given you any indication that once brought out to testify, he is nonetheless going to still plead the fifth?
He's not going to plead the fifth, but just to tell you what he's going to say.
Your Honor, I object to Mr. Scheib.
All right.
I object to Mr. Scheib putting on the record representation about what his client is going to say. I would ask that the court allow the state to question the witness and under oath, and it be brought out then.
Go ahead, Mr. Schad.
That's fine. Just also questioning, or they may do on cross that he's under, he's been taking narcotics, so that's in his system. So something else everybody's going to have to deal with.
Okay.
There you go.
Well, I appreciate Mr. Schad saying that. Having to deal with someone on narcotics that's going to claim to not remember anything is quite honestly ridiculous. If he's going to testify, he needs to testify. If he's not, and just going to say, I don't recall anything, then we're not going to be able to cross-examine him. If he's going to say, oh, I'm too high to answer questions, that's not effective opportunity to confront a witness. And so I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what any of this is, but if we're going to call a witness to the stand, he needs to be able to answer questions. If he can't, then I'm not able to cross-examine him.
So, Ms. Love, I know that we all discussed earlier the possibility of you needing to have a doctor.
So they're going to threaten putting this boy in jail if he don't testify, knowing his condition. Okay.
Come give us some information about what
Your Honor,
impact anything in his system might have?
no, actually, Your Honor, what I had asked the court to do was to get or meet with the doctor and find out his status and his ability to actually be released and come down. This was done without.
Okay, and just to be clear, that never happened. Okay, so that's not confusing on the record, because we found out before you ever even were able to set anything like that up that he was about to be released and on his way over here, right?
That was what I was attempting to say a bit too slowly. So yes, Judge, I don't think that there's any need.
She tried to get back at her. You caught that?
To talk to a doctor because he was released.
Okay, so
before all of that happened.
If he comes out and he says, I am high as a kite, I'm on whoever knows what, and, beats me, I'm just loopy, that may or may not be true, right? I mean, I don't know what he's actually on. I don't know what his condition actually is. I don't know if he is on something, what impact that might have on his ability to testify. And I am not necessarily going to take his word for whether he is in a mental state to be able to testify.
No, what's the FDA?
Do you understand what I mean?
I do, Your Honor. And since that was not the reason that I was asking the court to meet with the doctor, I will.
But a police can determine when you are under the influence of driving a vehicle. But a judge can't determine the influence that you under when it's time to testify. Okay, I get it. It makes sense. It makes sense.
If the court will afford me a moment.
Okay, but we have been Mr. Scheib, when did you first bring all of this to our attention? Was it Monday? Tuesday? It was early this week, right? I mean, hadn't we been discussing this all week?
They were saying Monday morning. I was at the hospital, and then they told me what's going on. They told me what he's been taking, on and on, and being in intensive care and all of that.
At least several days ago, you alerted everybody to this.
Judge, and that's why we had someone go to the hospital, and that's why we had someone speak to the doctor, and that is why we brought the representation that we did to the court, and the representation has been presented to the court regarding what Mr. Zachary is, or any impact what medicine he is taking would have on him and his ability to be harmed or to testify, and that was none. And Your Honor, frankly,
that was one person's version, was none.
Actually, we have the investigator who was in there with them. So if, we can put that person up. But Your Honor.
At this point, we have no, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, there has been a series of events that we have put on the record. There's been no indication that Mr. Zachary is going to be unable to come in here and testify. He was released before we were even able to check on his status. Your Honor, he would not, and Grady has been apprised of what he is being released for. We know because we have had investigators down there. So the court may or may not have been privy or may have seen transcripts of other witnesses who lose all memory with the state, and it comes back when the defense starts asking questions. I don't know what kind of antics, as we have been apprised that Mr. Zachary doesn't want to testify, and his father wanted to or did call Mr. Sharp and Mr. Steele. I don't know what he's going to say, but Your Honor, I believe that he should not be allowed to hamstring, to hijack these proceedings by asserting things that are not.
Okay. So I think we have a fairly good indication through his attorney that he is potentially going to come out here and say some version of, I'm so messed up on whatever drugs they've given me that beats me. I mean, you're an elephant. So then how are you going to deal with that?
Your Honor, as Mr. Scheib did not relay that to me, and I don't
Well,
think
he just relayed it to everybody in front of you. So you heard it too. And it's been a possibility that he has relayed several times as well earlier this week.
Your Honor.
Yes?
The doctor is on the phone. How about that? That's what we have. We have the doctor on the phone. We can get the doctor on the phone.
I don't know.
He's on the phone.
What his demeanor will be on the stand.
We have the.
He has a great deal of anxiety, and that's one of the scenarios that he could go into a crisis with his
anxiety. Yes.
I think I've spoken to everybody. He's had this for 30 years, and it's been built up, and quite frankly, he's an addict. He takes oxycontin every day, and can't take morphine because he's addicted, or he just can't take that. But he's been on drugs for 30 years, and he's been in and out of intensive care.
I thank you.
We have the doctor on the phone, Your Honor. Could we?
Okay. Yeah. Is everybody going to accept that this is his Grady doctor on the phone?
I think you need to have. What needs to happen is, under the law, he needs to give consent for her to have a conversation with him.
You have been having conversations with his doctor and the state for the last several days, so I assumed that was with his consent. Am I wrong?
It is, but I don't know who it is, and for this man to give further information, he has to give consent.
So it's been a minute-by-minute consent that you have had with him for the state to communicate with his doctor about his condition, Mr. Scheib?
Judge.
Has it?
To be very clear. The other day when
Has it?
The other day, the doctor said, right now I can give you information as to what has happened.
I'm asking about the understanding that you have of Mr. Zachary's consent to let the state communicate with his doctor about his condition.
The other day. I don't know. He needs to come out and at least put it on the record. Hey, I consent. We need to find out who the doctor is. I don't know who's on there.
That was my point, is I have no idea who's on the phone. That was my point. How about a Zoom call?
That's what we're trying to establish, Your Honor. We have his email address. The doctor's email address is.
You don't need to put his email address on the record.
I was going to.
You don't need to put his email address on the record. I'm not emailing him.
I'm giving it to Mr. person. I don't need his email address. I need a name.
Okay. He gave oral consent a few days ago to a doctor that he knew. I don't know who this is.
What is the doctor's name to whom he gave consent to speak about his condition?
I think he needs to give consent to it.
You are his lawyer. What is the doctor's name to whom he gave oral consent to speak to the state about his medical condition?
I think they had the doctor on the phone. I think the doctor that I spoke to. That I personally spoke to, his last name is Marthambadi. That's who I spoke to. face to face.
Okay. Thank
The
you.
person who's on the phone.
Huh? Okay. Well, until he is in person
And for the
virtually in person on Zoom, that everybody can be a part of.
And I would ask
Your Honor, could we not have this?
because he's privy to this.
Could we not have this
I think he's
televised?
entitled to it.
I need y'all to not talk at the same time. I cannot pay attention to both of you at the same time.
Relax.
Okay. Hang on, Mr. Schott.
Now,
What are
she
you
need
asking?
to Addy.
That this doctor's conversation and communication not be televised.
Let me ask Mr. Scheib, because he's representing Mr. Zachary's interests with regard to this. And I do think that it would be appropriate, if requested, to not have this televised, because we're talking about somebody's personal medical information. Okay. Y'all need to not record this. So is the doctor
We're sending.
joining us by Zoom?
Yes.
Okay.
And there you have it. Yeah, we'll tell the whole world he a rat. But we don't want to tell you about his vital signs. You feel me? We took his temperature earlier. We checked his heart rate. We checked his oxygen level, his hydration. You feel me? So we'll tell you and show you about his interrogations, all this, this street stuff that could get him smoked, which is essentially the whole reason you want to maintain health and you have hospitals, which is kind of ironic, but never mind that. How y'all doing today? Yeah. How y'all doing today? Yeah. Yeah. We tell him about jeopardize his whole family. Tap likes. Salute to everybody in here. I appreciate you being here. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. It's me, man. Pee Wee posted. Yeah. Yup. They checked the sperm count. Gave him a pap smear. You know what I mean? Checked his reflexes. Checked his gag reflex. His vitamin C levels. You feel me? But look, all this street stuff, we gonna let y'all know all that. You heard? So, that don't matter. Pulling him in here while he potentially sick, he signed up for it. If he was keeping it gangster then, he got to keep it gangster now. You know how it is. You can't be tough Tony, then turn calm Carl. You can't do that. It's 2K24, baby. And the 24 stand for Kobe. You know we shooting. What's up? Hey, you better strap up. We got the ball, baby. Yeah. Yeah. Man, I'm 8 trade gangster crip today or something. Rolling 60, one of them. You heard? Straight up. Straight up. Respect it. I'm hybrid. Yeah, I was feeling red all week. Now I'm blue. What's up with you though? You feel me? Don't question my gangster, my gang banging. Who's you? Feeling like Big U. They say rock with 8 Trey. Look, I got people say look, some people like, nah, you 60s. Some people hollering, nah, you 8 Trey. Nah, y'all crazy in the chat. Look, people picking sides in the chat. People got relations in the chat, y'all. Look, you got some people in the chat say 60s. I done caused a split, a division. They blue. They picking sides, y'all. They got.
TV, there was a doctor in the room that-
Pick it up. Pick up the mic. I can hear you, but not everybody
Can you
can.
hear me now? You hear me now? Hello?
Yes, now we can.
My wife.
Just hold it up to
Oh,
your
he
mouth.
got Mike
Okay.
now. He about
First
to get
one-
busy.
Hold it closer.
Monday
Yo,
or
officially a
Tuesday,
game show
when the
host.
doctor was
He officially a game show host now. You can't tell him nothing now. He about to he going. It's going down, y'all. It's going down. He got a mic. Look at him. Whoa.
in the room. My
Yeah.
client verbally said, "You can tell my lawyer what's going on." The second scenario was when the DA's office and investigator was in the his room and on the phone, and my client gave him oral consent to tell him what was going on to that point.
Okay.
Yo, don't use oral consent no more. Look at Yak. Yak know what time it is. Yak like, oh shit, he got the mic now. Yak know how powerful the mic is. Look at Yak. Yak know about when you ready to shine. He like to shine, so he like, damn, Holmes about to get his shine on with that mic. Look at him. Look, Yak.
All right. Well, then I'm not sure that we have his consent to talk to this doctor currently about what's going on.
Then, Your Honor, if he doesn't give his consent, I think he just needs to
All right. So
come out and take stand. I mean, I don't know why.
let's admit,
Oral consent is crazy, just to let y'all know. Just to let you know, side note, oral consent is crazy. Yup. I'm going to just put that out there.
get Mr. Zachary out at this point. We'll have him take the stand. He'll be able to see Dr. Bethina. I'm going to go ahead and let Dr. Bethina into the Zoom.
And Your Honor, no one is recording, right? I know the court said not to, but I just wanted to ensure that.
Crazy. Some would say Bill Clinton had oral consent. Never mind. Hold on. Bad joke. Hold on. Hold. All right. Karen Steffens was giving out oral consent. Right? No. Hold. 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 Hold up. That's a wild ass phrase. I would put that on my license plate. That's a slick ass boat name. All right, y'all, tell me in the chat. What can we name that? That's a nice album title. I like a boat name. Like you bought a new yacht and you first, like, look, like, yo, what you name it? Oral consent. That's a nice ass boat. Oh, no, a racehorse. Yeah, there we go. I got this nice ass racehorse, bro. I named that bitch Oral Consent. Yeah, we get money. Yeah, I got a racehorse named Oral Consent. Racehorse. Verbal. Now, he said oral, didn't he? I swear he said oral, bro. He did not say verbal. If he said verbal, bro, he said oral first. So I just put that in there. Ain't no way. There's no way I turn verbal to oral myself. He said oral first, bro. I'd have never thought of oral. I'd have never thought of that on my own, bro. That's the whole part that's funny. No one says oral. That's a funny word, bro. You know why. You know why, bro. You know what come behind that. You know, come on, bro. As soon as you say oral, the head's turning. Walk somewhere and say the word oral and watch what happens. I dare you. I dare you. Just say oral. Just say it. That thing's spooky. I'm telling you, it's a head turner for shizzle. For shizzle. Try it if you think it's a game. Just try it in traffic. Roll down your window and just say, oral. Watch people be like, what? Watch. Bust it out in different places. Cut through Walmart, right? Hit through the aisle. It's like 2-3 people in the aisle. Act like you talking on the phone and just be like, such and such, such and such. Or watch what, just, and have your head up when you say it though. Watch people heads come out the motherfucking aisle and turn. I swear to God, you gonna cut through with that. Oral anything. Put anything behind it. Say oral anything. Whoa. Oh, shit. They got Cuz in the jumper. Oh, man. Oh, man. They got him looking bad. Oh, man. Yo, looking like somebody from Philly. Oh, man. He is not in Fulton County Blue. What is that? Oh, he dizzy. Oh, he getting dizzy already. Huh? Who you nodding at, Cuz? Who that? Who that? Who that? Oh, man. Yo, giving shout outs. Niggas holler, yo, you the best, Cuz. He holler, I know. Chill. Wow. Yo, getting a moment of silence up there. That's crazy. Yeah, he look like he from Philly. Look like Chris and Neef's nephew. Like he go rap. He cheeks for not being able to rap.
Thank you. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to jump to a different witness right now, and we'll circle back to the other witness later. Mr. Zachary, can you please stand and be sworn?
Oh, he can stand up? Damn. Hold up. What? Bro, what, he 6'4"? He got taller?
There's Zach, Quindarrius, Zachary, Zachary.
Slug.
Good afternoon, Mr. Zachary. How are you? Mr. Zachary, hello.
I gotta speak back.
Yeah, what?
Yes, you're going to have to answer questions.
You said question, not speak back, but hey, how you doing?
Mr. Zachary, would you please tell the jury how old you are?
31.
What kind of salamander is he? Tap the like button. We got a party.
And where did you grow up?
Atlanta,
What part of Atlanta, Mr. Zachary?
Cleveland Avenue,
Where'd you go to school?
Cleveland Avenue Elementary,
And middle school?
Crawford Lawn.
Did you graduate?
No.
What was the highest grade you completed?
8th, 7-1 on.
Whoa. Yeah, this him.
Mr. Zachary, do you know any other persons?
I'm hard stamping. This was him on that recording that was talking to y'all. I'm hard stamping it. I just caught it.
In the courtroom today?
Nah.
None of them.
Nope.
All right. Mr. Zachary, let me ask you this. Do you know Shannon Stillwell?
Yeah.
Do you not see him in the courtroom today?
I can't see. I just got to the hospital. You know that. I can't see that far.
Whoa. Let me know what you think about that in the comments. I ain't never heard nobody say, I can't see that far, I just got out the hospital. This might be the spiciest salamander we ever seen, bro. He got the oven on skillet mode right now. Gee.
All right, do you need some glasses, Mr.
Yeah, they got medicine in and they don't work for me.
Mr. Zachary, were you present a moment ago when the court heard from your doctor?
Yeah.
And did you hear your doctor say anything?
A rambunctious little salamander, ain't he?
You ain't asking what I nodded you.
Sustained as to bolster.
Damn.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 123 Echo. Do you recognize the person that has been depicted in State's Exhibit 123 Echo?
Yeah.
Who is this person?
Shannon.
Damn. Strike.
And I'm going to play you what has been already admitted
Cameraman dizzy.
as 123 Echo. Mr. Zachary, while we're pulling that up, are you familiar with the person by the name of Jeffery Williams, who also answers to the name Young Thug?
Yeah.
How long have you known him?
15 years.
15 years?
Yeah.
Do you consider him your friend?
Yeah, all right.
All right.
Whoa.
And the relationship with him that you have had, has it been good, bad, something in the middle?
It's all right.
All right. Now, when you say all right, does that mean you all have had...
Aight. Boy. I slapped Malaysian fire up out your little ass, boy. Oh, well, boy. Yeah, aight. Oh, so now you, you tough Tony today. All right.
had no disagreements
If I'm all right, then it's all right.
during the time that you've known him?
Shit, everybody had a disagreement.
I agree. Would you consider him a friend?
Yeah, all right.
All right. What does that mean for you?
Cool.
You're cool?
He going viral, baby. He going viral. He just hit the mark.
All right. Do you know a person by the name of Kelvin Watts?
Nah.
You've never heard of Kelvin Watts?
Nickname.
Shell Kel. Do you know a Shell Kel?
Yeah.
All right. How long have you known him?
I don't know him like that.
Damn.
I didn't say how long.
I don't know him like that.
How long have you known of Shell Kel?
Like 2015.
You know.
Right. Are you cool with Shell Kel?
Yeah.
No.
All right. Now you chuckled. Why did you chuckle? Yes.
Cool.
Exhibit displayed on the screen. Are we going to use that exhibit or just?
I'm going.
No.
You actually said you were going to publish it
Yes.
as I don't know if it's what it is, a video?
It's a video that has already
Are you
been
ready
admitted.
for that?
It in a moment, Your Honor.
Take it
I
off
was
the
just
screen.
completing the questions that I asked.
Can you take it off until we're ready for it?
You playing dirty.
Why did you chuckle when you said Shell, when I asked you about Shell Kel?
I just chuckle. What's the problem?
Yeah.
No, Mr. Zachary.
I can chuckle. It's my teeth.
So you said you're not cool with Shell Kel. Is that what you said?
I don't know him to be cool with him.
Okay. What about Kenneth Copeland? Do you know of a person named Kenneth Copeland?
Nickname.
Woody.
Yeah.
How long have you known Woody?
About 10, 12 years, something like that.
And are you cool with Woody?
He all right.
What does he all right mean?
He cool, he all right.
Okay. What about Diamante Kendrick, Yak Gotti? You know him?
Yeah, he all right.
All right. And is that the same he all right that you mentioned with Mr. Williams and Mr. Stillwell?
Objection.
Yeah.
All right.
They all right.
Moontoon or Antonio Sledge. Is he all right too?
You all right too.
Moonton?
Yes.
Yeah, he all right.
Okay. How long have you known Moontoon?
About 20-something years.
All right. Demekion Garlington.
What about him?
Do you know who that is?
Yeah.
All right. And how long have you known him?
20 years.
All right.
Damn.
And what is your relationship with him? Is he all right?
He all right.
You cool? Okay. Now, do you have people, friends that you consider more cool or all right than others?
Nah.
No?
Really. Not really.
Okay. So are you equally eyed with Jeffery Williams, Shannon Stillwell, Diamante Kendrick, Demekion Garlington, and Antonio Sledge?
Yeah.
Do you know Kelvin Treadwell or O.G. Bentley?
Yo remind me of Fredo Bang when he be in his interviews.
Dead, ain't he?
I don't know, Mr. Zachary.
Whoa. Yo holler that boy dead. Him and OG Bentley got locked up, y'all. And I forget what happened. Something wasn't right.
His name Bentley?
Yes.
Yeah, I think something happened. I don't know.
You don't know whether you know him?
He's super trolling.
Yeah. Do you know a Demise McMullen?
No.
Do you know a Nard?
Picture?
I'm asking you first. Do you know a Nard?
Yeah, I know a couple of them.
All right. Now, the couple of them that you know, where do you know them from?
Prison.
All right. So if I show you a photograph, that I will mark 503 Yankee, can you tell the jury whether this picture that I'm holding in front of you depicts Nard?
I don't know.
Did you write anything on it?
Look like my name, but I don't know.
Is that your handwriting?
No.
That's not your handwriting?
No.
Okay. Do you remember seeing this picture before?
2015, I can't remember that.
Okay.
He buck.
But you remember knowing Mr. Stillwell in 2015?
You just showed me a clear picture of him.
I understand. You remember knowing him in 2015.
You showed me a clear picture of him.
Can you answer the question?
You showed me a clear picture of him.
So you remember part of 2015?
No, you showed me a clear picture of him.
Mr. Zachary, please answer the question.
I didn't answer the question. You showed me a clear picture of him. That picture just showed me one clear.
All right, Mr. Zachary, listen, she's not asking you now about the picture. She's asking you about something different. So listen to what she's asking and try to answer.
Yeah, I remember 2015.
You do remember 2015?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and play the video that we previously had up on the screen that the court asked us to take down.
That same shit that got Big and Tupac killed, little fuck, nigga. Pussy ass, nigga, get your bitch ass killed. For life. Yeah, hey, gang, you bring your pussy ass down here, you gonna see me. I'm at your fucking neck. Fuck anybody.
Mr. Zachary, did you see yourself in that video?
Yes.
And where were you seated in that video?
In the back.
All right. And were you behind Mr. Stillwell?
Yeah.
All right. Did you hear what you said?
What I said?
Did you hear what you said?
No.
All right. Can we play that again?
No.
that same shit that got Biggie and Tupac killed, little fuck, nigga. Pussy ass nigga, get your bitch ass killed.
Mind you, they talking to Game, y'all, who is a fake rapper and connected to the same record label as Young Thug. So if you don't know about this clip, they're allegedly talking to Game, the rapper who's a Red Team member and signed to the same mother label, parent label as Young Thug. But this is being introduced as serious evidence. Mind you, they clearly kids. Yeah. I mean, hence, they look way younger than, clearly. But this was promotion, y'all. Real rap. They talking the Game. That boy was a stripper with a tongue ring in his mouth and had already been on a televised TV show at this point. Come on, bro. And this being presented as evidence. Wow.
Hey, gang, you bring your pussy out here, you gonna see me. I'm at your fucking neck. Fuck anybody.
Did you hear what you said then?
Can't come to Atlanta.
Okay. Did you hear yourself say black?
No.
Did you hear anyone say black?
How you spell it?
Did you hear what I just said?
How they putting somebody out of Atlanta if they getting ran down on, cars getting rolled over? Real rap, bro. They running.
Spell it.
Mr. Zachary.
No, I didn't hear nobody say black.
What did you hear being said that sounded like black, if anything?
Well, when y'all played the video on my trial, y'all say we said black, B-L-A-C-K. So that's what I'm going to go with. That what
We're
y'all
not
said.
talking about anything but here today. Do you understand that, Mr. Zachary?
We said black.
What is that? How do you spell it?
B-L-A-C-K.
Okay, so now are you saying that what is being
trial
said is B-L-A-C-K?
That's what y'all told me it said.
Okay, Mr. Zachary, I don't want to know what.
Can anybody ever find any footage of Game performing in Atlanta? Does that boy even have a fan base in Atlanta? I ain't even gonna lie.
Anyone told you. I want to know what your understanding of what is.
That's my understanding, yes.
That is B-L-A-C-K?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever heard B-L-A-T-T?
No.
Okay. Have you ever heard S-L-A-T-T?
I heard of, yeah.
Okay. Ever used it?
No.
Ever been around anybody that used it?
Probably. I don't remember.
Do you remember how they used it if you heard them? No? Okay. I'm going to now show you. Actually, could you tell the jury all the people that were displayed in that video you just saw? Do you need to see it again?
I just saw me and Shannon.
Okay. Did you see it? You didn't see a third person in there?
I saw a third person, but I don't know who that is.
Do you remember when that video was taken?
2015.
All right. Do you remember where you were when it was taken?
In the car.
Where? What city?
Atlanta.
All right. And do you know what it is that you all were talking about?
Say something about game or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What about game?
I just heard say game. Can't come to Atlanta, something like that.
Okay. And so did you hear yourself or anyone say YSL for life?
I heard it, but I don't know who said it.
Okay. Did you?
Wack was his manager at that point, right? And anybody that's paying attention will know the timeline. Who was Game beefing with before this? Because you know he had a whole bunch of fake beef, right? But we in court today, and they really telling us that these 3 kids in Atlanta that ain't never been out of Atlanta unless they was traveling with their homeboy is beefing with Game and banning him. But yet, in the same RICO, they telling us that Shannon was getting ran down on, you know what I mean, and he couldn't even stop what he had going on inside the city. Come on, bro. What's going on, man? What's going on, man?
Ask anyone on the video what that means, what you talking about?
What do you mean?
I'm asking you if at any time in that car you said, what do you mean YSL for life?
No.
Okay.
I probably was high. I probably ain't paying attention that time.
Did you hear yourself talking?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you sound high to yourself?
What?
Did you sound high?
I'm saying the video I probably was. We made the video.
All right, Mr. Zachary. I'm going to show you what has been marked as an admitted, and this is a screenshot, Your Honor, as State's Exhibit 441 Yankee. Do you recognize the people who are displayed in 441 Yankee, the screenshot?
Yes.
Who is that displayed in 441 Yankee?
Me and Moonton.
All right.
Little strip ass nigga. We ain't really going back to no nigga. You little bitch ass nigga. I know what we hate. I'm everywhere. Yeah, fuck you nigga, Cal. Whoever else, nigga. Well, nigga. Nigga. Whoa. They said they ain't really going back.
Did you hear what was being said in the video?
Yes.
Now, who is the Kel that is being referred to? Go ahead.
They say, oh, I don't know.
Do you remember the Kel you told the jury you were not cool with a few minutes ago?
Yeah.
Is that the same Kel or a different?
Probably was.
Probably was what?
Probably was him. I don't remember.
Do you remember making that video?
Yes.
When did you make it?
Like 2014, 2015, something like that.
Would it have been the latter part of 2014?
Yes.
And when you were holding the guns up to the camera, what were you meaning to show?
Shoot, gun. I showed a gun.
Why were you showing?
I don't know. Shoot.
She just fumbled, y'all. He said they made a video talking to Kels in 2014, which excludes Nut and stamps the beef between Shell Kels and Moon Tunk before the motive could be built for Donovan Thomas and Thug to have some type of falling out. So, and then when they confirmed that Shell Kels was in the barbershop and it wasn't meant for Nut, then it confirms that it was Moon Tunk beefing with Shell Kels and Thug ain't got nothing to do with it. Let's go home. It's a party.
Oh, hi.
Why were you saying the things you were saying to Taylor?
I said something to him?
Why was whatever you all were doing on that video being done?
I don't think I said nothing to him personally.
Why were you all shooting that video?
I don't know. I was just in the video.
With guns?
Yeah.
To the camera? How often do you do that?
A lot.
And do you do it at everybody or just Taylor?
Did I say something to him in that video?
Do you point guns at a video, in a video to everyone or just Taylor?
Probably everyone. Most of my pictures gonna be with gun.
Okay. When you say most of your pictures are with guns, are most of your pictures also with members of YSL?
No.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 477 Yankee. I'm going to, no.
She throwing fumbles, y'all. It's not going like how she planned. Keep in mind, she prepped a long time for this. It's not going how she planned. Remember that. Look, he actually maintaining real strong. Now, he'll hold up, but we'll see how it's going to pan out.
I'm going to show you what has been marked, my apologies, as 477 Yankee. Would you take a look at 477 Yankee?
Yes, I see it.
All right. Can you see, without telling the jury out loud, the name at the top?
YSLG. Oh.
Okay. And can you see the caption at the bottom? Don't read it out loud at all.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize this post?
Yes.
All right. And how do you recognize this post? Where was it made?
I look like a club.
And where was this post placed on social media?
But like Instagram.
Was it your Instagram account?
Yeah.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of the post on your Instagram account?
Yes.
State tenders 477 Yankee.
It's admitted.
We're going to permission to publish.
You may.
Thank you. And if Ms. Knight, you would blow up the bottom portion. Mr. Zachary, would you tell us what time and date is shown on that photograph, 477 Yankee?
I can't see it.
If I put it before you here, can you see it right there?
7:02 p.m. February 26, 2015.
All right. And can you see, if I hold it here, what caption is under that post?
Yes, want me to say that out loud?
Now you can say that.
Remember all you niggas sleeping on us.
What else does it say?
YSL Thug on one.
All right. And if you would, Ms. Knight, bring the photograph down. Would you please tell the jury who is shown in this photograph from left to right as Ms. Knight puts the icon over each face? Who is that?
Mr. Williams.
All right. And what else do you call him?
Thug.
And who is that in the middle?
Monton.
All right. And who is that on the end?
Me.
All right. Now, is there an emoji after Thugger 1?
I can't see. You gotta show
You
me.
want to bring it up again? Can you see it on here? Ms. Knight, can you blow up the emoji?
Like a bird.
It looks like a bird. Blow it up, Ms. Knight, all the way. That's as far as it'll go. Does it look like a snake at all?
No, I look like a little green rubbery ducky.
Okay. Do you typically use green rubbery duckies?
I use green anything.
What's special about green to you?
Cause I drink green lean.
Okay. Do you use other green emojis?
Hearts.
All right. And do you use red emoji?
Everybody use the red heart.
Do you, why didn't you answer the same way about everybody uses green hearts?
You said, why I use them? You ain't asked me about nobody else.
All right. So do you use red hearts?
Yes.
All right. Do you use any other emojis like that in your posts?
You every emoji on the emoji app.
Now, the name YSL, how long have you had that as your Instagram handle? YSL Lil G.
I like 2015, 2014.
And do you know how long Moonton has had a handle YSL Toon?
I don't know.
When you first started using YSL Lil D, what did you mean for it to represent?
Shoot. What you mean? Like, what I meant for what it meant?
What did it mean when you started using the name YSL Lil D?
I was hanging around. That's around the time I changed my name. I was going to show Mr. Williams stuff. That's when I changed my name to YSL for like the record label.
For the record label? What shows were you going to Mr. Williams?
A lot of them.
A lot of them. Had you, before going to shows with Mr. Williams, had you gone to those type of shows before with anyone else?
Not was nobody performing, no.
Okay. So are those shows that you remember because you hadn't done it before?
Yes.
All right. So what was the first show you went to with Mr. Williams?
I don't remember.
All right. Do you remember when it right, so do you know a person by the name of Bug or that calls himself YSL Bug?
Nah.
I'm going to ask you, have you ever made a post, I just bought some new guns and got rid of some friends, you don't want to live my life, under the name YSL Lil D?
I don't know. That's a full one. I don't know. I don't remember.
You said that's a what one?
A full one?
What does that mean?
I don't remember.
What is a, did you say fool?
Yeah. Caption. Like, I probably would have said something like that.
Okay. What would it have meant if you had said something like that?
Exactly what he said.
Explain further.
Exactly what he said.
All right. And when you say exactly what it said, what does getting some new guns and getting rid of some friends have to do with one another?
Shoot, I don't know. I probably heard it in the song.
What song?
I said I probably heard it in the song.
Okay. Now, do you remember when you got your first gun?
I was like 14.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 504 Yankee. State's Exhibit 504 Yankee. Is that the post that you made? You got to say yes or no out loud.
Yeah.
All right. Do you remember when you made it?
I don't even remember that picture.
But do you remember the post?
It's on my page.
Okay. Is it a fair and accurate copy of the post on your page?
Yeah.
All right. State tenders 504 Yankee.
Admitted.
Thank you. Mr. Zachary, have you ever heard of a group called 30D?
Yeah.
All right. Now, what is 30D?
A group from Canterville.
What kind of group?
I don't down know.
Do you know who I was a part of that group?
No.
Was the Mickey and Garlington a part of that group?
She probably was.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as 476 Yankee. Do you recognize the photograph shown in 476 Yankee?
Yeah.
Do you recognize whose page is posted on?
Yeah.
Whose page is it posted on?
Mine.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of the posting on your page?
Yeah.
State tenders 476 Yankee.
Admitted.
On 476 Yankee, could you read at the bottom the time and date that it was made?
10:04 p.m. May the 6th, 2015.
All right.
Got locked up that day.
What now?
No.
You said you got locked up that day?
Yeah.
What did you get locked up for?
A gun.
Where was that gun?
What you mean? What was it?
Where was the
It was on me.
Where on you?
In the car.
Who were you in the car with?
I don't remember.
Were you in the car with your girlfriend?
Yeah, I think so.
And were her initials SG?
Yeah.
All right. How long had you dated SG at that time?
I don't remember.
What kind of gun did you have?
I don't even remember. I just know I had a gun.
Do you know how many guns you've bought over the years?
I don't know.
Where were you when you got locked up?
On Cleveland.
Do you remember where on Cleveland?
At the BP.
All right. Is it the BP at 151 Cleveland Avenue?
I don't know the address.
Do you remember at some point asking or meeting Detective Gaither after you got arrested at that BP?
No.
Do you remember ever talking to or meeting a Detective Dennis?
Yes.
Do you know who Detective Gaither is?
Yes.
How do you know who Detective Gaither is? Have you met her before?
The Mikion Garlison auntie was fucking her. I mean, excuse me, Judge. But they had a relationship.
So, were you ever present during any of what you just described? And Your Honor, actually, I asked that be struck from the record.
You say how I know?
Have you ever witnessed any of that?
Yeah, he told me.
You were in the room?
He told me.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd ask that this hearsay be stricken from the record.
It's stricken.
Thank you. Do you have some kind of, are you saying you haven't had any interaction with Detective Gaither?
You say how did I first hear about her?
You said you didn't know her.
You say how did I first hear about her?
Did you know her?
Not before then, no.
Okay. Have you ever sat in an interview room with her?
Yes.
All right. And have you sat in an interview room with Detective Dennis?
Yes.
Have you sat in an interview room with Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither?
Yes.
All right. Do you know how many times you sat in the room with Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither?
Not that many.
Was it after you got arrested with that gun on Cleveland Avenue?
No, it was not.
Was it before?
No, it was way after.
Oh, okay, so it was way after. Okay. Was it in 2015?
Yes.
Was it in August of 2015?
Yes.
Did you ask to speak with Detective Gaither and or Detective Dennis?
No. What the hell? Call 911 so you speak to the police?
Were you incarcerated in August of 2015?
Yes.
Were you in jail when you asked or when you spoke with them?
I ain't asked to speak with nobody.
Were you in jail when you spoke with them?
Yes.
Did you speak with them in an interview room?
Yes.
Was it, to your knowledge, in a room where you were being recorded?
Probably so, yes.
Okay. And did you talk with them?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Stacey's Exhibit 471 Yankee, but not admitted. Do you recognize what has been shown and marked as 471 Yankee?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It's on my page.
All right. Is it a fair and accurate copy of what's on your page?
Yes.
State tenders 471 Yankee. Is that
Admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
All right. Who is shown in 471 Yankee?
Me and the Mikion.
All right. And what's that in the Mikion's hand, in his right hand?
A gun.
What's that in your right hand?
A gun.
All right. And what do you have at the bottom? Can you read the caption? Bring it up.
They can forward us if they want. We bring the homicide.
Who'd you tag?
30 D.
All right. It's 30 D, the Mikion Garland.
Yes.
All right. Who is the they you were talking about?
That's a song. That Lil Wayne.
Okay. So when you did that and pointed the gun at the camera, what was the reason you did that?
That's a song. I just told you on the last thing it probably was a song.
Okay. What was the name of that song?
For whatever they want, we bring the homicide. Word to my mama told her get and not the game is like coming out of a
What's
coma.
the name of the song?
That's right. I don't know the name. That Lil Wayne song though.
Okay. And so when you pointed that at the camera, you didn't mean for it to display anything. You just wanted to put the songs up there.
Most of my pictures gonna be with songs.
Okay. In 2015, January 2015, specifically January 10th, 2015, do you recall where you were?
In the house.
Now, when you say in the house, what house?
My mama house.
All right. How do you remember that?
Cuz. What you mean? I know I was in the house. Cause I was sick.
So, did you stay in the house all day?
Yes.
Do you remember anything else happening on January 10th, 2015?
No.
Do you know who Donovan Thomas is?
Yes.
Do you know when he was killed?
2015 sometime.
Do you remember it being January 10th, 2015?
It probably was.
Do you remember when you heard about Dr. Thomas being killed?
Probably the same day.
Do you remember how you heard about it?
I think somebody called me.
Do you remember where you were when they called?
I was at home. I just told you that.
Do you remember who it was that called you?
Probably months on.
I'm showing you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 482 Yankee. You recognize the post in 482 Yankee for the picture.
Yes.
All right. And who is depicted in that picture?
Me, Shannon, and Yet.
Okay. And what date was that post made?
March 8th, 2015.
All right. And whose page was it made on?
OG Bull.
Who is that?
I don't know.
Now, is this a fair and accurate depiction of the way you, Shannon, and Yak looked in this photograph at the time it was taken?
I guess. Oh, what you mean?
Is this a fair and accurate copy of them?
Yeah.
All right. State tenders 482 Yankee.
It's admitted without objection.
Do you remember what time it was when you learned Dr. Thomas had been killed?
Right around the time he got killed.
And what time do you remember that being?
I don't remember.
And you still don't remember who it was that called you?
I told you probably months on.
You said probably, not it wasn't.
Probably him, probably. I don't. Probably.
What happened after you got the call?
I went back to sleep.
For how long?
Rest of the night.
Did you go anywhere after that?
No.
What did you do the next day?
I don't remember the next day. I think we went somewhere, went out of town or something.
And who is we?
Me, I don't remember where I went. I know, I think of Mr. Thug, we went, had a show.
Who else?
Shoot, it was a couple of us.
Okay. Did Shannon go?
Yeah, I think he went.
Did Yak go?
9 times 10, he went, yeah.
Did Woody go?
I don't remember where Woody went. Probably so. I think he came probably a few days later or something.
Did Moontil go?
No.
What show was it?
I don't know, some show in Florida.
Now, at the time, were you performing in that show?
No.
Did you have were you employed by anyone who performed in the show?
No, but I used to help out.
Help out who?
Like with the clothes and stuff.
Help out who?
The record label. Mr. Williams.
Okay. And how did you help out with the clothes and stuff?
Selling the clothes.
And what kind of clothes would you sell?
Stoner t-shirt, stuff like that.
Did you ever sell pre-Roscoe gear?
You know, I was locked up and Roscoe got locked up. I don't sell a t-shirt.
Okay. But do you know about pre-Roscoe gear?
No.
Other than stoner gear, have you ever sold any other kind of gear?
I think some, I don't remember. I just know whatever t-shirt they had.
Do you ever sell anything with slime on it?
No.
Have you ever used slime in the context of this record label?
No.
Have you ever used slime in any other context?
Have I used it?
Yes, you.
Probably so.
And how are you using it?
I don't remember.
Have you ever heard Shannon use it?
No.
Have you ever heard Thug use it?
I think in the song, yeah.
Have you ever heard Yak use it?
Probably in the song.
Have you ever heard Nard use it?
Who is Nud?
Demise and Monk.
You gotta show me a picture. I told you that.
Do you know a person by the name of Justin Cobb who also answers to the name DUI?
You gotta show me a picture.
Is that a no or a yes?
You gotta show me a picture. I told you that.
Okay, so right now you don't know until.
Right now, I don't know until I see a picture.
Okay. After you got arrested with that gun on Cleveland Avenue, and let me ask you this. Do you remember buying the gun at a pawn shop?
Yes.
Do you remember which pawn shop?
Yes.
Which one?
Arrowhead.
All right. How many guns did you buy at Arrowhead pawn shop?
About 3.
All right. Were they all the same kind?
No.
All right. What were they? What kinds were they?
I don't know.
Were they long guns or handguns?
I think both.
All right. How many long guns did you buy?
2.
All right. Now, the gun in the video with you and Moncton talking about Kale. Did you see that?
Yes.
All right. Was that one of the guns you bought?
No.
Now, was the gun in that video similar to one of the guns you bought?
No.
All right. Did you give one of your guns or sell one of your guns to Ken Cole?
Let him borrow a gun, yes.
Okay. When did you let him borrow your gun?
I think I was out of town and he just ended up keeping it.
Do you remember around the time it was?
2015?
Do you remember around what month?
No.
When you spoke with Detectives Gaither and Dennis, was it always at the same place?
What you mean always at the same place?
Was it always at the same place, at the Atlanta Police
I
Headquarters?
only spoke with him probably 1 or 2 times. I ain't no always at no same place. No.
Those 1 or 2 times, was it at the same place?
I think so.
Did you ever speak with them, either Detective Gaither or Detective Dennis, individually outside of that place?
No.
All right. And did you ever individually reach out to either one of them outside of that place?
No.
When you said that you traveled with Shannon, Thug, possibly Yak.
I think Mr. Williams already there. And somebody in Florida, he was already there.
He was already there?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, when did you go in relation to January 10th?
I don't know. It was the next morning. Yeah.
And when did Mr. Williams go?
I don't know. I just know he was already there.
So was he there on January 10th?
I just told you he was already there when I got there.
I'm asking.
We got there late on that night, the next night.
Was he there on January 10th?
I don't know.
When you say we, so did you, Shannon, and Yak travel together?
Yes.
How did y'all get there?
I think a Sprinter or something like that.
Who purchased the Sprinter?
I don't damn know. I mean, y'all don't know.
Did you purchase it?
No.
Was that the first time you was ridden in a Sprinter with Shannon or Yak?
No.
How often have you ridden in a Sprinter with Shannon and Yak?
I don't know.
When you rode in the other Sprinters with Shannon and Yak, where were you going?
I don't remember. Probably sure.
Okay. And so who paid for those Sprinters?
I don't know. I don't know.
Did you know where Mr. Williams lived during January of 2015?
Yeah.
How many residents did he have?
One that I know of.
Where was it?
Downtown.
What was it called?
I think Sky House.
What kind of place was it? An apartment, a condo, a standalone house, or something else?
Condo.
All right. Do you remember what floor he lived on?
No. Yeah, I think.
Which one?
ID Lim or something like that.
Okay. Do you know who else anyone live with him?
Lived with him?
Yes. Live with Mr. Williams?
I don't know.
All right. How often did you visit Sky House?
A lot.
When did you first start visiting Sky House?
Probably when he first got it. I don't
Which
know.
was when?
I don't know.
Was it in 2014?
Yes.
Was it early part of 2014 or the latter?
I don't know.
When you say you went a lot, would that mean more or less than 5 times a week?
Probably more.
Would it mean more or less than 10 times a week?
Nah, I ain't went no 10 times a week.
So between 5 and 10 times a week you visit?
Yeah.
Now, when you went, how did you get there? Did you drive? Did you walk? How did you get there?
I drove.
What kind of car did you drive?
I don't know.
Did you have your own car on January 10th?
I always had my own car.
What kind of car did you have during that time?
I don't remember.
How many cars have you had?
I don't remember.
Did you ever drive any of those cars?
I think a van, Sprinter van or something before.
A Sprinter van?
Yeah.
Did you drive it down to a show or something?
I drove it somewhere. I don't know.
Okay. Is that the only type of car of his that you've driven?
Yes.
Do you know about any cars that Thug has rented?
You gotta be more specific.
I mean any cars that Thug has rented.
I don't know he rent no car.
Do you know of any cars that maybe his manager has rented?
I don't know who rent the car. He probably had. I don't saw with rentals, but I ain't never just no rental.
Okay. So what rentals have you seen of Thugs?
I think a vet.
A vet?
Yeah.
What kind of vet?
A vet. A Corvette.
What color do you remember?
Gray, I think.
Do you remember what year it was that you saw that Corvette?
I think 2014.
The
2015. One on.
So late 2014 or early 2015?
Yes.
Did you see any other cars that Thug rented or Thugs that were rentals after the vet?
I don't know if he rented them.
That's not what I asked. Did you see any other rentals of Thugs, regardless of who rented them for?
I don't know if they were his. I just
Okay.
know somebody told me.
Did you ever ride in a car we believe to have been rented by Thugs man?
I rode in a car with Woody.
When?
January the 9th, I think.
Okay.
I never saw Mr. Williams in the car. I don't know if it was run or not.
So if you said you don't know what now?
If it was his runner or not. If that's what you're trying to put it as.
Just asking questions. What time of day or night did you ride in a car with Woody?
I don't remember the time. It was nighttime.
It was nighttime? How did you know it was, why did you bring that up in terms when I asked you how Thugs run?
Because I know you're trying to get it.
Why do you know what I'm trying to get at?
How many people you gonna sit up and ask these same questions?
Have you been sitting here watching people testify?
No.
Then why are you asking me that question? What kind of car was it that you rode in with Woody on January the 9th at night?
It was a car, photo car.
What now?
It was a car.
Was it a vet?
No, it was a photo car.
A 4-door car?
Yeah.
Was it a silver 4-door car?
I think it was like dark gray or something like that. I don't remember.
Was it an Infinity 4-door car?
Yes, I think so.
Was it an Infinity Q50?
Yes, I think so.
Now, where did you ride with Woody in this car?
We went to put up on some females.
Where? Would you?
You just, I said, well, Yeah, Atlanta.
What part of Atlanta?
Shoot. The west side.
The west side?
Yeah.
And when you say the west side, can you tell the jury, please, what streets or areas you mean?
I don't remember what street. I know the Expressway.
The expressway?
Like 20 West.
20, okay. And where you were going 20 West?
Yeah.
Who was driving?
Woody.
All right. Was Woody driving carefully?
He'll never drive carefully.
Okay. So was he driving any less carefully that night?
Can you just get to what you asking me? I don't understand all that.
Driving recklessly that night?
He always drive like that.
All right. So he drove recklessly that night too?
All the time.
Did he spin out that night?
Yes.
Does he always spin out?
Yes.
And when he spun out, did you all hit anything?
Hit some cones in the Expressway.
Okay. And when you hit the cones in the expressway, did any part of the car fall off?
I think the bumper.
All right. And what happened when the bumper fell off? Did either of you get out and put it back on?
Yeah.
Now, to your knowledge, did Thug allow anybody else to drive that Infiniti?
I just told you I never saw Thug in the car. Oh, you know, Woody just told me that was Thug car. I never saw the car around him.
When you said that you spoke with Investigator Gaither and Investigator Dennis in August of 2015, did you tell them, or rather, did Investigator Gaither ask you who Thug allowed to drive the Infiniti while it was in his possession?
And I told them
Yes or no before you get to what you told them.
You say, repeat
Did
it.
Investigator Gaither ask you who Thug allowed to drive the Infiniti while it was in his possession?
Yes.
All right. And did you give them an answer?
And I told them I'm the person I ever saw in the car with Woody.
Did you ever tell them Nard, Gat, Shannon, and Dua?
Oh, I lied.
I'm asking you if you ever told them
If
that.
I did, I lied.
Do you remember telling them that?
If I did, I lied.
I'm asking you a different question.
Yes, I lied.
So you remember?
Overruled.
You remember telling them that?
Yes, I lied.
Okay. Now, did you also tell them that Nard, Gat, Shannon, and Dua were supposed to meet Yat's girl Gucci?
Yes, I lied.
All right. Now, did you tell them about spinning out on the highway?
Who?
Did you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis about spinning out in the Infiniti
I think
with Woody on the night
Yes.
of January the 9th,
Yes.
2015?
Yes.
Did you lie about that?
No.
What made you lie about one thing, in your words now, and lie not about another thing?
Because my friend came to me with a play.
A play?
Yeah.
Who was your friend?
Garlington.
Garland. Now, how long did you tell me you had known Garlington?
Over about 20 years.
And what month and year did he come to you with a play?
When he got out of jail,
When was that?
it was summer 2015.
Do you remember what month?
Nah.
Now, you said you were equally close with, did I hear you wrong? You were equally cool with Garlington, Thug, Yak, Shannon.
Yes, I think I said that.
Is that not the case anymore?
What you mean?
Overruled.
I think that's a misstatement. I think he was asked right now, and he said equally cool, but she's Ms. Love is posing it as back in 2015, so I think we need clarity on that.
Okay, can you please make sure that your question is clear?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Back in 2015, August 2015, were you equally cool with Demekion Garlington, Shannon Stillwell, Diamante Kendrick, and Justin Cobb?
No.
Who were you the coolest with?
Garlington.
Were you cooler with Kenneth Copeland or Shannon Stillwell?
Copeland.
Okay. And when you say that you were cooler with Copeland than Shannon, which one had you known longer?
Copeland.
All right. And which one had you hung out with the most?
Copeland.
All right. How often did you hang out with Shannon?
Not often.
How often did you hang out with Yak?
Not often.
How often did you hang out with Duop?
Not often.
All right. Now, where were you when Demekion came to you with the play?
I had just picked him up. We probably gonna Cleveland.
Okay. So was this before May 6th or May 7th of 2015?
I think it was after.
It was after? When after?
I said, it gotta be the summer sometime. I don't know. It before after May probably. It had to be after May because I was locked up in May. And probably before I got locked up in August, I don't know.
Did you get out between May and August?
Yeah, I just said I got out.
When did you get out?
Like May the 20th or something.
Okay. And when you picked him up, Garlington that is, how did you pick him up?
On my bike.
Okay, what kind of bike?
On BMX.
All right.
Yeah.
And where'd y'all go?
The park.
Yeah.
And what time of day or night was it?
Day.
Early morning?
Yeah.
Late afternoon?
Probably evening.
Evening time? Okay. Who else was around?
Just me and him.
Okay. In August of 2015, do you know how many shows you had gone to with Thug?
A lot.
Had he paid your way to any of those shows?
What you mean, pay my...
Had he paid for you to go down to any of those shows?
How you got to pay to get in your own show? That don't make sense.
You got to pay to travel, don't you?
I mean, no, sometimes Moncton drive his car. You know, it depends on whoever driving.
Okay, but like in January of 2015, Moncton didn't go, so did Thug pay?
I don't know who paid. I didn't know I rode.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you ever get paid any money by YSL?
No.
Got her.
And so when you sold clothes for YSL,
I helped them out, yes.
you didn't get paid for that either?
I did that as a favor.
Okay. Did you ever receive any free entry to Thug shows?
Lady.
I'm pretty sure if it's your show, whoever get in free, whoever come with you get in free.
That might be so, but I'm asking you if you got in free to Thug shows.
I don't know. I just went.
Did you pay anything out your pocket?
No.
Okay.
Never.
So in August of 2015, were you more cool or less cool with Thug than you were any of the other people that I named?
I ain't never said nothing to y'all about Thug.
I'm asking you right here, right now, were you cool with Thug in August of 2015?
Yeah.
All right. Were you more or less cool with Thug than you were any of the other people I've named?
Probably more.
How much more?
And more as I've been knowing him longer.
Okay. You've been knowing Thug longer than Moontoon?
No.
Have you been knowing Thug longer than Garlington?
No.
Have you been knowing Thug longer than Woody?
Yes.
Did you meet Woody through Thug or Thug through Woody?
No.
How much longer had you been knowing Thug than Woody?
Probably about 4 or 5 years.
Right. So that would mean you met Woody in what year again?
That mean, we like 2013.
Okay. And that would put you at having met Thug when?
2009, something like that.
2009. Where were you living? Were you living on Cleveland Avenue then?
Yes.
And where was he living? Thug.
I don't know.
Okay. Did you ever visit his house back then?
No.
Okay. Did you ever know him to live or to hang out on Cleveland Avenue back then?
Yes.
All right. Did you know of a group called Rock Crew back then?
Yes.
Right. And did you know that group to stand for Raised on Cleveland?
Shit. Yeah.
Okay. Was Trontavia Stevens a part of that group?
I don't know.
Do you know Tick?
Yes.
How long have you known him?
20-some years.
Have you known him more or less than you've known Thug?
More.
All right. Did you ever know Tick to be a member of Rock Crew?
Yes.
All right. How'd you know Tick was a member of Rock Crew?
Shit. I don't know.
Well, why did you tell this jury that he was a member of Rock Crew?
I just thought he was. Shit, if he went, my bad.
Okay.
Everybody just used to hang around.
What did everybody hang around doing?
At the park.
What park?
Cleveland Avenue.
All right. Was Quentin Porter a part of Rock Crew?
Yes.
When did you first hear about the group Rock Crew?
I don't know.
Did you know about it in 2009?
Yes.
2012?
Yes.
All right. Did it still exist in 2015?
Yes.
All right. And was Tick still a member?
I don't know. You just said you weren't no member, so I don't know.
Then how do you know it still exists?
I just say I assumed because everybody was hanging around.
Who all was hanging around?
Sure, a lot of people. Everybody, Cleveland Avenue.
Everybody. Name 2 or 3 of the people.
Junebug, Larry, and Mike.
Okay.
Yeah.
None of the ones we named earlier.
They not from Cleveland.
Okay. You're from Cleveland. Were you a member of Rock Crew?
I'm not from Cleveland.
Where are you from?
Capitol Home.
Okay. Now,
got her.
Was Rock Crew, what kind of group was
Stolen.
Rock Crew?
A R&B group.
An R&B group?
Yeah.
What kind of music, what kind of songs did they put out?
A lot.
Okay, which ones?
I don't remember that joint 13 years ago.
Who were the artists in Rock Crew?
Quentin Porter.
Who else?
That's all I remember.
Did Tick ever sing with Rock Crew?
I don't remember.
Did you know about a R&B group or any other kind of singing group called Red Cartel?
Yeah, that was a record label, yeah.
Was it a record label?
Yeah.
Who was a member of that record label, Red
I don't
Cartel?
know. I don't know.
Then how you know it was a record label?
Because I heard
You heard what?
the songs before.
Okay. What songs?
I don't know. Yeah, it's been a long time. You talking about some old 15, 13 years ago.
Okay. Was Red Cartel and Rock Crew the same kind of record label as YSL?
I don't know.
Why don't you know?
It's not that's above my pay grade.
Yeah.
You didn't get paid.
I know it.
Got her. Interception.
How are you able to say that each of these are rap groups, R&B groups, record labels?
Shit, they had songs out.
Okay. Did they have the same members?
I don't know.
Did you know anybody who claimed
I know Quinn Porter.
Did Quentin Porter claim more than one of those groups?
No.
So is the answer no? You didn't know anybody who claimed both? Did you ever know Tick to claim Rock Crew and YSL?
I know him claim YSL.
Did you hear yourself earlier say he was Rock Crew too?
But you said he won. So I ain't want to put that on him.
Do you remember telling the jury that he was?
But you said he won. So I ain't going to say he is.
I'm asking you if you remember telling the jury that.
You said he wasn't. That's why I'm going to put it on if you saying he
Listen to the
wasn't.
question she's asking.
I'm
and answer
answering,
the
Judge.
question.
I'm answering them.
No, listen to the one she's asking right now and answer that one.
Do you remember telling the jury that Tick was Rock Crew?
And then I remember telling them I don't know.
Have you ever seen Rock Crew and YSL tattooed on Tick's body?
I ain't looking at no man body.
Yeah.
So is that a no?
No.
Yeah. He a champ.
Did you know about Donovan Thomas being associated with any groups?
No. I don't know if he, what you mean associate? What that mean?
A part of, hang out with, a member of?
I don't think I remember. I don't know.
Have you ever heard of the group called If Gang?
Yes.
He had a record
Is
label.
it a record label too?
I don't know.
Do you know whether Donovan Thomas was a member of it? You have to answer.
You know
I'm
Birdman.
thinking about it.
Donovan Thomas be with Birdman.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
Do you remember ever telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis in August that Donovan Thomas was a member of the gang?
I lied.
Now, you said that quickly. If you don't know or have to think about whether he was a member of that gang today, how can you
Because I'm
say,
pretty sure you won't be asking me that I ain't said. So I lied.
Mr. Zachary,
I didn't answer your
ask the
question.
court to ask you to allow me to ask the questions and you answer them, okay? So, if you don't remember whether Donovan Thomas was a member of If Gang, how can you so quickly say today you lied when you said he was, if you told the police that?
Because if you said I told the police that, then I lied.
How do you know you lied if you don't know today that he was a member?
Because I just can't say nobody no member. You just told me that was the same thing with Tit.
Bentley, did you know Bentley having a spot on Cleveland, on Oak Drive?
Yes.
And where on Oak Drive was that?
I don't know. I just know it was on Oak.
How often, if at all, did you go there?
Every day.
How cool were you with Bentley in August of 2015?
Not at all.
So why did you go to his spot every day?
Because it wasn't necessarily a spot. Everybody just be on his street.
I'm sorry, what?
It wasn't necessarily his spot. Everybody just be on a certain street.
Okay, so you did not go to his spot on Oak Drive every day?
I ain't go like in. Everybody used to be outside.
Okay. Who is everybody?
The whole Mr. Cleveland Avenue.
Were there any people who weren't YSL that were out there?
I don't know who YSL that was out there.
You didn't see any people who were YSL who were out there?
No.
Do you know whether Duop was YSL?
Who is Doo-Wop? You gotta show me a picture. You said you're gonna show me a picture.
Do you know whether Yak is YSL?
Yeah, I think he signed to him.
Do you know whether Shannon is YSL?
I never told y'all Shannon YSL.
I said, do you know whether he is?
No.
He is or is not?
He's not.
So, have you ever heard Shannon claim YSL?
No.
So, do you have to be signed to YSL to be YSL?
You gotta ask them that.
I'm asking you.
I don't know. I'm not YSL.
Then why do you call yourself YSL Lil D?
I told you I was just really selling clothes and stuff. Like I just wanted to be. I don't know. I just wanted to shoot. I changed my name. That. Yes, I was a groupie. I was a fan. Yes.
Were you a fan in 2009?
Yes.
What was he doing that made you a fan?
He was rapping. He was rapping.
Was he famous?
No.
Okay.
There you go.
Now, you're here in
There you go.
jumpsuit. Why?
Nail in the coffin. Nail in the coffin. Tap the like button. Nail in the coffin.
Because the jury doesn't know.
Because you locked me up.
And why?
I don't know.
Were you subpoenaed to come to court?
Yo, if this was wrestling, he just Undertaker. Yeah, he just did the Undertaker on her. Yeah, it's over for the night. It must be 9:55. The show over.
Subpoena. Then y'all told me I was on another subpoena up on an old judge. Y'all want me to volunteer take a subpoena. What I'm gonna volunteer and take a subpoena for?
Did you tell your father to tell us you weren't gonna come?
My father, he grown man. He tell you what he want to tell you. I ain't telling that.
Were you with him when he said you weren't gonna come?
No.
Do you know whether he offered to call anybody?
You want to get my dad up here?
Yeah.
Okay. I know you want to get him up there.
Yeah. No,
you know why.
Him as a witness.
You know why.
No, put him on the witness list.
You know why.
Nope, he on the witness list.
Not gonna tell the jury.
Nah, we getting him on now.
Was your father with you when you talked to Gaither and Dennis in August 2015?
No.
Did you live with your father in August 2015?
No.
Who did you live with in August 2015?
Myself.
Did you live with SG at any time?
Yes.
August 2015.
Yes.
Where did you all live?
I don't remember.
You said that you were closest with Moulton, or you were coolest with Moulton. All right. Were you coolest with Moulton in April 2015?
April. Yes.
And were you cooler with Moulton than you were, say, Shannon?
Yes.
Now, in April 2015, were you also cooler with Demekion?
Yes.
April 28th, 2015. Do you remember being with those people?
Yes.
Where?
Don't we caught our case? We was in the car together.
What kind of car?
I don't remember what kind of car.
What did you have in the car?
A gun.
How many?
2, 3, 1 on.
And what time did you all get in the car together? Daytime or nighttime?
Night.
Was it after 10 o'clock at night?
Yes.
Had either you or either one of the people you were in the car with been to Club Crucial early?
I think they was.
So how did you end up in the car with them?
Came and got me.
Did you ask them to come and get you?
Yes.
Why did you ask them to come and get you?
Because somebody had shot up my cousin's house.
Where did your cousin live?
On County.
All right, and who is your cousin?
Alexis Bryant.
Why did you tell them to come get you if you had your own vehicle?
Because my girlfriend was in mine.
Your girlfriend was in yours?
Yes.
All right.
No, I'm wrong. Because I was going to get in the car with my girlfriend. I was getting dropped off to her.
Okay. And so, did you have guns?
Yes.
How many guns total were in the car?
I know I had 2.
And did you see any more?
Demekion had 1.
Were you wearing dreads during that time?
No.
Okay. So, where did they pick you up from?
Cleveland Avenue.
Where on Cleveland?
The store, I think.
Which store?
BP.
Was that the same one you were at with that gun?
Yes.
Where you got arrested in May?
Yes.
Okay. So, do you just normally hang out at the BP with guns?
Yes.
So when they came and got you, what
Yes.
did you do, Your Honor?
Yes.
Hey, I'm trying to figure out who we're talking about.
Your Honor, I, first of all, asked him about people, and then I referred to those people specifically.
All right.
So,
Who are those people?
Your Honor, I'd ask Phil not to continue the question. He'll have no problem.
So is it a vagueness objection?
Yes, it's a vagueness.
Your Honor, I was specific. I asked him about a specific set of people.
I don't know
and
what.
I specifically referred to them.
Yeah, why would
Maybe.
we want to know
I'm
what we're talking about?
Do you want to re-clarify, please?
I can continue, and then I can ask a separate set of questions. Of course, Mr. Sharp has him on cross.
Well, I think we should be clear about what we're talking about right now.
Ask.
Thank you. Go ahead and clarify.
When I asked you about Garlington, Moncton, and Shannon,
You said Garlington and Moncton.
you didn't hear me say Shannon?
No.
Yes.
That
Let's take
they
a break.
was to include.
Hang on. Let's just take
They're
our
getting spicy.
mid-afternoon break right now.
They're getting spicy. They need a timeout. They're getting spicy. They need a timeout, man.
In the interview that I'm holding in my hand, he is not being.
Obviously, when I.
Oh, they turned. Oh. Yeah, put ones in the chat. Y'all wanted to see this. This that Jerry Springer right here. It's about to get real Jerry Springer in here. Yeah, this what y'all wanted. Put the ones in the chat. This what y'all wanted right here. Yeah, I know. Y'all like to see it get real Jerry Springer-ish. Here, go right here. They about to turn up right now for you. I know. I can see it on your face. You wanted that. Jerry.
right, Mr. Sharp.
Your Honor, what just happened was completely dishonest, disingenuous, misleading, and gross.
What?
And I objected, and I wouldn't have even thought about anyone doing this other than the fact that I've seen the prior behavior throughout this trial of this type of nonsense where we try to trick a witness into think we're saying they, meaning 3 people, and then try to convince the jury that we're somehow including my client Shannon when it's clear that the witness is not following. That's what we're talking about. And it's disgusting, and I don't know how we cure it, but I'm going to move for a mistrial. I think it was completely intentional. Obviously, it was calculated. Obviously, when I asked for clarification, I would think anyone seeking the truth would gladly clarify. I'm seeking the truth. I would gladly clarify. No, it's sheepish, grin, and then...
All right, I understand your objection, and I understand what you were saying past that objection. Miss Love, I think one thing that... No, you need to listen. I think that one thing that needs to happen is when an objection is made and you are given an opportunity to respond and I make a ruling, even if that ruling is, please clarify, that you then need to obey what my order is instead of continuing to argue.
Your Honor, when I ask for clarification and consideration, I believe that as an advocate and as a person who is actually representing the victims who have been victimized in this case, and who is representing as much as actually more than an officer of this court, and I represent something, I believe that the state has as much right to express, to request, and to ask for consideration and for an allowance to ask the questions that it wishes to ask as the defense does. I believe, Your Honor, the objection that was made, and I understand what Mr. Shart said, but there are a couple of things at play here. One, Mr. Shart is well aware that Mr. Zachary has said that his client was with him. He has said it in the interview that I'm holding in my hand. He is not being honest with the court when he is claiming that Mr. Zachary had no idea what I was talking about. I literally said Shannon, Demikian, and Muntu, and I asked him how close he was with each of them.
Right. And then we went from that to his girlfriend, and then it was not unreasonable. And the objection could just be, vague, but it was not unreasonable to object to make sure that it was clear what the question was, who the they was in the question. And when I say clarify, that needs to be the end of it. And you need to ask a different question, rephrase the question, and let's move on. And there shouldn't be an issue with it.
Yes, Your Honor. If the state is not allowed to ask for clarification or consideration, that I
don't know what you mean by that.
Your Honor, when I asked
a clarification of my ruling, is that what you mean?
When I asked for permission beyond what the court has instructed, I did not know that I should not do that, so I won't do that anymore.
That's not what was going on. You're basically, it seems to say, I'm asking permission to do something other than what the court has just ordered me to do. And so if that's what it is, then no, you cannot do that. If you need clarification of a ruling, then of course you can ask that. And if you want reconsideration, then you can ask for that, but that does not need to go on in front of the jury. When I make a ruling, obey the ruling and move on.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, I really haven't heard any explanation for what happened. I think it was calculated. I'm moving for a mistrial. In the alternative, Your Honor, I do believe that there needs to be a curative instruction, or at least it needs to be clarified who they was. It doesn't matter what he said in the past. He lied in the past. I've already said that. I know what he said in the past.
All right.
But what he's testified—
We don't know. You don't know that he lied. You don't know what the truth is and what the lie is if they are inconsistent. And there may even be a reason for that. Although if they're virtually diametrically opposed, there probably is not an explanation. But when you say he lied, we don't know that.
Okay.
Just like Miss Love doesn't know when he lied.
Well, I'll put it like this. Mr. Stillwell was never charged with those crimes. And Miss Love was not asking about what he said in 2015. She was asking about today.
I understand.
And today, he was clearly responding, they meaning Mr. Garlington, and, well, it's clear to me. I don't believe it's clear to the jury.
Don't talk while he's talking.
And I believe it needs to be clarified immediately because, of course, I will have an opportunity to cross, but I will probably not have an opportunity to cross for about 4 days. And I don't think we should be misleading the jury on direct.
All right, I'm going to look back at what the transcript says.
Thank you.
I mean, and Miss Love, you may, given that there's now a motion for mistrial on the floor, an assertion that you did things purposefully, you may respond to that.
I vehemently object to the mistrial. I vehemently object to any mistrial, and I beg the court to look at the transcript and see what I said right before I asked him the people that I just mentioned. And I would ask that the court, I mean, if the court deems it appropriate that such language is gross and all of the disparaging remarks made by counsel for the defendants are appropriate, that's one thing. But I'd ask that the court limit that type of behavior, which is, not becoming of officers of the court.
I agree with that. It is not becoming.
What? Then they teamed
All right, y'all can take a break if you want to. I'm going to take a look at this transcript.
They beefed and then teamed up at the end? That was crazy. What y'all think about that? they had a beef and then teamed up. What? That was crazy. What's up with y'all? Tap the like button. Yeah, it's getting real springery in here, ain't it? Tap the like button. If you're new to the channel, subscribe to the channel. I appreciate you being here. For real. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. My name posted. I'm just in here. Yeah. I know y'all got y'all popcorn and all that. Y'all looking like Michael Jackson on Beat It right now. You know what I mean? All spicy-eyed and all that. Looking all like you ain't picking no sides. You just want to see the show. I know. Look at you. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Look at you. You came to see a squabble. Uh-huh. Gladiators. I know. I see you. Gladiators ass face. Try to see a fight. Ass Coliseum ass face, man. You young Michael ass face, boy. In here can't try to watch a movie or something, man. Yeah, it's ought to be ashamed of yourself, boy. Come in here like that. You like some little boys trying to see some knockers come out while two girls fighting. Look at you, looking all interested now. oh, you want to see some whoppers come out? Look at you. You don't even know what they fighting about. Look at you. You want to see some knockers come out? Look at you. You crazy. Rewind.
Deems it appropriate that such language is gross and all of the disparaging remarks made by counsel for the defendants are appropriate, that's one thing. But I'd ask that the court limit that type of behavior, which is, not becoming of officers of the court.
I agree with that. It is not becoming. All right, y'all can take a break if you want to. I'm going to take a look at this transcript.
Pavo salute. My bad. I ain't go to the spice.
When I
that ruling is, please clarify, that you then need to obey what my order is instead of continuing to argue.
Your Honor, when I ask for clarification and consideration, I believe that as an advocate and as a person who is actually representing the victims who have been victimized in this case and who is representing as much as actually more than an officer of this court, and I represent something, I believe that the state has as much right to express, to request, and to ask for consideration and for an allowance to ask the questions that it wishes to ask as the defense does. I believe, Your Honor, the objection that was made, and I understand what Mr. Shart said, but there are a couple of things at play here. One, Mr. Shart is well aware that Mr. Zachary has said that his client was with him. He has said it in the interview that I'm holding in my hand. He is not being honest with the court when he is claiming that Mr. Zachary had no idea what I was talking about. I literally said Shannon, Demikian, and Muktum, and I asked him how close he was with each of them.
Right, and then we went from that to his girlfriend, and then it was not unreasonable. And the objection could just be, vague, but it was not unreasonable to.
I don't know when he said that.
The post in 482 game, the picture.
Yes.
How many long guns did you buy? With Mr. Williams?
I don't know.
All right. How often did you visit Sky House?
Nighttime.
It was nighttime. Shannon and Dulot were supposed to meet Yaxboro Bushi.
Yes, I lied.
All right. Now, did you tell them about spinning out on the highway?
Who?
Did you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis about spinning out in the Infinity with Woody on the night of January the 9th, 2015?
He was asked right now.
After May, probably. It had to be after May because I was locked up in May. And probably before I got locked up in August, I don't know.
Did you get out between May and August?
Yeah, I just said I got out.
When'd you get out?
Like May the 20th or something.
Okay. And when you picked him up, Garlington that is, how did you pick him up?
On my bike.
Okay, what kind of bike?
On BMX.
All right.
Yeah.
And where'd y'all go?
The park.
Yeah, like E.T.
And what time of day or night was it?
Day.
Yo said he picked him up like Elliot and E.T. on the BMX. Tap the like button, bro. Tap the like button, bro. Go back to what? I ain't going back to nothing unless you send me a timestamp. So everybody relax. Don't tell me go nowhere. So relax. Let's just go ahead and get that out the way. I ain't going nowhere unless you tell me a timestamp. Relax. It's too much footage to scroll through. So you say, go, but it ain't just happened. Relax. Get a recliner. Yeah. Get you a recliner. Get a beach chair. Please. Please. Yeah, please. Yeah.
Early morning? Late afternoon?
Probably evening.
Evening time? Okay. Who else was around?
Just me and him.
Okay. In August of 2015.
No, I ain't trolling either, y'all. Like, it's too, once it get like this, it's too, you feel me? If I don't have no reference, you understand? Like, I can't. I mean, if we going to sit here and keep being at, y'all don't want to do that. Somebody give me a timestamp, then we rocking. But if I just, checking for it and I don't have no, I don't want to do that to y'all. It was that we remember what he said. You feel? It was a wild moment. You know they gonna clip it up. We gonna see it all night, man. Y'all know how this gonna go, man. Come on, man. I ain't being a jerk about it.
Do you know how many shows you had gone to with Thug?
A lot.
Had he paid your way to any of those shows?
What you mean, pay my...
Had he paid for you to go down to any of those shows?
How you got to pay to get in your own show? That don't make sense.
Yeah, we gonna rock over it this weekend.
I mean, no, sometimes Moncton drive his car. It just depends on whoever driving.
Okay, but like in January of 2015, Moncton didn't go, so did Thug pay?
I don't know who paid. I didn't know I rode.
Okay. Did you ever get paid any money by YSL?
No.
And so when you sold clothes for YSL...
I helped them out, yes.
You didn't get paid for that either?
I did that as a favor.
If you had your own vehicle? Just take our...
Yes.
Sorry, what?
It wasn't necessarily his spot. Everybody just...
Now...
You said he wasn't. That's why I'm going to put it on if you...
Then how do you know it's still
I just say I assumed because everybody was hanging around.
Were you living on Cleveland Avenue then?
Yes.
And where was he living? Thug?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you ever visit his house back then?
No.
Cool or less cool with Thug than you were any of the other people that I named?
I ain't never said nothing to y'all about Thug.
I'm asking you right here, right now, were you cool with Thug in August of 2015?
Yeah.
All right. Were you more or less cool with Thug than you were any of the other people I've named?
Probably more.
How much more?
And more as I've been knowing him longer.
Okay. You've been knowing Thug long. So, did you stay in the house all day?
Yes.
Do you remember anything else happening on January 10, 2015?
That was the right spot?
Do you know who Donovan Thomas is?
Yes.
Do you know when he was killed?
2015 sometime.
Do you remember it being January 10, 2015?
It probably was.
Do you remember when you heard about Donovan Thomas being killed?
Probably the same day.
Do you remember how you heard about it?
I think somebody called me.
Do you remember where you were when they called?
I was at home. I just told you that.
Do you remember who it was that called you?
Probably months on.
I'm showing you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 482 Yankee. You recognize the post in 482 Yankee in the picture?
Yes.
All right. And who is depicted in that picture?
Me, Shannon, and Yet.
Okay. And what date was that post made?
Yo, this is the spot y'all was looking for.
All right. And whose page was it made on?
OG, almost go boo.
Who is that?
I don't know.
Now, is this a fair and accurate depiction of the way you, Shannon, and Yak looked in this photograph at the time it was taken?
I guess. Oh, what you mean?
Is this a fair and accurate copy of them?
Yeah.
All right. State tenders 482 Yankee.
It's admitted without objection.
Do you remember what time it was when you learned Diamond Thomas had been killed?
Right around the time he got killed.
And what time do you remember that being?
I don't remember.
And you still don't remember who it was that called you?
I told you probably months on.
You said probably, not it wasn't.
Probably him, probably. I don't. Probably.
What happened after you got the call?
I went back to sleep.
For how long?
Rest of the night.
Sleep.
Did you go anywhere after that?
No.
What did you do the next day?
I don't remember the next day. I think we went somewhere. Went out of town or something.
And who's we?
Me. I don't remember where I went. I know. I think with Mr. Thug, we went, had a show.
Who else?
Shoot, it was a couple of us.
Okay. Did Shannon go?
Yeah, I think he went.
Did Yak go?
9 times 10, he went, yeah.
Did Woody go?
I don't remember where Woody went. Probably so. I think he came probably a few days later or something.
Did Moontil go?
No.
What show was it?
I don't know, some show in Florida.
Now, at the time, were you performing in that show?
No.
Did you have any, were you employed by anyone who performed in the show?
No, but I used to help out.
Help out who?
Like with the clothes and stuff.
Help out who?
The record label. Mr. Williams.
Okay. And how did you help out with the clothes and stuff?
Selling the clothes.
And what kind of clothes would you sell?
Stone t-shirt, stuff like that.
Did you ever sell free Roscoe gear?
You know, I was locked up. Roscoe got locked up. I don't sell the t-shirt.
Got her.
But do you
Stolen.
know about free Roscoe gear?
No.
Stolen.
Other than stoner gear, have you ever sold any other kind of gear?
I think some, I don't remember. I just know whatever t-shirt they had.
Do you ever sell anything with slime on it?
No.
Have you ever used slime in the context of this record label?
No.
Bro,
Have you ever used slime in any other context?
gang members don't sell merch. Gang members don't sell merch.
Have I used it?
Yes, you.
Probably so.
And how are you using it?
I don't remember.
Have you ever heard Shannon use it?
No.
Have you ever heard Thug use it?
I think in the song, yeah.
Have you ever heard Yak use it?
Probably in the song.
Have you ever heard Nard use
Who is Nud?
it? Demise and Monk.
You gotta show me a picture. I told you that.
Do you know a person by the name of Justin Cobb who also answers to the name THUG RICO?
You gotta show me a picture.
Is that a no or a yes?
You gotta show me a picture. I told you that.
Okay, so right now you don't know until
Right now, I don't know until I say
Been a
picture.
hostile examiner. Your Honor, she's been a hostile examiner. Yeah, she been hostile.
after you got arrested with that gun.
Yo, what the hell?
About 3.
All right. Were they all the same kind?
No.
All right. What were they? What kinds were they?
I don't know.
Were they long guns or handguns?
I think both.
All right. How many long guns did you buy?
2.
All right. Now, the gun in the video with you and Moulton talking about Kale. Did you see that?
Yes.
All right. Was that one of the guns you bought?
No.
Now, was the gun in that video similar to one of the guns you bought?
No.
All right. Did you give one of your guns or sell one of your guns to Ken Cole?
Let him borrow a gun, yes.
Okay. When did you let him borrow your gun?
I think I was out of town, and he just kept me, keeping it.
Do you remember around the time it was?
2015?
Do you remember around what month?
No.
When you spoke with Detectives Gaither and Dennis, was it always at the same place?
What you mean always at the same place?
Was it always at the same place, at the Atlanta Police
I only spoke with him probably 1 or 2 times. I ain't no always at no same place.
Yeah.
No.
1 or 2 times, was it at the same place?
I think so.
She tried to drag him and say he was talking a little bit too much.
Did you ever speak with them, either Detective Gaither or Detective Dennis, individually outside of that place?
No.
All right. And did you ever individually reach out to either one of them outside of that place?
No.
When you said that you traveled with Shannon Thug, possibly Yak,
I think Mr. Williams already there. And somebody in Florida, he was already there.
he's already there?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, when did you go in relation to January 10th?
I don't know. It was the next morning. Yeah.
And when did Mr. Williams go?
I don't know. I just know.
The difference between him and Woody is he's saying it with more grownness. Woody was seeming like a kid when he was rebelling. He was balling his face up. You know, he was selling his rebellious more. Holmes is being rebellious, more laid back. The more, you know.
He was already there.
So was he there on January 10th?
I just told you he was already there when I got there.
I'm asking
We got there late on that night, the next night.
Was he there on January 10th?
I don't know.
When you say we, so did you, Shannon, and Yak travel together?
Yes.
Yeah, Woody older.
How did y'all get there?
But I told y'all he was like a giant kid. I told y'all that. That's why I kept saying, yo, he like a giant middle school. Like, I know, dude. Remember I kept saying, like, yo, I know guys that act like this, but I ain't, like, Holmes got, like he's stuck in his juvenile years. I really meant that. Like, he reminded me of somebody that was, like, doing that in middle school, and it's like he got stuck in that same, you know, his tone and all that when he talking is kiddish. Real rap, y'all. Pay attention to him. He like a grown-ass kid. I meant that, bro. Well, the reason why I said that is it's an idea that they trap dudes into adolescent minds with society. I don't feel like getting into it. You feel me? This is an idea. So when I seen Woody in the way he was acting, that's why I said it like on some old bro. That's the thing, bro. Look at Holmes. Now, remember I did say this too. Yo, don't get it twisted. Me and him might share some of the same qualities. Remember I said this. I ain't just trying to throw Holmes underneath the bus. Remember, pay attention to stuff I be saying. I say, yo, Woody, this boy like a giant goddamn kid with it, like a bad little kid. And I meant it. But then on the same token, I say, yo, I probably got some of these qualities. I know guys like that. We used to be cool, but once we get grown, he ready to go left. I ain't with that old you running around robbing and you can't get the chicken. So that's, remember I was telling you, I said, yo, I know guys like this. That's why I was resonating. Like, I know guys like this. And when he go bad, we ain't jacking it. He don't get no excuse. You feel me? And remember I told y'all, Holmes ain't no hat. He ain't walking around with a whole bunch of hats. He wasn't trying to smoke nobody for real, y'all. That boy ain't got no bodies. He ain't got no bodies. He was running around trying to keep guys up off of him. And he said that in one of the interviews. I know how to keep people up off of me. Seriously, he told Viverito. Nah, if you pay attention to what he was telling Viverito, he's basically saying, I know how to finesse the steppers and to stand up off me. which means they be hitting up houses and doing all type of, yeah, you'll bang the iron. You really dropping something? Nah.
Bang a sprinter or something like that.
Man, they need to pull back up. They having technical difficulties again. So what y'all making this part about him saying something about his father? Explain it to me. What's the trick with the part with him talking about his father? Put me on point. Tell me what he said and what's the importance of it. Explain to me real quick. Him and Love been going at it on the phone. So we don't know. He just floated it out there, but he ain't say nothing. So we gotta wait to see what the internet gonna say. Yeah, we is talking about a 30-year-old man. So why we talking to his father? His dad and Love know each other from high school. Man, Shanette, listen, we ain't doing that. I don't care about nothing that's outside the court. That's that clan. We ain't doing that. I don't do that type stuff, y'all. Yeah, I ain't like till you give me the yearbook or you give me the paperwork or all that. Like it don't matter to me. Just to let you know. I don't do those. That's hair salon material right there. I don't do that. So just miss me with the father for right now, y'all. Y'all can go to the other channels if y'all want to talk about the father.
Today, will he go home?
All right.
If he doesn't finish, he wants to know where he's going to go. And I've tried to explain to him, you don't want him to go back to the jail. He can't go to the hospital. And so we talked about it.
Well, if he finishes today, then as long as there's nothing else holding him, which I don't think there is, then yes, he goes home. And if he doesn't, I can let him know that. If he doesn't, do y'all have a proposal?
That's what we were trying to work on. And I told Mr. Shab that I understand that his interest is his client.
Can y'all hear him? Her? Can you use a mic?
And we talked about it. So she just needs to come up. You know, he wants to go home with the GPS. I understand.
Sakina, respectfully, don't talk about the father right now. I done way more exposing than the father. So, respectfully, we ain't even gonna do that. Let's just keep it respectful, Sakina. Don't be disrespectful to the host. Don't say nothing about the father right now because you saying something talking about the father going to expose something. Relax, please. Please, can we just stop doing that right now? Please.
Understand the court doesn't want him to, and neither does the DA.
All right, I'll tell him that might still be determined.
Okay. And that's what I told him.
Okay. All right, and in terms, I have reviewed what the line of questioning was, and I do not think that there was anything nefarious and purposeful about trying to trick him into something other than what he'd been talking about. At the same time, I can see how it might have been, well, now, are you sure he knows that the people we were just asking about are the people that you're talking about, him now, coming to pick him up? So a valid objection, it remains sustained. but the motion for mistrial is denied. I am not giving any kind of instruction. You can just fix it by asking the next question. All right. Anything else on that?
Your Honor, just for the record. Okay.
Okay. And you use the mic too.
Yep. I understand. Yes, Your Honor. And I understand the court's ruling. I think that the use, all of a sudden, the use of they and those people instead of names, and then when asked for clarification, the refusal to do so, I think suggests that there was some calculation. But I understand the court's finding, but I would ask the court to instruct Ms. Love to clarify with the first question so everyone's on the same page, so there's not confusion amongst the jury, who he is referring to when he's talking about they in the car that night.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Go ahead.
Actually, Your Honor, I think the court was about to say something more.
I think I was probably going to say maybe the same thing as you, but I have no idea. So go ahead.
I was going to ask that the court read back the exact question that I'd asked, and right before I said they.
I'll have to find it again.
So that wasn't what the court was going.
Hey, y'all, don't mind Jimmy in the chat. We keeping him. We keeping him. He a hater, but we keeping him. Yeah. He a hater, but he my hater. Yeah, my hater.
All right. So after the questioning about
My hater.
where he and his girlfriend lived, you said you were close with, and obviously this is the real time. It's not the official transcript, but you said you were close with Mungtunk or cool with Mungtunk. All right. Were you close with Mungtunk in April 2015? Yes. Okay. And were you cooler with Mungtunk than, say, Shannon?
Judge, ain't no such thing as cooler. Ain't no such thing. If the Pepsi and the Coke in the same fridge, ain't no such thing. They in the same fridge. Ain't no such thing.
Yes. All right. Now, in April 2015, were you also cooler with Garlington? And I can't tell what the rest of that is. Yes. April 28th, 2015. Do you remember being with those people? Yes. All right. Then I have to. Where? Back. Some kind of car. I can't tell exactly. I don't know what kind of car. What'd you have in the car? A gun? How many? 2 or 3? Yes, ma'am. Okay. And what time did y'all get in the car together? Daytime or nighttime? Nighttime. Was it after 10 o'clock? Yes. All right. I mean, at this point, there's nothing that indicates he doesn't think that we're talking about the 3 people that she just asked about. Had either you or either.
Everybody excuse Jimmy in the chat. He's seething right now. Yeah. He mad about that. He my hater. He don't like that. But it's branded on his ass right now. Yeah. Yeah, I brand all my haters. You should do yours too. I mean, some say it's kind of like, it's some things they did before, but like I like to brand my haters. Yeah, right on the cheeks. Yeah.
Either one of the people you were in the car with been at Club Crucial earlier. I think they was. So how'd you end up in the car with them? And then the names don't always get, but somebody came to get you. Yes. All right. Why did you?
I claim all my haters. They like children. I don't want no child support. So hater support, the feds ain't coming for me. Nah, I ain't with it. I take care of all my haters. Yeah, get them dressed, Easter clothes, Christmas, all that.
You asked them to come get you because my head shot. And then something about where my cousin lived, camp something or another, Campbellton. Why'd you tell them to come get you if you had your own vehicle? Because my girlfriend was in it. Your girlfriend was in yours. Yes. All right. I don't think because I was going to get the car with the girlfriend, something. Did you have guns in the car? Blah, blah, blah. Were you?
I've raised a couple of haters already. They off at college, so you can't tell me nothing about raising no haters. Feed them good. Make sure they tucked in at night. Read them bedtime stories. You can't tell me nothing about them.
Wearing dreads at that time. No. Okay, so where did they pick you up from? Cleveland Avenue. Where on Cleveland? The store, I think. Which store? Same one you were at with the gun? Do you normally hang out at the store with guns? Yes. All right, and he came and got you. What did they do? Your Honor, I'm going to object. So, I mean, again, valid objection, but also not, not any kind of purposeful, So
There's a live stream, and I reviewed the live stream. I'll also point out that nowhere in discovery, he says they were at the club, okay, in the testimony.
It would have been easier to review the live stream. Yep.
And Mr. Zachary said they were at the club.
Mm-hmm.
The state is very well aware, as am I.
Love got dust on her butt. Don't ask how I know. Love got dust on her butt.
That even in prior statements, it is clear that, and Mr. Sledge's testimony, Mr. Sledge and Demeke Young,
the security thick in there like somebody threatened that boy.
Garlington were at the club. Mr. Stillwell is never alleged to be at the club at Club Crucial. So it is very clear that Mr. Zachary is referring to, when he says they, is referring to Mr. Sledge and Mr. Garlington. It is also very clear to me by the fact that Ms. Love repeatedly refuses to clarify that she wants the jury to believe that they also includes Mr. Stillwell, which is not what Mr. Zachary believes at this point. Okay. And I'm just going to ask that it be clarified with the first question, and then we can stop using pronouns.
We're not going to stop using pronouns. I mean, that's just not how people talk.
Well,
but
it's led to a mess.
She had already been instructed to clarify before we took the break, and she's going to clarify. And
Your Honor, I believe that Mr. Zachary already addressed that. The court can listen to the live stream or look at the transcript, but I think that I heard him say, because of Mr. Shart's, I don't know what that was, but Your Honor,
yeah, he then said, I didn't hear you say Shannon. That's kind of how we left it.
And so, Your Honor, to the extent that there are these dispersions being cast, these, I don't know, attempts for, I don't know.
Yeah, that needs to stop. I mean, you don't know what's in Miss Love's head. You don't know why she's asking a particular question. And,
No, Your Honor, you choosing right now. You really choosing right now. I can't believe you doing this. You picking sides. One day you want to wipe Sharp down, and now you over here with your homegirl. Cool. Which one is it? Like, you got my emotions all over the place, baby.
Just let's stop making it so personal between attorneys. That's really not.
I thought it was personal between me and you. Now you acting like some type of different type of girl. Man, hey, look, right? Look, when that Georgia peach get ripe, come holler at me, girl. I thought you was the one.
Appropriate is not professional.
Okay, well, Your Honor, I have strong feelings about what just happened, and I will stop saying what you don't want me to say, but I can't help how I feel about it, and that's not going to change. But I've also been accused of, insinuated that I've been conspiring with a man that I've never spoken to in my life repeatedly. And
let's everybody stop with the personal jabs against each other. To the extent anybody has been making them.
You be throwing jabs, though. You be throwing jabs.
Okay. All right. We don't need any more of this. Let's just get back on what we're doing. That's supposed to be based on facts. Okay. So you understand, if you're going to ask any more about this line of questioning, clarify who it is that you are asking him about.
Yes, Your Honor. I understand that if I'm going to ask him any more about this question, I'll clarify who I'm talking about.
So we'll get Mr. Zachary out, and I'll let him know that if he
Girl, bye.
finishes today, he can go home. And but I don't quite know where he's going to go otherwise. So let's do that. And yes,
Your Honor, can I just make the court aware and ask for a court's ruling on what you just said about what I believe it was Miss Love asks about Mr. Zachary's father saying something, and she said earlier that it was said to Miss Love by the father that he has spoken with myself and Mr. Shart. I'd ask that that not be gone into, not only is it hearsay, but I don't know the evil or the benefit of doing that.
Whoa.
Because I've done nothing wrong at all. Nor did
evil is the opposite of benefit? Gee whiz.
Mr. Shart, I'll vouch for him. The second thing is Miss Love brought out from this witness that he purchased 2 or 3 guns from Arrowhead Pawn Shop.
yeah.
One of those guns is found during the unlawful search of Mr. Williams' home on July 15, 2015. So I know I've done this. I know it's been ordered by the predecessor judge. I know it's been ordered by this court. I don't want to stand up and have to then say a mistrial and get a curative instruction if the mistrial is denied. That has to be just, in my opinion, just stayed away from. The fact that that gun was found, or a gun was found in Mr. Williams' home. So I'm doing
May I
it now.
respond to that, please?
No.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, with respect to the pertinent part, which is the part about the gun being found at Jeffrey Williams' home, and the assertion about the unlawfulness of the search, I won't even go back into that. But, Your Honor, as it pertains to who he gave those guns to, I believe that it is a valid question, and I will ask that the court instruct or allow me to speak to Mr. Zachary to tell him, don't say anything about where it's located, but I am going to ask him who he gave or who the guns were given to. The fact that it was found at Jeffrey Williams' home doesn't mean he gave it to Jeffrey Williams. And even if he did give it to Jeffrey Williams' home, that doesn't imply or speak to the search of Jeffrey Williams' home. So the state should not be precluded from putting before the jury the fact that Mr. Zachary purchased guns for other members of YSL and that he told detectives that he purchased guns for other members of YSL and which guns he purchased.
Okay.
So
yeah, all of that should be fair game. Where any gun was ultimately found, if it was found in a search that was suppressed, should not be gone into. And does this witness even know that it was found?
I don't know, but
anywhere?
because this witness can go off, I want to tell him before he gets, back in front of the jury to not. I don't think he does. I have not spoken with him about his knowledge of that search. So I want to instruct him when I ask him, who did he give the other one to answer only that question and not anything about where he thinks it might have been found, because I don't have it in, my head. He hasn't told me where he thinks it might have been found.
It would be really weird if he answers that, if you just say, who'd you give the gun to? But I mean, I guess better safe than sorry.
I mean, I'm sorry, but the court has heard testimony that is non-responsive all day.
I believe it's derivative evidence which has been suppressed, and the law enforcement officers after July 15, 2015 are asking Mr. Zachary about the search of Mr. Williams' home where that gun was found in his name. So I don't believe that it's a proper question because...
All right, hang on. He's already testified that he bought several guns from whatever that pawn shop was. So as long as your line of questioning is about that, then that's not derived from law enforcement finding them in the search, is it?
Right. No.
So, but I believe,
and that's why I want to ask and make sure. That's why I'm asking for the court's permission to just tell him, don't mention that.
I wouldn't suggest it to him if he does. We don't think he already knows it. Just answer the question I ask you.
Judge, yes, he has not answered questions that I've asked him for the last hour and a half.
I will do that. What else?
The record, Your Honor, before the next question is asked, I believe I may have to renew my motion for a mistrial.
On with the one you just made?
Yes.
Okay.
Just for the record.
Oh, okay. Yes. No, that's.
Thank you.
It's getting crazy.
You meant something else just happened. Okay.
It's getting crazy.
You're just preserving it. Okay, that's fine. Okay, let's get him out here.
It's getting nutty, ain't it?
I'll have to tell you later. It has nothing to do with this.
I raised Jimmy good as a hater. He one of the best haters I ever raised. Think he gonna go to the league. Couple summers he went and stayed with his mother. He got soft. I toughened him up and got him right when he came back. Ow. Don't duck. Don't hide. I'm here now. You on camera. Don't go on your phone. Nah, look at me when I'm talking to you. Look at me. I see you got that badge and that pistol. I see you. Look, I know. Don't try a fake look. Oh, you gonna try to show me the extra clip you got. You still got on eyelashes, though. And you got baby hairs. I ain't taking that pistol serious. We going on a date, whether you like it or not.
And jurors, thank you all for your patience when we have to take breaks. I appreciate that, as do the attorneys. All right, go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffery. When just before we broke on the break, and you told the jury who you are saying today was in the car with you on April 28, 2015, who is it that you are saying now was in the car with you?
Me, Garlington, and Sledge.
Okay. You,
Garlington and Sledge.
And Sledge?
Yeah.
Right. Today is your testimony that you three were the only people in that car?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you spoke about talking to detectives Gaither and Dennis back in August of 2015. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And before you spoke to them, you said that you had not spoken to them outside the room where you were interviewed, correct?
No.
Okay. No, you hadn't spoken with
No,
them.
I haven't.
Okay. So had either one of them told you or given you any indication that they wanted you to do anything other than give them information that they could confirm or deny?
What you mean by that?
I'll change it.
Fumble.
When you talked to detectives Gaither and Dennis, did they ask you about shootings that had happened in the city of Atlanta between January 10th, 2015 and the time that you were talking to them in August?
Yes.
And when you talked to them, did you tell them information about those shootings?
Yes.
All right. Which shootings did you tell them information about?
About April 28th.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay. And as it related to April 28th, who did you tell them was, first of all, what did you tell them happened on April the 28th?
I don't know. I was just making up stuff as I go.
Hey, Curtis in the chat, don't worry about Miss Love neck. That neck is mine.
Okay. Now, is it your testimony today that you just made up everything that you told them about April 28th?
Yes.
And do you know whether, did they confront you with anything after you gave them information about April the 28th?
What you mean confirm me with?
For instance, if you said a light was red and it was green, would they ask you or challenge you?
I had already knew what had been said before. So
What
I knew
are you
what to
talking
say.
about?
You somehow, them, the police, I had already knew what was said to them before I even said something to them.
Okay, let's talk about that. What do you mean you already knew what was said before to them?
I had
Your
already
Honor,
knew.
I'm going to object. This is potentially opening the door for hearsay, I believe.
Your Honor, without saying what someone else said, what do you mean you already knew when? What are you talking
I had
about?
already knew that somebody else had already told them about the shooting.
Okay. So how, I'm sorry, let me ask you this. Were you present when someone else told them about a shooting?
No, someone told me.
All right. When did someone tell you?
When they got out of jail.
All right. I'm asking, do you know a month or a year?
I told you, 2015.
Okay. And is the person who told you something they told police about the shooting Demekion Garlington?
Your neck is mine.
Yes.
All right. Now, is there a time frame that you believed Demekion Garlington told police these things?
I didn't know he got out of jail. He told.
Don't tell what he said. Just, do you have a time frame?
2015.
Do you know when in 2015 he supposedly told police certain things?
I didn't know it when he got out of jail.
Okay. Now, did those things that he told police, that you believed he told police, did they involve you?
Yes.
All right. So when you first told police about the April 28th shootings, were there more than one?
Yeah.
How many shootings were there?
Like 2, 3.
How many? Tell the jury where you all went after you got picked up.
For clarity's sake, I'm just going to ask you all.
Judge, he's already
asked. Go ahead and clarify.
Are we talking about the same people you just told the jury was in the car with you that picked you up?
It's not the same people you asked me about.
Okay, and what people are they?
Garlington and Schlid.
Okay, so where is it?
Yo, just to let y'all know, the dude he said he was closest to told on him. They told on each other. So I don't know how that worked. The dude he said he ran a play with, they told on each other. I promise. Both the little D's. Yes, this little D from Cleveland and the other little D is Demekion Garlington. Right? And they told on each other. I promise.
That you are saying today that you all went after Garlington and Sledge picked you up?
To get my girlfriend car. To get my girlfriend.
Okay. To get your girlfriend from what location?
My cousin's house.
Where?
Campton.
All right. And did you do anything between the time from leaving where you were on Cleveland Avenue at the BP to your girlfriend's house or to your girlfriend's location on Campbellton?
No.
All right. How long did it take you to get from the BP to Campbellton?
I don't know.
All right. Generally speaking, is it like an hour or more like 15 or 10 minutes?
Like 20 minutes.
Thank you. When you got to Campbellton, did anyone else join you in the car?
No.
Where did you all then go after leaving Campbellton?
To the west side.
Where on the west side?
I don't know them streets.
Whose house were you going to?
Somebody that had shot at my cousin's house.
Somebody what?
Who had shot at my cousin's house. We going to their house.
And whose house was that?
I don't know.
So how did you determine where you all were going to go?
It wouldn't even just, it's like when we get out of the expressway, we saw that car and we followed the car.
What car did you all follow?
A car that shot at my cousin's house.
And describe the car for the jury.
I don't remember the car.
Was it a pickup truck, a regular sedan?
I think it was a car.
With 4 doors, 2 doors?
Yes.
All right. Which one?
4.
All right. And did you believe you knew who was driving the car? Are you thinking?
Yes, I'm thinking.
Okay.
I don't remember who was driving the car.
Okay. At the time, did you know or believe someone in particular was driving the car?
I can't remember.
Okay. So, as you sit here today, is the car parked in front of a house when you all see it, or is it driving?
The driving.
And what do you all do? Follow it?
Yeah.
How far do you all follow it?
Not that far. About like 3-4 minutes.
Do you follow it to a house?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Martin Luther King?
Yes.
All right. Are you familiar with where the Atlanta University Center is?
No.
Are you familiar with Morris Brown College?
No.
Spelman, Morehouse, anything like that? Okay. Do you know whether you followed the car to the Martin Luther King area of Atlanta?
I don't remember. I just know it was from we got out of Sprayway, like 3-4 minutes.
What now?
When we get out of Sprayway, like 3-4 minutes.
What exit did you all get off?
MLK.
You did get off at MLK?
Yeah.
All right. And what did you all do after you got off the expressway at MLK?
Follow the car.
Right. And where did you follow it to? I don't need the address. What happened when the car got to the house?
I started shooting at the car.
All right. Had the occupants of the car gotten out of the car when you started shooting at it?
Yes.
Did you see the occupants get out of the car?
Yes.
All right. And were the occupants standing outside the car or inside the house when you started shooting at the car?
They were walking towards the house.
Okay. And what kind of house was it? A standalone condo apartment?
It's a house.
Was it a brick house?
I don't remember.
All right. And how many people had gotten out of the car?
Just me and Carlson.
No, I'm asking you. I'm sorry. I should be clear. The car you all were shooting at, how many people had gotten out of it?
Like 4, 3, something like that.
Were they all males, all females, or a combination?
Males.
All males? Okay. Now, did you know which of those males or all of those males had supposedly shot at your cousin's house?
I was high. I don't remember. I just know when we pulled up, they were shooting at our house.
Oh, so you saw them shooting?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 6KK. And if you recall, or if it looks familiar to you at all, would you tell the jury? And if not, let the jury know, okay? All right. Does any part of that house in front of the white car look familiar?
I don't remember.
Okay. So what kind of gun did you use to shoot at the car? Did you shoot at the house too?
Shoot, I shot. I just know I shot.
Okay. What kind of gun did you use to shoot?
I don't remember. I just know I had a gun. About
Okay.
3 on.
Did you have all 3 of them in your hands at one time?
Nah.
All right. So how many did you have in your hands while you were shooting?
1, I think.
Was it a long gun or a short gun?
It was the gun I got caught with. It was short.
Okay. Did it shoot short bullets or longer bullets?
Long bullet.
Long bullets? Okay. Do you have any idea how many shots you fired?
No.
All right. So what made you stop firing?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Did the gun have a banana clip or some kind of long magazine?
I don't remember what kind of clip it had.
And then what did you do after you stopped firing?
Got in the car and pulled off.
What color was the car you were in?
I don't remember.
Okay. And where were the other occupants of the car when you got out and started firing?
Oh, what car?
The car that you were in.
Me and Garton got out. Shalette stayed in.
All right. So did you and Garlington both shoot at the house?
Yes.
All right. Did he have the same kind of gun that you had?
I don't remember. Why?
Was he shooting, would you all switch guns or did you all have different guns?
Yeah, they own gun.
Okay. Where did you all go after that?
I don't remember.
What now?
I told you I was in and out of it at night.
Okay. Do you know Darren Mills?
No.
Do you know the name Darren Mills?
No.
Do you know the name Philip Collins?
No.
Do you know the name Philo?
Yes.
All right. How long have you known the name Philo?
Not that long.
When you say not that long, did you know Philo the name Philo in 2015?
Yes.
Did you know the name Philo on April 28, 2015?
Yes.
Did you know whether Philo had a child?
I don't know.
Did you know whether he had a girlfriend?
I don't know.
Did you know where Philo lived?
No.
All right. Now, how would you describe how you felt about Philo? Were you cool with Philo?
No.
Okay. Had you had conflicts with Philo?
No.
All right. Describe for the jury Philo best you can. You don't have to be too specific.
I don't remember him.
All right. Do you remember whether he was taller than you or shorter than you?
I don't remember that, Lord.
Okay. How did you know Philo?
I don't remember.
Well, why do you remember Philo?
You talking about how did I know him? I don't remember how I know him. I just remember the name.
But what do you remember about Philo to remember the name?
I don't remember. I don't remember exactly how I remember nobody.
Okay. Now, when you said that earlier, did you say that you all shot up maybe more than one house, maybe one or two?
We probably think we shot up 2, yes.
Was one of them an apartment complex?
Yes.
Now, why did you go shoot up an apartment complex?
Told you. I was in and out of it that night. I was on drugs.
What now?
I was in and out of it that night. I was on drugs.
Okay. So what did that have to do with your going to shoot up an apartment complex?
I believe that whoever apartment complex, they shot up my cousin's house.
But I thought you said you followed the people that you saw shooting at your cousin's house to the standalone house that y'all shot up.
Like 3 or 4 of them in the car.
But I thought you said the car went to a house that you shot up.
They pulled off when we pulled off.
Okay. So
they got back in the car and pulled off.
And did you follow them to another place?
I think we bumped into him some late on that night or something.
Okay. And where did you bump into them later on that night?
I think it was still in the same area.
Okay. Was it the apartment complex or the house?
It was
when you
in
say the
apartments.
same?
It was in apartments.
Okay. I'm going to show you 62 CC, which has already been admitted as evidence. And I'm sorry, Lima. 62 Lima, LL. And see if you remember or if this area looks familiar to you. Okay. It's already been admitted. So just look at it. All right. And as we're pulling that up, do you remember anything at all about that apartment complex beyond that it was an apartment complex?
No.
Okay. Now, when you say that you told Detectives Gaither and Dennis about that, when you first started talking about it to them, did you tell them that you were involved?
Shoot, I told him I was in the car.
Did you tell them at first that you were in the car?
However it happened, I pleaded guilty to it, so I don't know.
I'm not asking you that.
Are you going to use this exhibit?
Yes, and this is the exhibit 62 Lima that's on the screen. Does that area look familiar to you?
No.
Okay. You can take it down. All right. So when you told the jury a moment ago that you told Detectives Gaither and Dennis what you did because you knew that Garlington had told them something?
I told you that already, though, before.
I understand. When you said that, do you know or did you believe that Garlington had said you shot up somebody's house?
He told me that he said I did.
Okay. Garlington, the one that you've been friends with for 20 years?
Oh.
All right. Did he tell you why he would say that?
I ain't else. I just laughed.
Oh, you did? Okay. Okay. So if you believe that Garlington told them that you did it, why did you deny doing it initially?
Because you're supposed to deny it.
Okay. Did you tell Detectives Gaither and Dennis what you believed that Garlington had told them?
Yes, I put a mixer to it, though.
A what?
I twisted up a little.
What do you mean?
Shit, I added on what I wanted to add on.
What does that mean?
Try to make myself look innocent.
Okay, fair enough. So who else did you believe that Garlington had told shot up these people's houses?
What you mean?
Your Honor, that calls for hearsay.
I said,
You can.
I'll rephrase.
Okay.
Who else did you tell Detectives Gaither and Dennis shot up these homes on April 28, 2015?
I don't remember. Like 9 years ago.
Did you tell them that Moontoon shot up the houses?
No. I told him Moontoon was there. I never told him Moontoon shot no house.
Okay. Did you believe that Garlington had already said something about Moontoon?
Yes.
Overruled.
All right. And you, Moontoon, and Garlington were all equally close to one another during this time?
No.
Okay. Then describe if you all weren't
Me and
equally
Moontoon closer.
You and Moontoon were closer? Okay. And so when you believed that Garlington said Moontook did something, how did you confront him about it?
For who, Garlington?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Now, if Garlington said that you and Moontook shot up these houses, along with Garlington, was Garlington conveying something that actually had occurred?
Can't use a word I don't understand.
Which part didn't you understand?
Conveying.
Okay, thank you. Was he saying something that had actually happened?
Yes.
Okay. So then you just went in and told Gaither and Dennis what happened because you believed or knew that Garlington had already done it?
I knew, yes, I knew.
Okay. Now, did you ever tell Moontook that Garlington had told on him?
I think he knew already.
I'm asking you if you ever told Moontook that Garlington told on him.
No, I was just trying to like free Moontook.
Okay. Were you? Okay. Did you also tell Gaither and Dennis, or rather, let me ask you this. When you did you try to tell them at first that you were not there?
Probably did. I don't remember. I think I did probably.
Do you remember they told you you were there? I have your phone records.
And then I think I told them that.
But yes or no, just that part first, okay? You can explain, I promise. Just, do you remember whether Gaither or Dennis told you, we know you were there because we got your phone records?
I think they did say that.
Okay. Now, did you want to say something else after that?
Yes, but when the phone came back, it went in my name, so they didn't have my phone name. And I already knew that.
Okay, what do you mean when the phone came back, it wasn't in your name?
When they tried to see whose name the phone was in.
Did they tell you they tried to see whose name the phone was in?
Huh?
Did they tell you that they tried to see whose name the phone was in?
I think my lawyer had already knew.
What?
Somebody told me.
Did they tell you before that interview?
Yes, when I got locked up for the May the 6th, when I got caught with a gun, I think they had said in the open court.
Okay. Did you think that the phone being in someone else's name would make it harder for the police to find out it was you who had done the shooting?
They ain't find out because of the phone.
I understand, but you mentioned they found out it was in someone else's name, right?
Yes.
So did you think that would make it harder for them to learn it was you?
Yes.
Okay. Whose name was the phone in?
I don't remember. I just know it went in mine.
Okay. You know what?
No, it wasn't in my name.
All right. I don't want to know your mother's whole name. I just want to know what it begins with.
K.
Okay. And that phone that you had at that time, is it one that you still have now?
No.
All right. So is it okay to ask you about the whole number?
No, you can't.
Why?
Because that's my mama number.
Okay. So it's still your mom's number?
Yes, it was never my phone.
Okay. Give me the last digit of your mama's number.
3.
All right. How long has your mom had that number?
About 20 years.
All right. And
damn.
if I show you the first 6 numbers without publishing them of your mom's number, will you recognize it?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I will, for purposes of this questioning, label this exhibit States 505 Yankee. And if anyone wants to see it, I will show it to them. Okay.
Tap the like button. I appreciate you being here.
All right. So approaching with the court's permission.
You may.
Approaching you with States 505 Yankee, okay? That's this. I don't want you to call out any of these numbers. Were those the first 6 digits of your mom's number?
Yes, y'all thought that was my number?
Let me ask you this.
Yes, sir, yes. Yes.
Okay. And is this the number that you believe that they had the records?
No.
So your mother's number that she's had for 20 years, now you're saying that's not the number that they had the records to?
No, that's not the number.
Okay. So whose number did they have the records to?
I told you a cell phone that belonged to me, but was in somebody else's name.
So it was your cell phone?
Not that phone right there.
I understand. But the cell phone they had the number to was your cell phone?
Yes.
And you no longer have that cell phone?
No.
Does your mother have that cell phone?
She got the number you just showed me.
I understand. Does your mother have the cell phone that belonged to you but that was in someone else's name?
What the number? You show me the number.
You said your mother had one number, and this was it, right?
Can you show me the number so I can make sure? That number right there, yes, that's her number.
Did she have any other? Is this the one she had for 20 years?
She got 2 phones.
Oh, she got 2 phones.
Yeah.
The second phone, what number does it end in?
I don't remember. It ain't on no more.
So nobody uses that number. Is that the number that you had that was in someone else's name?
No.
So let's stop talking about your mama's phones, okay? All right. So who had the phone?
That is funny.
Whose name was the phone in that you
John Doe.
John Doe. Okay. So now since nobody owns that number now, may I ask you the full number?
Yes.
All right. Did that number end in 5726?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, if the number was in the name John Doe and the police had that number, do you have any personal knowledge of how they learned or found out you were the one using their phone?
No.
And I'm going to show you what I have marked as Case Exhibit 506, Yankees. And if anyone wants to see it, I'll let them see it.
If you're watching on the playback, tap the like button, subscribe to the channel. Let me know what you think about this spicy salamander, man. He was acting sick. Let me know in the comments, man.
All right. I'm showing you 506, Yankee, and I'm asking you, is that the number that you had that was in the other?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And the number is at the top line of 506, Yankee? Is on the top line?
Yes.
All right. Were you, Demikian, and Moulton, the only people you told detectives Gaither and Dennis were in the car with you?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling them Shannon was in the car with you too?
If I did, I lied.
Okay, but do you remember telling them that?
Yes.
What good would it have done, or did it do you to tell them Shannon was in the car with you?
Because Garlison told them Moulton was in the car.
So what does that have to do with Shannon?
That's his homeboy.
If Garlington told them Moulton was in the car, and you told them Moulton was in the car, why did you?
I told them Moulton was in the car after I tried to free Moulton.
It's your testimony that you said that Moulton was in the car only after you told them Shannon was in the car?
No, I had already knew. I was a steps ahead of y'all already.
Okay, so I'm sorry. I'm slow. Would you tell the jury, are you saying that you told the police?
I told the police that Shannon was in the car because I was mad because Garlison said Moulton was in the car.
Okay. And did you tell the police that Moulton was in the car before you told them Shannon was in the car?
How I supposed to know? 10 years ago. I don't remember.
You remember why you told them, you said.
Yes, but how I know what I said first?
Did you give them any details about what happened?
I think I told them what house we went to, yeah.
And did you tell them who it was that you were looking for at the house?
I don't remember if I did. You had to show me or something. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember telling detectives Gaither and Dennis that you graduated
I ain't
from high school?
never say no nothing like that, man.
Okay. I'm asking you if you did or not. Do you remember giving them your mother's number?
When? In court, probably, yes.
No. In August, and thank you for making me clarify. In the August 2015 interview with Detective Gaither and Dennis that you told the jury about her.
I ain't getting my mama number.
Okay. Do you remember giving them her name?
Yeah, I probably gave my name.
Okay. Do you remember them reading you your rights?
Yes.
Do you remember waiving your rights?
Yes.
And at the time that you spoke to them, had anybody forced you or threatened you to go down and make a statement?
No, my whole plan was to just go free Moulton.
Did they ask you whether you could read and write English?
I don't know.
And did they tell you or ask you, what is the big rush? Why did you want us to come down and talk to you?
And what I say?
You gotta answer.
I don't remember.
I'm going to pause y'all for a minute. There's a juror that's feeling sick.
Whoa.
Might be a couple of minutes. So let's.
How that works? What y'all think? What's going on, y'all? What y'all think? Turn up in the chat. Yo, if you're not subscribed to the second channel, you might want to do that because we're gonna be live tonight. We got some, it's gonna get interesting over on the second channel. Yes, sir. We got double the action. There's a link right there. Sub to the second channel, man. It's right there. I pinned it in the chat. I'll probably go ahead and rock like 7, 6 or 7, depending on what time this one in. And it's worth it, y'all. Believe me, we got some interesting content. I ain't gonna spill it. I ain't gonna spoil it if you wasn't there yesterday. But on the second channel, we definitely got some content that's worthy. Real rap. I ain't been wasting it. I don't be just telling y'all to come over there for no reason. We in here, tap the like button. Help me get this 700. My bad, y'all. I had to brush my desk off. Yo, if you already subscribed to the second channel, turn your notifications on all so y'all can make sure y'all know when I'm, you know what I mean? When I turn on. That for both channels, y'all. If you locked in. When you get done with being locked in with me, you can turn the notifications on back on regular. You feel me? That'd be cool. But you know, for the meanwhile, when you locked in with me, go ahead and turn them on all, man. Straight up. That's if you locked in. If not, you still in the middle, you in between. It's cool. It's cool. Well, let me know. Let me let you know a secret. So while everybody else on that's doing the Thug trial is making like kind of like similar content, I'm purposely going away from what I'm expecting them to do. I'm not paying attention to nothing they doing. So for one, I'm drifting. All I do is watch the trial and make content that I think is pertinent. I've been drifting away from the regular narrative because I believe it's enough people covering it that way. You feel me? So you can watch me in the mix of whatever else you be watching. Just don't come tell me about them because I don't want to get tainted by them. That's the only reason. You feel me? I'm trying to stay in my own zone because I believe they all talking similar. That's what it seemed like to me. So what y'all think about Quindarius Zachary testimony so far? He doing right? One in the chat if you like Quindarius Zachary. Two if you don't, y'all. Let's do it like that. We already know he's telling, but you know, come on, y'all. Give me a 1 and 2 vote. Let's do 1s and 2s real quick. 1 if you keeping them, 2 if you getting rid of them. We playing kiss 'em or diss 'em. It's mixed emotions out there in the world, in the crowd, man. So you saying if you seen him in public, you would try to hit him with a tomato. That's what you saying? He entertaining? Oh, you like that, Bruce? Oh, this your type of guy? You think he's funny, huh? You don't care about his gangster qualities. You think he's as long as he can entertain you, you're keeping him. Okay. I see what you're doing, Bruce. I see. You like Bruce, you bring it. That's that New York in you, Bruce. You like Puffy. You like a brother be entertaining. Yo, that's that. Yeah, I know you New Yorkers now, man. You New Yorkers like to have an entertaining brother around. Okay. I see what you doing. That Yankee hat hit different now. No pun intended. Yeah. Fresh Rob said cat. I'm from New York. Nah, shout out to all my niggas getting money uptown style. It's no disrespect. Straight up. That's word to my moms and the bodega. It's no disrespect, B. Yeah. Nah, it's no, I get it. It took me a minute, but I get it. Yo, I'm trolling, bro. Stop playing. Yeah, man, stop playing. Diddy's a whole nother type of animal. Pause. You feel me? I wouldn't even put you in the same pond with him. Yeah. Yeah, if you two fellas was fish, I wouldn't even put you in the same pond. Yeah, don't worry. Yeah. I wouldn't do that to you. It's like you saying, yo, you know Omar from The Wire? Yeah, you remind me of him. If he was talking to me, like, yeah. And I wouldn't expect you to do that. So I wouldn't put you in the same pond with this fish. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. Yeah. You guys, I know you guys for breakdancing and hot top fades and Mike Tyson and, things like this. This Jay-Z fella, so I wouldn't put you in a pond with this other guy. Now I see these felonious charges are coming up, but they said he had 1,000 bottles. So if you got 1,000 bottles, I'm not a district attorney, but I mean, he might as well just go sit down. Pause. You know. The evidence is evidence. Evidence, smevidence. You feel me? Who knows? But this guy, I wouldn't put you in a pond with this guy. I mean, if he was from my town, I wouldn't want you to, yeah. If you're a gangster, you gotta understand me right now. It's just it's a thing. Nah, that situation with Holmes is crazy. I'm like, I think because I grew up with Puffy, yeah, I'm the crowd that he tricked. Now, I knew he was suspect, but I ain't had no choice. For real, it's kind of like Thug or Lil Wayne or something. You know the guy's fishy. Look at him. Look at him. He's snapping his fingers. He's doing these funny dances. He's going from the left. He's going from the right. He's going forward. He's going backwards, perpendicular, vertical. He's doing all of these things. He's going every which way. So we always knew the guy was some type of funny guy. Yeah. Yeah, he was always sparkly. Yeah. Funny glasses. He's smiling, laughing, cute. He was too smitten. We always knew. This guy. The weird part about it is, I'm serious though. That's the funnier part about it though. Like, guys, I mean, like, the joke was always there. Like, Holmes ain't right. It ain't see. Like, I'm appalled, but I'm not surprised. I'm more scary about the stuff that's Ray come that I wasn't expecting. Pause. Whoa. The people we didn't hear. Yeah, because I know how he was giving it up. So I know people that was with him. So it's like they couldn't have been at the slumber parties with him and didn't get their tires flattened. He coming through with the super. Yo had the Jim Jenks before Jim Jenks was even out. Yo got secret dosages he doing. Why you think he had to come out with his own liquor? So when he had the spot, he like, yeah, yo, go ahead and grab some of that. But the whole time it was tainted. But you ain't gonna remember in the morning. But he got the footage. You see the play? You always wanted to go to a Puffy party. You even told him that one time. Yo, I just always wanted to. I mean, I remember when I was little, bro. I used to think about coming to one of your parties, and now, yeah, bro, like when we gonna do that? He like, yeah, yeah. When you let me know when you want, I'll make a party for you. I mean, we could make one tonight, Playboy. You like what? My birthday tomorrow. You would do that? Yeah, we can make a puffy party for your birthday. What? Now in the indictment, they calling them what they calling them? Y'all see what they calling them? See? Y'all thought that door was fake. The door was to the joint, to the puffy party. Now, when you get in there, it's business moves gonna be getting made. Business moves in these industries is made on golf courses, in the puffy parties. Man, y'all think I'm capping. Stop playing. All right, watch. Some guys be going. Now it makes sense, don't it, y'all, while y'all seen the dudes that y'all been saying over the years. Now it makes sense. The Young Buck stories, the Booty Goons, all of these weird stories. The Mace in the bathroom with the puffy, with the wooden stick. You feel me? Like all these stories make sense to you. You just don't. I mean, I know. It's like, nah, I know. I know. I know. I've been seeing that they wasn't lying. At first, when people were saying it, you like, nah, bro, man, yo, stop playing like that. I know, cause you be in the mix, like, nah, yo, that's my man. That song be jamming. But then if you get a little bit closer to the situation, meaning you get in the industry, you gonna definitely start seeing little glimpses of things that's a little bit odd. Meaning, the people in the industry aren't street people, flat out, flat out. Flat out, you're gonna see this off top. These ain't the people from outside. First off, you're gonna see that. All right. Boom. Once you see that, you're gonna see another flavor of people that's floating around. Prominent though. And it's not, it ain't like how people carry it with them, they blending. They right, they powerful, moving around. And you ain't really allowed to, you shouldn't speak on it or your career might end. Straight up, straight like that. And that's what happened with Pimp C, allegedly, right? But what city was Pimp C talking about? What radio station was Pimp C at, y'all? I'll wait. What'd he say again? What'd he say was going on, though? So you got to pay attention, not the funny part. His argument was, these dudes don't need to be playing at 50. See? You got to pay attention, bro. His argument was, yeah, we see them. They here. They don't want the people to know, which is messing it up because that secret is keeping them doing little things that they don't want the people to know about, which got this game being a little bit weird. Now, if they just come, be who they want to be, we ain't gotta play all these games and everything will be, it is what it is. But he was acknowledging that the people in power was rocking like that, and they had leverage, and they was using the leverage. And they playing a 50. They ain't trying to let the people know that's what's going on. So it's dudes that's being put in our face that's really playing 50, but the whole time they acting like they gangster. And they selling us drug dreams. Remember, part of his argument was they need to come out the closet and they need to stop being phony drug dealers and super gangsters. No, everybody know nobody don't want to fight. We all millionaires. He chalked it up. They all fake gangsters. Look, he said that off top. Nobody ain't want to fight. Nobody don't want to pull up. We all millionaires. We having things. Pay attention. He included himself. Yeah, you don't remember? Yeah, go back to what he said. He included himself in that part. Pay attention. We all having things, bro. We ain't, so y'all go ahead and throw all that old beef stuff out the window. Y'all boys capping. Then he went to, And we need to address this record exec, this secret woo woo woo. I ain't gonna say the specifics, but he was alluding to the record execs and the powerful elite secretly hiding how they carry it in a love life, right? Now, what he was also alluding to, this has leaked over into the rap industry in the way they presenting guys' imagery. Straight up. He's speaking on it, bro. He's seen it was coming. He's seen what was coming because it was already popping. Look what year to check that year, bro. Watch that transition year. Watch when the year that Pimp C died and watch what's going on in hip hop. And pay attention to how they just championed Home to Come Home. Yeah, the whole music industry just was free Pimp C. And then he came home, had more exposure, which slapped him in the face to, oh my God, this whole thing is just wild. And then he went on the radio and used his clout to speak on it. Pay attention. Pay attention. So look, this is what he was speaking about too. He was talking about dudes taking the opportunity with some of these people in order to get their success. He just ain't speak on it specifically, but that's part of it too. You understand what I'm saying? Kevin Loud stepped down. From what? We don't even know what he was running. We don't even know his real effect on the music industry. To be honest, he's just like a face. The physical work he did, we can't prove what he did this whole time, y'all. They could say this position they held, all this, man, we can't physically see him doing that. There's no proof of what that man did for hip hop, real rap. And me and him could have this conversation. Seriously, he could talk all he want, but yo, what really were you in control? You feel me? Real rap, no disrespect. 300 Entertainment, stop playing, bro. Get off the surface when you're talking to me. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. You got to do better than that. You got to do better than that. Come on, bro. He from Baltimore, bro. He from Baltimore, bro. Stop with the surface. If you ain't going to go past the surface. If you ain't going to go past the surface, come on, baby. Come on, bro. You know it. Come on, bro. Do you know his real track record? Do you know that he possibly... Did he write the lyrics for the Milli Vanilli song? So let's really take it there. Was he a part of a group called the New Marks? Huh? Somebody Google it. Is Kevin Loud connected to Milli Vanilli? And was he a part of a hip hop group? Or an R&B group? Who knows? But the weird part is, that's similar to Andre Harrell, ain't it? Is that right? Or I'm wrong right now? I don't know. I could be wrong, y'all. I'll be getting it twisted. I could be wrong right now. Don't quote me. $50 don't hate Puff. That's fake. They each other heal. They playing bad guy. It's fake. It's a fake beef. $50 like Dennis Rodman. The NBA used Rodman as a heel. $50 down. He wrote 50 Laws of Power, y'all. Like to even get that, not like they use 50 Cent to man, I don't feel like even getting into it. $50 was just somebody to sell to the masses as what represented black people at the time. But it was a play. It was a play. Home sold out. Home sold out. That transition into him doing TV shows, that's fake, bro. That's about as real as Dr. Dre with them headphones. You understand? I ain't been, a a a a I could be wrong though. Eminem needed some street cred. D12 ain't work. The public was starting to be on his heels. Culture vulturism was getting exposed. The Dr. Dre vouch wasn't working. They needed a new one. Why y'all think they clown 50 out? Y'all ain't never noticed that 50 never had any dressing style? Like he has no swag. Yo couldn't sell a piece of clothing. Yo came out and wore a buff ass wife beater that was dumb. Like pay attention, y'all. They clown that boy out. Yo is clowned out black content. 50 Cent is like BT. First album, well, the first official, Get Rich or Die Trying. Super commercial. Go listen. It's awesome. But the reason why they did that, it was a play. Real rap, y'all. Holmes is a play. Everything he did was a play. From How to Rob. Go pay attention. I mean, you might want to ask yourself, did he really get shot? Google it. Donald, I stayed in this group because we shot away from other drama and kept it strictly thug in this chat. What? I don't even remember your name, bro. My bad. Oh, Donnie, I got your chat history. And what are you going to say when I say that you only typed in this chat twice on 2 different occasions, 2 different times? So are you lying now? So now what you got to say? Donald Bromwell. No, Taji, don't reply to that. Hey, yo, when people say stuff like that, y'all, don't get negative to them. Nah. Don't get negative to them. No. Relax. No. You said you're bad. Your TV behind it. You typing on your phone. No, I was asking how was you so aggressive and judgmental, and you only typed in the chat on 2 different occasions. Now, let me know if you heard that. Donald, Lori. And relax, everybody. I got it. Ain't no need to be aggressive. And we just chilling with him. But he definitely lying right now. So I want him to know. I want him to explain, you feel me, how he's so judgmental on, talking about we only talk about Thug, and all this. I was in this group. What you say again? Like, so why would you be boldly lying like that? You've been a member and ain't been commenting. Oh, okay. Who Kente?
I'm so fresh like this detergent. If you're not fresh, you so through with that.
And yo, please don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Leave a comment letting us know if Thugger is going to make out, Or are they going to cook him like cheap chicken?
Check. Check. Huh? Donald, I think you lost. You still ain't responding to what I said, bro. My bad. My bad. I think you lost. You must be still minutes behind. Yeah, I know it's your bad. I know. I don't know why you so lost and still not replying to nothing I said. You must still be behind. You're bad. Let me know when you do catch all the way up. You know it's a button to catch all the way up, right? But you're bad. Let me know when you hear me tell you that it is your bad. Let me know. I confirm. I heard you say my bad. Tell me that. You're making this easy. Get. Try again. Is there a heart? Is there a heart in the house tonight? Stand up. Stand up. Is there a heart? Is there a heart in the house tonight? Yo, what they be doing, bro? Why they come and try agitate for no reason, bro? You guys are why are you guys bro, what are you doing, bro? You're just let me give you a little bit of attention while we looking at this brick wall. You heard me? Come here, little baby boy. Come here, little baby boy. But look, I ain't gonna flip out on you because you're trying to agitate me to make it like I be just, yeah. So let me show you this other way. Yeah. But you cute though, and I'm smitten. So let's spend some time. Oh, you getting attacked? Oh, wow. Who attacked you, Donnie? Oh, exactly as I expected. You never answered my question, Donnie. Got him. Look, I knew that's what you was up to, though, Donnie. I seen y'all all day trying to. You like the third person that just made a fight for yourself and just said you was leaving and you're unsubscribing. But the problem is, no one did anything to you. So if you feel like that, bro, call the law. Because, I mean, you could timestamp where I said something wrong to you, but you lose. You just made me win. Yup. Mwah. Have a nice day, my boy. I never, look, you couldn't get me out of pocket. It didn't work. So you look stupid. Look, and you never answered my question. And I gave you two. Then I hit you with the kente, and everybody know it was over after that. And we actually alluded to it. And you just was, you still couldn't tell us why you got a little bit of chat history. You really lost. Easily. Easily. And I'm still upbeat and jipper. You actually gave me a little bit of now, history. I'm feeling a little bit like spicy now. I'm feeling, yeah. I don't know why y'all even keep playing with me, man. Y'all light-winded. I seen it before. Heard it all before, and I was your friend. Y'all be cute, trying to set up a play so y'all could accuse somebody of being, disrespectful to y'all. Y'all send women, y'all throw little traps out. I'll be catching y'all. Y'all not slick. Y'all need to step y'all game up. It's easy to see. Stop wasting your time. Go somewhere else and lay down. Yeah. And I want you to have a pillow, so here, take this. It's made out of that same cotton your ancestors was having. You heard? Yeah. Try again. Try again. Chief Bigweed looking for the ashtray. Root to all evil got him looking for the fast way. Mont. Salute to my guy, Mont. Getting money uptown style. I see you. Technology's a motherfucker. I'm in the future. My apologies for hard drives filled on computers. Unintelligent shooters miss shots under pressure like they negligent hoopers. Got a reference to Buddha. Yeah, man, it's Friday, man. Tap likes. We got 600 on the joint. Let's get to 700, man. Help me get to 700, man. Yeah, I appreciate y'all being here. Yeah. I appreciate y'all being here. This is a message to my unborn seed. Since you never had to deal with the poverty and greed, I properly received an education, but my mind is split between the music and the streets. It's like a segregation. My mind is levitated off the trees.
Material witness warrant.
My bad, y'all. Oh. Quantity Cash, salute for them 5 gifted subs or gifted memberships. I appreciate that. Straight up. Straight up.
Miss Love. We are currently in the midst of Mr. Zachary's testimony, but have not completed his testimony.
What you gonna do?
And we've already heard, and his physical and medical condition seems to be fine.
What?
And I know.
What? 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 That's crazy.
That when one of the defense attorneys had mentioned the possibility of not being able to complete the testimony and that being problematic, we were contemplating whether that might happen because of his medical condition. But the state had requested a material witness warrant previously because there were concerns that Mr. Zachary wouldn't appear voluntarily. And I'm not quite sure what has suddenly assuaged the state's concerns in that regard, because if he doesn't end up coming back, then we're going to be in the same problematic boat we would have been in otherwise, just for a different reason. So I need some assurances that whatever the concerns were before have disappeared before I am going to release him from the material witness warrant. And there are, I mean, y'all can put him up in a hotel room where he's under the supervision of someone who is law enforcement.
So, Your Honor, the concern that we had was based on our interaction with one referenced family member at the same time as Mr. Zachary.
All right.
And that family member has repeatedly and consistently made it clear that they had no intention of allowing us to have him testify. And there is another family member, however, who seems to be slightly different.
What?
And I I am as concerned as the court, and I want to make sure that we secure his testimony. So I am also aware that there are concerns, with his condition deteriorating and all of that at the jail and whatnot.
Yeah.
And there is concerns on our end with something happening while he's in a room with an investigator, not a medic or something like that.
What?
Like, and they're not trained to, deal with that. But I am trying to combine.
Okay,
I
then
have just
put up the witness and the family member whom you do not have concerns about, but who you were willing to put into Mr. Zachary into the care of. Put them both up.
What?
And that way, it seems to all be taken care of.
And I will.
But, if we're just leaving it up to the family members to battle it out amongst themselves, whose position wins out, that doesn't seem like a very good plan. Okay?
Yes.
She don't know what's
so let me go try that.
She don't know what's going on.
You talking about Mr. Zachary?
Yeah.
Oh. You told me.
Well, I thought it was kind of obvious.
She don't know what's going on.
And I know that you are advocating that he be released home, but that doesn't seem like necessarily the best idea for even him, considering that if he's going to have family members
What? Bro.
on opposing sides of what should happen next, then that actually could be very stress inducing for him.
What? Yo.
Sister's here, and I'll just like to put her under oath. She wants to.
I hate this lady.
Have her testify where he's going to be.
It doesn't matter. I'm not going to let that happen.
Yo.
And I appreciate that everybody has good intentions. And if his sister needs to be the caregiver over the weekend, and I'm sorry that we had to stop early, but we couldn't help it. There was a sick juror. Then
Another issue, they may decide they want to have another lawyer because they're not happy with me after being here every day.
All right. Well, you're Mr. Zachary's attorney, not his family's attorney. So it's up to Mr. Zachary.
Well, it appears none of them are happy because it's taken so long. I'm not blaming anybody.
Yo, he rolled out for that boy.
With them taking out a warrant for kidnapping. I'm not worried about that. Against me. And so I'm a big boy. I can deal with it. But he's got to make a decision what he wants to do.
Okay.
That's where I am right now.
All right.
Yeah, this is bad, y'all. Because his family members got a difference of opinion. Everybody family members going to have a difference of opinion about, somebody they got going back and forth in the court. That don't mean the judge need to hold them in jail. That's crazy, y'all. Oh, well, since the family members are having, I wouldn't want him to go and be stressed by that, but he could come and testify. Yo, this is crazy.
You're not by chance the attorney referenced in the warrant who told him that he could. You are not by chance the attorney referenced in the affidavit in support of the warrant who allegedly advised him that he didn't have to abide by the subpoena, or the subpoena was no longer in effect. Are you? And you don't have to answer that. But I certainly hope not, because I don't know where anybody would have gotten an idea that a subpoena to show up for this trial was somehow not valid just because the judge changed. But
I just, at 2 a.m. in the morning, Sunday morning, I found out about this. I think I've been in here one time.
all right, well then that wasn't you.
issue, and I came in to support him.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Well, that's good to know that you didn't give totally incorrect legal advice.
But I would respectfully submit if we're gonna, the DA is gonna have a conversation, you and I are gonna have, we need to have him out here because he's really upset about what's happening, where he wants to tell the court. Because I think that's only fair.
Okay, that's fine.
Who upset?
We can get him out.
I'm checking with the people that can control that part on our end in terms of sitting at the location. I'm trying to affect what the court is at.
Okay, well, I'm sure y'all will be able to do that. Y'all have been able to do things like that for years. So, Mr. Zachary, I am sorry that we were not able to finish with your testimony today. We had, I mean, you saw the juror run out. And she had some sort of a sickness issue, and I think she threw up. And I mean, having just come from the hospital, you probably understand. But
what, bro?
She's too sick to continue today, and so we're going to have to pick up on Monday. And so, what I think would be the best thing to do in the meantime is over the weekend to just put you up in a hotel room somewhere. You can, I know it's not awesome, but well, because there are certain members of your family who seem very determined to have you not finish testifying.
I'm a grown man, huh?
Yeah.
Yo, this not legal. This not legal. Nope. This not legal. Them people ain't responsible for him to go testify, none of that. They ain't need his people for him to go interrogate. Yeah, bro. Nah, bro. Nah, bro. Nah, bro. Yeah, this kidnapping, bro. I don't like it, bro. Why is he locked up? And he can't go to the jail? Like, yo, what is this?
Yeah. And I don't want there to be kind of...
If I ain't want to testify, I'll sit in jail. Jail ain't letting me.
Well,
I did 19 years.
So you'd rather go to jail than a hotel room?
I'm ready to go home.
I know you are. I know. But we're going to have you in a hotel room. You are welcome to have your mom or your sister there over the...
Or the person that don't want him to goddamn testify. What the hell? This don't even make no sense. I'm pissed.
The weekend, but I just think that it's better if it's a more controlled environment where your father is not going to be causing stress for any of y'all. Okay?
Now his father caused him stress.
He caused stress.
What? She ready to get disbarred. She can't make that call. The fuck? That's disrespectful. That's disrespectful. That his father is giving him a suggestion. I don't want him to testify, but he grown. My opinion is making you what?
Them, he told to do that.
I know. Well, I don't know that, but if he causes stress with them, then that might cause stress to you. So.
They took my phones. Can you tell them to get my phones back?
Which phones?
My
Just
phone?
for you to come testify?
I don't know. They took him.
Okay. Yeah, you.
No, the officer back there took him.
I mean,
They took both.
How can he have his phones if he's shackled? What the hell is going on? What the fuck is this? What the fuck?
Both my cell phones.
I mean, I don't really.
They ain't turn them into property.
I don't really have a problem with him having his phones. The issue is him showing up for court. So it's fine with me if he gets his phones back. So is there anything else you wanted to let the court know?
Yeah. I don't want that lawyer no more.
You don't want that lawyer
Why you working
anymore.
for them?
All right. Well, let me say this. When you come back on Monday, it may be that you
I don't need
want
no
a
lawyer.
lawyer. You don't feel like you need any kind of lawyer whatsoever. So what if things change on Monday?
I don't need no lawyer.
All right. Well, Mr. Scheib, thank you for your service.
I don't think he was working for them.
Anything else? Hang on. I'm asking actually Mr. Zachary right now. Mr. Zachary, is there anything else that you need to?
I can go now?
No, because what's going to.
Lil Rod was sad for the lawyer, bro. You seen Lil Rod watch him leave out because Lil Rod was watching every time he was holding him down. Now Lil Rod's sad and shit.
Happen is that somebody probably from the DA's office is going to escort you to whichever hotel this is they end up putting.
Can it be her walking out the door?
Can it be what?
Oh, right, they're walking out the door.
I don't know whether it's going to be that particular investigator or not.
She know it.
It might be, it might not be. It's not going to be up to me.
Try to pick somebody. That nigga just
All
picked
right,
the lawyer
what
in the
else?
court.
That's it.
Okay, so they will get you in not too much longer.
Okay.
All right. And we'll see you Monday.
Your Honor, at the risk of just generally being annoying, I would just ask that the witness and also both sides be instructed not to discuss the testimony
Okay.
over the weekend. I
Yeah.
think that's very important.
So don't discuss what you've talked about before or what you might talk about later with anybody over the weekend. Just keep it in your own head, okay? All right. Okay. So I know the state still needs to get the modification of the order together. Are there other things we can deal with right now?
Something ain't right. Something ain't right. I ain't never seen nothing like this either.
Whatever modified order you put together also includes release of his property back to him.
He better not have asked for Shorty with the
All
bags,
right.
man.
How about other
Little ass a
issues?
rat.
We,
You better leave that alone.
would the plan be finish with Mr. Zachary on Monday, and then if he doesn't go through the whole day, pick back up with Mr. Sprinkle? Okay. And that certainly would take us through the full day because okay. So
Definitely got fish sticks. Gee whiz. Yeah, he a grown ass man. It's mad elements to it that don't make sense. Her reasoning didn't even make sense. So what if people feel some type of way and don't want him to goddamn testify. If they do something illegal, then they need to be locked up. You don't lock the witness up so people don't try to persuade him not to testify. He already started. You understand? What, he gonna fly him to Mexico? He don't got the capacity for that.
All right. Anything else, y'all, this afternoon?
Allow us to handle the matter that we're handling and to deal with any other.
They can't hear you.
So unusual. Could the court allow us to handle any other matters on Monday? I'm just trying to get.
I know y'all need to get that done, but y'all have at least 3 and maybe 4. I'm not sure if Ms. Knight's an attorney or not. Attorneys at council table right now. So you ought to be able to delegate something to somebody else. So this was what? Your number 60 that was today's. I can't even remember what that one was about. So. Give me a second.
This is the same thing they did with Woody too, where they confined him over the weekend, like on the Play-Doh, like to get his mind right, like to show him the leverage. This is the same type of play, where they just mysteriously come up with a reason to hold y'all.
And had a chance to read it yet.
that's fine.
So, Miss Love must want us to come in early on Monday instead of being back, if it's staying here late on Friday. All righty. I would not actually, but that's not even when we have to argue on Monday. So, all right. We'll just do our regular old 8:45. So I will adjourn us for the day, but Ms. Love, I'll stick around to sign that order, obviously. Okay. Yep.
Tap the like button. Salute to everybody in here. If you're not subscribed to the second channel, go ahead and do that. The link is in the chat. We're gonna be live later on. Turn your notifications on. You already know. I'm gonna go live on the I might as well go live on the other channel at 5, y'all. Yeah, that's how we doing it. I'm about to go live on a second channel at 5, y'all. I got something over there. You might want to tune in. Straight up. Yeah, I'm about to go get my coffee ready, and I'm running back. Straight up. We got some things going. You might want to tune in. Straight up. Yeah, get right. Salute to everybody in here, to the new memberships of the Cash App or the Super Chat. All that. If you gifted some memberships, you already know. Yeah, we had a nice day today. They brought Quindaria Zachary up, man. Salute. If you ain't doing nothing, pull up to the second channel, man. I'm about to rock. Let me go get my coffee, man. Holla. If anything, if you see me in the morning on this channel, though, straight up, I'll be back on this channel 8 a.m. You already. The second channel in the chat. The link in the chat.